This is Daily Story, your window into the hidden world of dating apps. Every swipe, every chat, every late night match tells a different tale. Some start with laughter, some with hope, and some end in ways you would never expect. Tonight, we share a story that will stay with you long after it ends. Get ready, it starts now. The suffocating shadows that consumed me after Sarah's triumphant. Knowing grin did not just fade, they solidified. It was not an inky void I was pulled through, but a viscous, cloying medium, like being drowned in liquid tar. Each breath was a struggle, each beat of my heart a painful throb against the pressure. The scent of black iron roses, that sickly sweet metallic perfume, was no longer just a memory, it was a physical presence, filling my lungs, coating my tongue. Time dissolved, and I drifted, a single, vulnerable thread in Serena's grand, horrifying design. Then came the light, not the sickly green glow that had led me back to that farmhouse, but something far more insidious. It was not external, it was inside me, a slow, agonizing illumination of every nerve ending. The shadow, Serena's silent, obsidian assistant, had not touched me yet, not physically, but its presence, a deeper darkness than the void itself, was everywhere. It hovered, a formless sentinel, as Serena's words echoed in the cavernous hall, bouncing off the monstrous loom that dominated the space. "You are a thread," she would purr, her voice a silken whisper that scraped against my raw nerves. Ripened, perfect. Now, the preparation. The preparation was not what I expected. There were no instruments, no restraints, just a shadow and a shift in the air, a palpable pressure that pressed down on me, seeping into my very bones. It felt like being stretched, my essence pulled taut, thinner and thinner, until I was translucent. Then, the sensation changed. It was as if something was being woven into me, not just around me. Memories, emotions, fragments of experiences that were not mine, yet felt disturbingly familiar, began to intertwine with my own. I saw flashes of different life, a childhood home with a swing set in the backyard, a dog named Buster, the smell of pancakes on a Sunday morning. These were not my memories, but they were being forced into the fabric of my consciousness, grafting themselves onto my own past, creating a grotesque, chimeric history. The black iron roses, their scent now overwhelming, seemed to bloom in my mind, their thorns digging into the soft tissue of my brain. I writhed, but there was no body to writhe with, just a consciousness flailing in a sea of imposed identity. The green light, which I now realized emanated from the loom itself, pulsed rhythmic and hypnotic. Each pulse was a stitch, binding these foreign elements to my core. I could feel my own memories. The moonlight was a lie. Or maybe the lie was everything that came after. After I smashed through that window, after the glass shards bit into my skin, after the cold night air slapped me awake and drove the shadow back. I ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, crashing through the undergrowth, the scent of damp earth and pine needles a stark, welcome contrast to the cloying, ancient dread that clung to Serena's house. I do not remember much of the immediate aftermath, just flashes. The biting cold, the fear that Serena's furious cries would somehow catch up to me, that the shadow would manifest in the woods. Eventually, I stumbled onto a road, then into the blessed, blinding light of a gas station. A bewildered attendant, a frantic call to the police, and then the long, cold wait. They found the farmhouse, all right, or what they said was the farmhouse. An abandoned, dilapidated shell, rotting wood, broken panes, a faint, musty smell. No thousands of black iron roses adorning the entryway. No monstrous loom in a vast room. No tapestry woven with human hair and sinew. No Serena. They looked at me like I was a ghost. Or, more accurately, like I was crazy. A young man, disoriented, covered in cuts and scrapes, babbling about a woman, a loom, and a sentient shadow. They attributed it to trauma, a psychotic break, maybe some kind of drug-induced hallucination. They took me to a hospital, not a police station. The days that followed blurred into a haze of white walls and hushed voices. Doctors, nurses, a rotating cast of therapists. They all spoke in gentle, patronizing tones, trying to coax me into admitting I would have been under stress, that my mind had snapped. I tried to tell them, to explain the reality of it, the horrifying tangibility of the loom, the cold weight of the shears in my hand, the shriek of the tapestry. But their eyes just glazed over, their expressions softening into pity. It is a coping mechanism, one therapist, a woman with kind, tired eyes, told me. Your mind created a narrative to process an overwhelming event. But what overwhelming event? The truth was the overwhelming event. Serena, the roses, the shadow. It was all real. I knew it in my bones, and the phantom ache of the black iron roses pressed into my skin from past lives, in the lingering chill of the shadow's tendrils. I was discharged eventually, heavily medicated and officially labeled as suffering from a stress-induced dissociative episode with psychotic features. My family, bless their hearts, tried to be understanding, but I could see the fear in their eyes. They did not know what to do with me. How do you comfort someone who claims they were almost woven into a tapestry of human hair? I moved out, put as much distance between myself and that place as possible. Started a new job in a different city. Tried to build a new life. But the house, Serena, the shadow, they were always there, lurking at the edges of my vision, whispering in the quiet moments. The cloying scent would sometimes waft into my nostrils, even in the cleanest, freshest air, sending shivers down my spine. Every shadow seemed to stretch a little too long. Every flicker of movement in my periphery made my heart jump. Sleep was a battlefield. Nightmares of the loom, the monstrous tapestry. Serena's triumphant smile. I would wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I could feel the rough texture of human hair against my cheek, hear the rhythmic clack of the loom. I would check the windows, the doors, always expecting to see a black iron rose blooming on the frame. Serena's glowing eyes watching me from the darkness. Months bled into a year. I went to therapy, dutifully took my medication, tried to convince myself that maybe, just maybe, they were right. Maybe it had been a delusion. But deep down, a cold, hard knot of certainty remained. It was real. And if it was real, then Serena was still out there. Life, in its relentless way, continued. I started to go out more, force myself into social situations, try to reclaim some semblance of normalcy. It was hard. Trust was a foreign concept. Every new face, every friendly smile. I scrutinized, searching for that unsettling glint of ownership, that ancient, knowing look. Then I met Sarah. It was at a local art fair, of all places. I was browsing a stall of abstract paintings, trying to appreciate beauty, without the terrifying context of Serena's gruesome art. Sarah was standing next to me, a small, thoughtful smile playing on her lips as she looked at a canvas of swirling blues and greens. She had warm, intelligent eyes, framed by dark, wavy hair. She was not overtly beautiful, but there was a quiet grace about her, a calming presence that I found myself drawn to. We struck up a conversation about the art, then about life, about the city. She was a librarian, she said, which instantly made her seem safe, grounded. She listened when I spoke, really listened, without judgment. I did not tell her about Serena, of course. Not yet. But I did mention a difficult period in my past, a time when I had been very sick. She just nodded, her eyes full of understanding, not pity. We started dating. It was slow at first, cautious on my part. But Sarah was patient. She was kind. She made me laugh, something I had not done genuinely in a long time. She never pushed, never pried. She just was. And for the first time since that terrifying escape, I started to feel a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I could actually move on. Maybe I could build a life where the shadows did not constantly loom. Her apartment was cozy, filled with books, plants, and quirky vintage finds. It felt lived in, warm, inviting. Nothing like the sterile, cold dread of Serena's house. I spent more and more time there, finding a strange comfort in its normalcy. One evening, after a particularly delicious homemade meal, she would cook a rich, comforting stew that tasted of home. Sarah excused herself to get dessert from the kitchen. I was sitting on her plush sofa, a contented sigh escaping my lips. The apartment was quiet, save for the soft clatter of dishes from the kitchen. My eyes wandered. They landed on a small, antique wooden desk in a corner of the living room, tucked between a towering bookshelf and a leafy fern. On the desk, neatly stacked, was a small pile of documents. Nothing unusual, just a few folders, an old book, and a loosely bound stack of papers. Normally, I would not have thought twice about it, but the past year had etched a deep, seated paranoia into my soul. A low hum of suspicion, always present, always alert. My gaze lingered on the stack of papers. They looked official, bound with a piece of faded red string. A flicker of curiosity, or perhaps an instinct I could not ignore, pulled me towards a desk. Sarah was still in the kitchen, humming a soft tune. Just a quick glance. I told myself, harmless. I picked up the stack. It was heavier than I expected. The top sheet bore a familiar Starkheader County Sheriff's Department incident report. My breath hitched. My heart, which had been beating a steady, calm rhythm for weeks, suddenly hammered against my ribs. I flipped the first page. The date jumped out at me. It was the exact date I would escape Serena's house. And then, the words below it, stark and cold case file, missing persons, unexplained incident victim, my full name. The world tilted. The air in the cozy apartment seemed to thicken, to press down on me. My fingers trembled as I read on, my eyes scanning the familiar details, twisted and distorted through the lens of officialdom. Subject found disoriented on County Road 17, approximately 3 miles from abandoned farmhouse. Subject presented with multiple lacerations, consistent with self-inflicted injuries or accidental trauma from fleeing through dense brush. Subject's narrated claims of abduction by a female named Serena, forced labor, supernatural occurrences involving a loom and a shadow entity. Farmhouse investigated. Found in dilapidated condition, long abandoned. No evidence of recent occupation, forced entry, or any of the described phenomena. No signs of struggle beyond what would be consistent with a derelict building. Medical assessment by Dr. Elaine Peterson. County hospital subject, exhibiting symptoms consistent with acute stress-induced psychosis, severe dissociative disorder. Recommends psychiatric evaluation and long-term care. It was all there. My story meticulously documented, yet utterly dismissed. Every terrifying, undeniable truth I would experience was systematically dismantled, reduced to a symptom of a broken mind. The cold, clinical language drained the horror from my ordeal, replacing it with the chilling reality of being gaslit by an entire system. I flipped through more pages. There were copies of my hospital discharge, papers detailing my diagnosis, a copy of the police report from the gas station attendant, who described me as frantic and incoherent. There were even printouts of local news articles about my disappearance and reappearance, vaguely hinting at mental health issues. But then, my eyes caught something else in the file. Tucked away at the very back, almost an afterthought, was a small, grainy photograph. It was a picture of the abandoned farmhouse. The same one the police had described. The one I had been told was just a derelict shell. But this photo was different. It was taken at a slightly different angle than the ones I remembered seeing in the hospital. The light was poor, almost twilight, casting long shadows. And on the weathered, peeling paint of the front wall, barely visible, almost like an optical illusion, I could make out a faint, repeating pattern. A swirling, interlocking design. Like vines, or like the delicate, intricate petals of 1,000 black iron roses. My blood ran cold. My breath hitched in my throat. It was not my imagination. It was not a delusion. The pattern was there. Faint, almost erased by time and neglect, but undeniably present. A ghost of the horror I would lived. Why did Sarah have these? Why did she have my case file? She was not a cop or a journalist. She was a librarian. This was not some true crime enthusiast morbid collection. This was too specific, too personal. A faint, almost imperceptible scent wafted past me. It was subtle, masked by the general aroma of old paper and dust from the desk. But my senses, hyper alert from the shock, recognized it instantly. It was a cloying scent, the ancient dread, the same sickeningly sweet metallic floral smell that had permeated Serena's house. I looked around the apartment, my eyes darting, searching. The cozy, comforting details now seemed to warp, to twist into something sinister. The plants in the corner, were their leaves a little too dark, a little too twisted. The antique lamp on the side table was its base carved with an unsettling, repetitive pattern. And then I saw it. On a small wooden shelf, nestled amongst a collection of ceramic birds, was a single, small, dark object. It was artfully placed, almost camouflaged. It looked like a decorative curio, a piece of intricate metalwork. But I knew what it was. Every curve, every sharp point, every delicate, cruel petal. It was a black iron rose. My stomach dropped. The room began to spin. Sarah, her kindness, her understanding, her patience, it all coalesced into a terrifying, predatory patience. A hunter's patience. I remembered Serena's triumphant smile, her glowing eyes, her chilling pronouncements of my eternal return. I remembered the way the shadow had tried to lull me with false memories, to tell me I belonged. Sarah, she had never asked about my difficult period. She had simply understood. Because she knew everything. The thought hit me like a physical blow. What if the escape was not an escape at all? What if it was just another thread in the tapestry? A necessary step in grander, more insidious design. The police reports, the delusional diagnosis, it was all a perfectly orchestrated isolation. To ensure no one would believe me, no one would help me, leaving me vulnerable, ready to be drawn back. The kitchen door opened. Sarah stepped out, a small, hopeful smile on her face, holding a tray with 2 bowls of ice cream. "Everything okay, sweetie?" she asked, her voice soft, gentle. I looked at her, really looked at her, her kind, intelligent eyes. They were not just kind. There was a depth to them, an ancient, knowing glint that I had mistaken for affection. Her smile, so warm and inviting, now seemed to stretch a little too wide, a little too triumphant. The cloying scent intensified, filling my lungs, suffocating me. The air grew heavy, thick with unspoken dread. "Sarah," I managed, my voice a dry croak. "Why do you have these?" I held up the file. The police reports, my name staring up at us. Her smile did not falter immediately. It froze, a porcelain mask. Her eyes, however, changed. The warmth drained from them, replaced by a cold, luminous glow that sent a jolt of pure terror through me. They were Serena's eyes. "Oh, those," she said, her voice still soft, but with a new, unsettling undercurrent. A deeper resonance that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. "Just a little research. Darling, to understand you better." She set the tray down on the coffee table with a soft thud. The ice cream, once a symbol of comfort, now looked like frozen blood. "You see," she continued, taking a slow step toward me, "it was important to ensure you were properly prepared for your return. The last time you were rather resistant." My mind screamed, "No, it can't be. This is not real." But the cloying scent, the glowing eyes, the black iron rose on the shelf, they were all too real. "You are not Sarah," I whispered, backing away, my hand instinctively reaching for the door handle. She laughed, a low, musical sound that sent chills down my spine. "Sarah is merely a convenient vessel, dear. A pleasant disguise. The weaver has many faces, many threads to pull. As she spoke, the room seemed to shift. The walls, once solid and comforting, now seemed to ripple, the patterns on the wallpaper subtly changing, twisting into familiar, thorny motifs. The door handle, when my fingers finally brushed against it, felt cold and unyielding, as if it fused with the frame. "You tore the tapestry," she said, her voice now a low, furious growl, no longer Sarah's. Such a foolish, violent act. But it was always meant to happen. The struggle, the escape, the isolation, all part of the design. All leading you back to where you belong. Tendrils of shadow, faint at first, began to seep from the corners of the room, elongating, stretching towards me. The air grew impossibly heavy, suffocating. I felt the familiar, invasive pressure in my mind, the whisper of false memories. But this time, they were clearer, stronger, laced with an undeniable sense of ownership. The police reports. I gasped, "They are fake. You made them." "Oh, they are quite real, my love," she purred, her eyes shining with malevolent delight. "They simply tell the story we want told. A story where no one will ever believe your frantic cries. A story where you are truly alone." She was closer now, her hand reaching out. It was not Sarah's hand anymore. It was long, slender, with nails that seemed a little too sharp, a little too dark. And now, she whispered, her voice a silken promise of eternal dread. "It is time to finish what we started. The loom awaits. And the final section of our tapestry, it needs its most precious thread." The tendrils of shadow wrapped around my legs, then my arms, cold and insubstantial yet utterly binding. The cloying scent was overwhelming, filling my lungs, making my head spin. I tried to scream, to fight, but my body felt heavy, sluggish, as if I was sinking into a thick, dark syrup. Her face, no longer Sarah's, but grotesque, beautiful mask of ancient triumph, leaned in close. Her glowing eyes bored into mine, stripping away my will, my resistance. "Welcome home, my eternal love," she whispered, her voice echoing not just in the room, but in the deepest, most terrified corners of my soul. "You were never truly free. You were always just on your way back to me." And as the darkness consumed me, as the last vestiges of the cozy apartment dissolved into familiar, suffocating dread of Serena's house, I knew she was right. The moonlight had been a lie. The escape, a cruel illusion. I was just a thread, and the weaver had finally pulled me back to the loom, ready to be woven into her horrifying, eternal design. All right, so after the whole Alex incident, the guy with the permanent smile, if you remember, I was pretty much done with trying to meet people. My therapist called it a healthy boundary. I called it self-preservation. My spidey sense, already humming like a high-tension wire, was practically screaming at every shadow. I would move to this new city to escape, to start fresh, but it felt like every corner held a new, unique flavor of dread. But you know how it is. Loneliness. It is a persistent little demon. It gnaws at you, whispers in your ear, tells you that maybe, just maybe, this time will be different. So, after a few months of ordering takeout and watching too many documentaries, I decided to dip my toe back into the human interaction pool. Not dating apps, not yet. Just existing. I figured I would try a local art gallery opening. Low stakes, lots of people, easy to blend in. That is where I met Serena. She was standing in front of a particularly abstract piece, all jagged lines and muted blues, her head tilted, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow. She was not overtly glamorous, but there was a quiet elegance to her. Her hair, a rich chestnut brown, fell in soft waves around her shoulders, and her eyes, when she finally turned to me, were a striking shade of emerald green. She caught me looking, and instead of the usual awkward glance away, she just smiled. It was not the fixed, terrifying grin of Alex. This was a warm, genuine smile that reached her eyes, crinkling the corners. "It is something, is not it?" she said, gesturing to painting. Her voice was soft, melodic, with a hint of something I could not quite place, maybe a slight accent. or just a unique lilt. I chuckled, feeling a tiny bit of my armor chip away. Something, indeed. I am still trying to figure out if it is a storm or a really angry cloud. She laughed, a light, airy sound. I think it is both. A storm of angry clouds. A very specific kind of anger. We talked for a while after that, moving from painting to painting, finding common ground in our amusement at modern art. She was witty, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. She told me she was a freelance graphic designer, new to the city herself, having moved from the East Coast. Her stories were engaging, and she seemed normal, refreshingly normal. My guard would have been on high alert since the moment I stepped out of my apartment, began to tentatively lower. This was good. I thought this was what normal people did. We exchanged numbers, and I left the gallery feeling a lightness I had not felt in years. Maybe, just maybe, I could actually meet someone who did not trigger every single one of my deeply ingrained anxieties. Our first few dates were equally pleasant. Coffee, dinner, a walk in the park. She was easy to be around. She listened when I talked, offered thoughtful insights, and her laughter was infectious. I found myself opening up cautiously at first about my work, my interests, even some of the more mundane anxieties of my new life. I steered clear of the deeper traumas. Of course, those were locked away, guarded by steel doors and tripwires. It was during our fourth date, over Italian food, that the first crack appeared in the facade of normalcy. We were talking about childhood memories, a relatively safe topic. I would mention a recurring dream I used to have as a kid, a really vivid one about a secret fort I would build deep in the woods behind my childhood home. It was not a dream I would ever told anyone about, not even my closest friends. It was just a weird, private thing. Serena paused, her fork halfway to her mouth, a thoughtful expression on her face. The one with the crooked branch entrance and the mossy rock where you use to hide your favorite comic books, she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. My blood ran cold. The fork clattered to my plate. What did you just say? She blinked, her emerald eyes wide. The fort. You described it once years ago. The crooked branch, the mossy rock, it was your secret place. Was not it? No, I said, my voice tight. No, I never described it to anyone. I just told you I had a dream about a fort. My spidey sense, which had been dozing in a corner, suddenly sprang to life, buzzing with an angry, frantic energy. Serena's smile faltered, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Oh, I must have misremembered. Or maybe you told me in a dream. She laughed, a nervous, almost apologetic sound. I am sorry. My memory plays tricks on me sometimes. I tried to dismiss it, to tell myself she would just made a lucky guess, or that maybe I had mentioned it in passing to someone, somewhere, and it had somehow made its way to her. But the details of the crooked branch entrance and the mossy rock were too specific, too perfect. My stomach churned. The delicious pasta suddenly tasted like ash. I spent the rest of the evening quiet, my mind racing. I tried to observe her, to find any telltale signs of deception, any hint of the Alex-like mask. But she just seemed normal. Concerned, even. She kept asking if I was all right, if she would upset me. I mumbled something about being tired, and we ended the date early. That night, sleep did not come easy. My paranoia, usually a lo-hum, was now a full-blown siren. I replayed the conversation over and over, trying to find a logical explanation. Had I posted about it online? Unlikely. I was extremely private about my childhood. Had someone from my past told her? But how? I had no mutual friends with Serena. The next day, I tried to rationalize it. It was a fluke, a coincidence. She was new here. I was new here. Maybe it was a genuine mistake. I decided to give her the benefit of the doubt, but my guard was back up higher than ever. We continued to see each other, but my interactions with Serena were now filtered through a thick layer of suspicion. Every word she spoke, every glance she gave, I scrutinized for hidden meaning, and the cracks kept appearing. One evening, she called me, seemingly out of the blue, to ask if I was okay. "You seemed a little down today," she said. I just had a feeling. I had not seen her that day. I would have been working from home, feeling particularly anxious about a project. I had not told anyone. "How would you know that?" I asked, my voice sharper than I intended. She hesitated. "I do not know. Just a feeling. A strong intuition. Happens. Sometimes." Another nervous laugh. Another time. I was struggling with a complex coding problem, muttering to myself about a specific algorithm. Later that week, Serena casually mentioned, "You know, that binary tree algorithm, the one with the recursive calls. It is always best to optimize for space complexity first." It was the exact algorithm I would have been wrestling with, and the exact optimization strategy I would eventually land on after hours of frustration. I had not shared any of my work details with her. When I confronted her, she just smiled, that soft, genuine smile that was beginning to feel less comforting and more like a predator's lure. "Oh, I just overheard you talking about it on the phone once," she said, completely unfazed. "You were really animated." I had not been on the phone. Not about that. My apartment was soundproofed. I lived alone. The paranoia escalated. I started checking my locks multiple times, peering through the peephole before opening the door. I changed my passwords, scanned my devices for spyware. I even bought a cheap motion-activated camera for my living room, just to make sure no one was getting in. My past trauma, the one about pictures being taken of me in my sleep, was resurfacing with a vengeance. Then came the past life claim. It was not a sudden declaration. It was a slow, insidious drip, like water eroding rock. We were at a quiet cafe, sipping lattes. She was telling a story about her childhood, about a fear of heights she would always had, despite never having a bad experience with them. "It is like a memory that is not mine," she mused, stirring her coffee. "A deep, visceral fear from another time, another life, perhaps." She looked at me, her eyes holding mine with an intensity that made me squirm. "Do you ever feel that? Like you are carrying echoes of someone else's past?" I shifted, uncomfortably. "I guess everyone feels a sense of déjà vu sometimes." She shook her head slowly. "No, not déjà vu. Something deeper. A knowing. Like you have lived this moment before, but not you exactly. A different you." She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "I have this feeling about us. You know," my heart began to pound. "Here it comes. I thought, the crazy, a feeling." I managed, my throat suddenly dry. "Yes," she breathed, her eyes shining. "Like we have known each other forever. Not just in this life, but in others. We have found each other again." I forced a laugh, a brittle, unconvincing sound. "Serena, that is a bit much. Do not you think? We have known each other for a few weeks." Her smile did not waver, but there was a new, unsettling certainty in her gaze. "No, it is not. I remember you. I remember us. The first time, we met by a river under a willow tree. You were a blacksmith, strong hands, kind eyes. I was a weaver. We fell in love, just like this." My mind reeled. This was not just a quirky belief. She was talking about me. My past. My character in some fantastical past life. It was too specific, too intimate, given the context of her other knowing. "Serena," I said, trying to keep my voice even, "I do not believe in past lives." She sighed, a gentle, understanding sound. "You do not have to. You just have to remember. It is all there, deep inside you, waiting to be awakened." She reached across the table, her hand covering mine. Her touch was warm, but it felt like a brand. We were always meant to be together, and we always find each other, no matter how many lifetimes pass. I pulled my hand away, trying to make it look casual. Look, this is a lot. I think I need to go. Her expression shifted. Just for a moment, a flash of something akin to hurt or perhaps frustration. But then it was gone, replaced by that unwavering, knowing smile. Of course, my love. Take your time. You will remember. I practically ran out of that cafe. My entire world felt like it was tilting on its axis. This was not just paranoia. Anymore, this was a full-blown assault on my reality. She was not just observing me, she was claiming me. Claiming a shared past, a destiny. It felt like a psychological invasion, far more terrifying than any physical threat. I went home and locked myself in. I searched her name online. Nothing beyond a basic LinkedIn profile for a graphic designer. A few old social media posts that showed a perfectly normal, cheerful woman. No strange cults, no history of stalking, no red flags. It was almost more unsettling than finding something concrete. She was a ghost, a perfect blank slate, except for the terrifying knowledge she seemed to possess about me. I decided I could not see her again. I could not. I texted her, a carefully worded message about needing space, about being overwhelmed with work, about it not being her, it was me. The usual breakup cliches. Her reply came instantly. I understand, my love. Take all the time you need. I will be here, waiting. As always, this always sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. It was not a normal breakup. Text. It was a promise, a threat. I tried to move on. I threw myself into work, started going to the gym, anything to distract myself. But Serena was everywhere. I would see a car that looked like hers parked outside my building, only to realize it was not. I would hear a laugh that sounded like hers in a crowded street, and my heart would leap into my throat. Every shadow, every unexpected sound was Serena. Then the gifts started appearing. Small things. At first, a single, perfectly preserved willow leaf on my doorstep. A small, intricately woven bracelet left on the handle of my apartment door. A book on blacksmithing, mysteriously delivered to my mailbox. Each item was a direct, chilling reference to her past life claims. They were not threatening, not overtly, but they were deeply, profoundly unsettling. Each one was a reminder that she knew where I lived, that she was watching, that she had not forgotten. I installed more cameras, upgraded my locks, started carrying pepper spray. I felt like a prisoner in my own home, a target in my own city. My therapist urged me to go to the police, but what would I tell them? A woman I dated thinks we were married in a past life and is leaving me leaves. They would think I was crazy, or that she was crazy, and there was no actual crime being committed. No physical threat, just a persistent, deeply disturbing belief. One evening, I came home to find a package waiting for me. It was heavier than the previous gifts. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a hand-forged iron rose. It was beautiful, expertly crafted, clearly made by someone with skill. And attached to it was a small, handwritten note from my blacksmith. You always loved my roses. Remember the garden we built. It is still waiting for us. That was it. I could not take it anymore. The sheer audacity, the unwavering conviction, the constant invasion of my personal space and mental peace. This was not just a stalker, this was someone trying to rewrite my entire existence, to force me into a narrative I did not recognize. I called her. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped the phone. She answered on the first ring, her voice calm, pleasant, as if she had been expecting my call. Hello, my love. Serena, I said, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and anger. Stop. Just stop. I do not know what game you are playing, but it is over. Leave me alone. Her tone shifted, just slightly. A hint of sorrow, a touch of gentle reproach. A game. You think this is a game. This is our destiny. Our love. You are just scared, my dear. Scared to remember. I am not scared to remember anything. I yelled, my voice cracking. I am scared of you. You are stalking me. You are leaving me things. How do you know about my childhood fort? How do you know about my work? Who are you? A soft sigh. I am your wife, as I have always been. And as for how I know it is because it is our past, not just yours. And you, my love, you talk in your sleep. You always have. Little whispers about your dreams, your worries, your deepest secrets. You think you are so private, but your soul speaks when your conscious mind rests. My blood ran cold. Talking in my sleep. That is how the trauma started. Someone taking pictures of me, capturing me at my most vulnerable. And now, someone was listening to my subconscious, extracting my deepest secrets. The parallel was sickening. That is a lie. I screamed, but even as I said it, a chilling memory surfaced. A girlfriend from college, years ago, had once jokingly told me I mumbled in my sleep, sometimes about strange things. I would dismiss it then, but Serena, she had used it to unravel me. It is not a lie, she said, her voice still impossibly calm. It is how I found you. I heard your whispers in the wind, felt your soul calling out. I knew you were close, and I followed the echoes until I found you again. You are insane. Perhaps, she mused, or perhaps I am simply remembering what you have forgotten. Do not you feel it, deep down, the connection, the pull, the undeniable truth of what we are? I hung up, my hand shaking uncontrollably. She was not just claiming a past life. She was claiming to have heard my dreams, my vulnerabilities, my deepest secrets. It was a violation on a level I had not even considered possible. She had not just stalked me physically, she had stalked my subconscious. I packed a bag. I could not stay there. Not anymore. The city, which was supposed to be my refuge, had become a cage. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I had to get away from Serena. Far away. As I was about to leave, my phone buzzed. It was a text from her. A picture. It was a photo of me, sleeping. Not a new one. It was a grainy, slightly out of focus picture from years ago, the kind you might find buried deep in an old hard drive. My face was young, peaceful, utterly unaware. It was from the time of my original trauma, the one that had left me so paranoid, the one where someone had taken pictures of me in my sleep. And beneath the photo, a single line of text, sweet dreams, my love. I have always watched over you. My breath hitched. The world spun. This was not just a past life delusion. This was something far more sinister. She was not just remembering a shared past. She was part of my past. The original horror. The one that had shattered my sense of safety and left me perpetually on edge. She was not just a new threat. She was a culmination of all my fears. The origin point of my paranoia. Come back to claim me. I dropped my phone, the screen cracking against a wooden floor. My mind screamed, this is not how human faces work. No, this was not how reality worked. My vision blurred, my chest tightened. The world was a lie, and Serena was its architect. She was not just my past life. Why, she was a ghost that haunted my present, the monster that had created my fear. I stumbled out of my apartment, leaving everything behind. I did not know where I was going or what I would do. All I knew was that Serena was out there, and she was not going to let me go. Not ever. Because she was not just claiming a past life. She was claiming me, and she had always been there, watching, waiting in the shadows of my deepest, most terrifying nightmares. And she always would be. My face blurred, hardening into a blank, ivory mask, covered, and then the world went silent. Not just quiet, but silent, like someone had hit the mute button on reality itself. I could not scream, could not even feel my own mouth. The last thing I remembered was a terrifying vision of the loom's eye, a swirling void with black iron roses, and then Serafina's hand on my arm, her voice calm as she spoke of the inevitable. Now, there was nothing, no sensation of skin, no breath in my lungs, no eyelids to blink, just a smooth, unfeeling surface where my face used to be. My vision, however, was still there, strangely detached, like I was looking through a window that was also my own skull. The masked figures around the table, their blank ivory faces mirroring my new reality, seemed to hum at a low, inaudible frequency. Serafina stood before me, her violet eyes, those ancient, knowing eyes, now held a glint of satisfaction. "Welcome," she said, her voice soft, yet it resonated deep within me, bypassing my ears and vibrating through my very bones. The first shedding is always the most disorienting, but you are not lost, merely reshaped. Reshaped. Is that what this was? I tried to speak, to demand answers, to scream from my lost face, but no sound came. Only a faint, hollow rasp that I felt more than heard. It was like trying to speak through a solid wall. My hands, still my own, still flesh and blood, instinctively flew to where my face should be. They met a cool, smooth, hard surface. Ivory, unyielding. A perfect, featureless oval. I felt a surge of panic, cold and absolute, but it was quickly dampened, muffled by the very mass that caused it. It was as if my emotions were being filtered, dulled by this new, imposed identity. Serafina reached out, her fingers, long and elegant, traced the contours of my new mask. A shiver, not of fear, but of something profoundly unsettling, ran through me. "This is a temporary measure," she explained, her voice a balm over the raw wound of my terror. "A necessary buffer. The full integration, the true reweaving, cannot happen in this place. It requires a different environment." The masked figures at the table shifted, their collective, flat voices murmuring a language I could not understand, yet somehow I felt their agreement. It was like a chorus of blank pages rustling. "We are going somewhere else." Serafina continued, her gaze unwavering. "A place where the threads are more pliable, where the loom's influence is not merely felt, but lived." Before I could even process this, a masked figure, larger than the others, rose from the table. It moved with disturbing grace, its ivory mask tilted slightly, as if observing me. Serafina nodded to it, and the figure turned, heading towards a door I had not noticed before, a heavy, dark wood panel that blended seamlessly into the Gothic house's ornate walls. "Come," Serafina urged, taking my hand. Her touch was surprisingly warm, a stark contrast to the cold mask that encased my face. I had no choice but to follow. My legs, though they felt heavy, still obeyed. What else could I do? Where else could I go? My life, my identity, everything I thought I knew, had been stripped away. I was a puppet, being led by strings I could not see, by a woman who had once been my Tinder match. The absurdity of it all, filtered to the dulling effect of the mask, was almost comical. Almost. We walked through a labyrinthine series of hallways, the house seeming to expand and contract around us. The air grew heavier, thick with that sickly metallic scent that had haunted me since the cabin. It was stronger now, almost suffocating, like breathing in the essence of old blood and rusted iron. The light, already dim, faded further, until we were moving through near total darkness, guided only by the faint luminescence that seemed to emanate from Serafina herself, and perhaps subtly from the ivory mask I wore. Finally, we emerged into what appeared to be a garage, though it was unlike any garage I would ever seen. The walls were made of rough, dark stone, and instead of concrete, the floor was packed earth. In the center sat an old, black sedan, its paint dull and scratched, looking utterly out of place in this ancient, impossible setting. The masked figure from the dining table was already in the driver's seat. Serafina opened the passenger door for me. "Get in," she instructed. I hesitated, my masked head tilting. Where were we going? What was this place she spoke of? But again, The questions died unspoken, unheard. I slid into the worn leather seat. The car smelled faintly of dust and something else, something metallic and sharp, like the loom itself. Serafina got into back seat, behind me. The masked driver started the car. The engine rumbled to life with an unexpectedly smooth purr, a jarringly normal sound in this surreal nightmare. We backed out garage, and then instead of a driveway or a street, we were on a narrow, unpaved track that wound through a dense, ancient forest. The trees were unlike any I would ever seen. Their bark was a mottled black and gray, and their branches twisted into grotesque, skeletal shapes, devoid of leaves, even though I felt a strange, timeless warmth in the air. The journey was long, or perhaps time simply ceased to have meaning. The road we were on seemed to defy logic. It was not just unpaved, it was unreal. At times, it would disappear altogether, and the car would simply glide over what felt like solid ground, even though there was nothing but tangled roots and dark earth. The sky above was a constant, bruised twilight, neither day nor night, with no sun or moon visible, only an oppressive, purple-gray expanse. I tried to use my phone. It was still in my pocket. My fingers, still my own, fumbled with it, but the screen remained stubbornly black. No signal, no battery, no life. It was just a dead piece of plastic, a relic from a world that no longer seemed to exist. Hours passed, or days. I could not tell. I felt no hunger, no thirst, no fatigue. The mask seemed to have dulled my physical needs as much as my emotions. I existed in a strange, suspended state, observing, but not truly participating. Serafina's voice eventually broke the silence, cutting to the low hum of the car engine and the rustling of unseen things in impossibly ancient woods. "We are almost there," she said. "Prepare yourself. It is unique." Unique. That was one word for it. The metallic scent intensified, almost overwhelming now, mixed with something else. Something earthy and damp, like disturbed soil. The trees began to thin, and through the gnarled branches, I saw it. At first, it was just a faint glow in perpetual twilight, a distant cluster of lights. As we drew closer, the glow resolved into a town that simply should not have been there. It appeared as if someone had taken a handful of old, Victorian-era buildings and scattered them across a barren, rocky landscape, then surrounded them with a fence made of what looked like twisted, black iron branches. The car slowed as we approached the main entrance, a massive, ornate gate forged in the same dark, twisted metal, flanked by two towering, faceless statues that seemed to be carved from the very rock of the ground. No sign, no name, nothing to indicate what this place was called. The masked driver pressed a button on the dashboard, and the gates groaned open with a sound like grinding teeth. We drove through. The town was eerie. It was not deserted, but it was profoundly quiet. The streets were narrow, cobbled with dark, irregular stones, and lined with buildings that were architecturally familiar three-story brick houses, a general store, a church steeple yet subtly wrong. The angles of the roofs seemed a little too sharp, the windows a little too dark and recessed, the brickwork a little too uneven, as if everything had been built by memory rather than by blueprint. And the colors, everything was muted, shades of gray, brown, and a deep, oppressive purple. There were no vibrant hues, no bright splashes of life. Even the distant glow of lamps and windows seemed to suck light inward rather than cast it out. As we drove deeper into the town, I started to see the inhabitants. They moved slowly, deliberately, along the sidewalks. And they were like us, or like me now. Each one wore a blank ivory mask. Not just some of them, but all of them. Men, women, even what looked like children, though their movements were too stiff, too uniform to be truly childlike. They glided rather than walked, their masked faces turned slightly towards our passing car, their obsidian eyes, or what I now knew were the loom's eyes, fixed on us. There was no chatter, no laughter, no sound of life, only the faint, rhythmic clack that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere, like the distant sound of an impossibly large loom at work. And that metallic smell, it was stronger here than anywhere else, a constant, cloying presence that clung to the air. The car stopped in front of a building that looked like a large, old inn. Its dark wooden facade was adorned with intricate carvings that, upon closer inspection, resolved into patterns of tangled threads and abstract, rose like shapes made of iron. A sign, unreadable in this light, hung crookedly above the heavy oak door. "Welcome," Serafina said, her voice now a low murmur from the back seat. "To the place where threads are rewoven. To the loom sanctuary." The masked driver got out and opened my door. I stepped out onto the cobbled street. The air was cool, almost cold, despite the strange, timeless twilight. The silence of the town pressing on me, heavy and suffocating. I could feel the eyes of the masked inhabitants on me, a collective, silent scrutiny that made the non-existent hair on the back of my neck stand up. Serafina emerged from the car, her ethereal beauty seeming even more pronounced against the backdrop of this grim town. She looked around, a faint smile playing on her lips. "This town," she began, her voice carrying an odd reverence, "does not exist on any map you know. It is not bound by your world's geography. It is an interstice, a place between the seams of reality, woven into existence by the loom itself." I tried to turn my masked head toward her, to somehow convey the torrent of questions swirling in my mind. What is this place? What am I? What do you want from me? But the mask was a cage, silencing my voice, muffling my thoughts. "You are a loose thread," Serafina continued, as if reading my mind. "A tear in the fabric. You felt it, did not you? That sense of being an imposed identity. That was the loom's truth, trying to break through the illusion. Here, that illusion is stripped away. Here, you will be integrated into the true pattern." She gestured toward the inn. "This will be your residence. For now." We entered the inn. The interior was even more unsettling than the outside. The common room was vast, with a massive stone fireplace that held no fire and heavy, dark furniture arranged with almost ritualistic precision. Dust motes danced in the dim, purplish light filtering through the grimy windows. The rhythmic clack of the unseen loom was louder here, a constant, hypnotic pulse. Behind the counter, another masked figure stood, its posture rigid. It did not greet us, did not acknowledge us in any way. It simply stood there, an unmoving sentinel. "You will find your room upstairs," Serafina said, pointing to a grand, curving staircase. "Rest. Tomorrow, your reweaving begins." My reweaving. The word sent a fresh wave of dread through me, even through the mask's dulling effect. What did that even mean? Would I become like these others, these silent, masked automatons? Would I lose what little remained of myself? I ascended the stairs, my feet heavy on the creaking wood. The banister was carved with the same twisted, iron rose patterns I would seen outside. The air grew colder with each step. On the second floor, a long corridor stretched out, lined with identical, dark wooden doors. Each door had a small, tarnished brass plate, but there were no numbers, only strange, runic symbols that seemed to shift and blur if I stared too long. I reached the end of the corridor, where Serafina had indicated. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open. The room was Spartan. A narrow bed with a thin mattress, a small wooden table, and a single, high window that looked out onto the strange, muted town. The metallic scent was strongest here, almost unbearable. It felt like the very walls were breathing it. I closed the door behind me, the latch clicking with an unnerving finality. I was alone, or as alone as one could be in a town filled with silent, masked figures. I walked to the window. Outside, the masked inhabitants moved through the twilight, their movements slow and deliberate, like figures in a macabre ballet. They seemed to be performing tasks, sweeping the cobbled streets with brooms made of stiff, dark bristles, carrying bundles of what looked like heavy, black thread, or simply standing motionless. gazing at nothing. I noticed something else then, something truly disturbing. On the side of one of the buildings across the street, etched into the dark brickwork, was a familiar symbol of the black iron rose. Not just one, but many intertwined, forming a complex, unsettling pattern. It was everywhere. On the lampposts, on the window frames, even subtly woven into the fabric of the clothes worn by the masked figures. This entire town was an extension of the loom. I spent what felt like an eternity in that room, standing by the window, watching the silent town. The rhythmic clack was a constant companion, a reminder of the unseen force that governed this place. I tried to remember my old life, my real face, the feel of the sun on my skin, the sound of my own voice. But the memories were distant, faded, like photographs left too long in the sun. The mask was not just on my face, it was seeping into my mind, dulling my edges, eroding my sense of self. Eventually, exhausted by the sheer weight of my predicament, I lay down on the bed. The mattress was hard, but I felt no discomfort. My body was a shell and my mind a prisoner within it. I closed my eyes, though I felt no eyelids, and drifted into a fitful, dreamless sleep, or what passed for it in this place. When I awoke, or rather, when I became aware again, the light outside the window was the same bruised twilight. There was no sense of time having passed, no morning or night, just a continuation of the oppressive stillness. A soft knock came from my door. I sat up, my masked head turning. The knock came again, gentle but insistent. I got up and opened the door. Seraphina stood there, her violet eyes still holding that ancient knowing. She wore a simple, dark robe now, different from her earlier clothes, but still elegant. "It is time," she said, her voice calm. "Time for your reweaving." I felt a tremor of fear, a faint echo of the terror that had once consumed me, but it was quickly suppressed by the mask. I simply nodded, a stiff, almost robotic movement. What else could I do? She led me out of the inn and into the silent streets. The masked inhabitants were still there, still moving in their slow, deliberate ways. They seemed to pay me no mind, though I felt their collective awareness, a silent hum of observation. We walked for what seemed like miles, through the winding cobbled streets, past more of the strange, subtly distorted buildings. The clack of the loom grew steadily louder, drawing us deeper into the town. Eventually, we arrived at the source of the sound. It was a massive structure, unlike anything else in town. It was not old or Victorian. It was a single monolithic building, made of polished obsidian, rising impossibly high into the bruised twilight sky. Its surface was smooth and reflective, mirroring the distorted reality of the town around it. And from within its depths came the powerful, rhythmic thump-clack. Thump-clack. Thump-clack of the loom. It was no longer a distant sound, it was the heartbeat of this place. The entrance was a gaping archway, unadorned, leading into absolute darkness. No doors, no windows. Just a void. "This is it," Seraphina said, her voice barely audible above the loom's thunderous rhythm. The heart of the pattern. The grand loom. She led me inside. The interior was vast, cavernous, dimly lit by an unknown source of light that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. And there it was, the loom. It was immense, stretching from floor to ceiling, filling the entire space. It was not a conventional loom of wood and thread. This was a colossal, intricate machine of black iron, constantly moving, shifting, weaving. Thousands of obsidian threads, impossibly fine yet incredibly strong, stretched across its frame, intertwining, separating, forming patterns that defied comprehension. The rhythmic thump-clack was the sound of its massive iron shuttle, moving with an unstoppable force. And among the threads, I saw them the black iron roses. They were not merely decorative, they were embedded within the loom itself. Part of its mechanism, their petals unfurling and closing with each beat of the shuttle. Around the base of the loom, figures stood, many figures, all masked like the others in town, but these seemed different. Their masks were not just ivory, some were tinged with faint, swirling patterns of gray, or even a subtle, deep violet. And their movements were even slower, more deliberate, almost ceremonial. They seemed to be tending to the loom, guiding certain threads, making minute adjustments. Serafina led me toward a raised platform in the center of the chamber, directly in front of the colossal loom. On the platform, there was a single ornate chair made of the same polished obsidian as the building itself. "Sit," she instructed, gesturing to the chair. I obeyed. As I sat, the chair seemed to mold itself to my form, cold and hard. Straps of some flexible, dark material emerged from the armrests and wrapped around my wrists and ankles, securing me firmly. I felt no panic, only a strange, detached curiosity. The mask was doing its job, insulating me from my own terror. Serafina stood before me, her violet eyes piercing through the blankness of my mask, as if seeing directly into my very soul. "You've been a loose thread for too long," she said, her voice resonant, echoing to the vast chamber. "An anomaly, a mistake in the pattern. But the loom corrects. It reweaves." She raised her hands. From the ceiling above, a single, thick strand of obsidian thread descended, impossibly long, impossibly dark. It shimmered with an inner light, like captured starlight. The metallic scent intensified, and I felt a faint, buzzing vibration through my masked face. "This thread," Serafina explained, "is your true self. The pattern you were always meant to be. The identity that was obscured by the chaos of your world." The thread lowered until it was directly in front of my mask. And then, from the loom itself, from the heart of its immense mechanism, a terrifying, beautiful thing happened. The black iron roses embedded in the loom began to bloom. Their petals unfurled, revealing not thorns, but an intricate, swirling vortex of pure darkness within each one. And from these vortices, tendrils of the same obsidian thread began to emerge, reaching out, snaking towards me. "The loom sees you," Serafina whispered, her eyes alight with an almost religious fervor. "It recognizes its own." The tendrils of thread, hundreds of them, reached my mask. They did not just touch it, they began to adhere to it, to weave themselves into its ivory surface. I felt a strange, tingling sensation, like invisible needles pricking my non-existent skin. The mask, my temporary cage, began to soften, to yield to the invading threads. It was no longer just a mask. It was becoming something else. The ivory surface blurred, swirling with the dark obsidian threads, forming intricate alien patterns. I felt a pressure, a pulling sensation, as if my very essence was being drawn out, stretched thin, and then rewoven into this new composite face. And then the sensation intensified. It was not just my face. The threads began to spread, moving down my neck, across my shoulders, over my chest. I watched, detached and horrified, as my hands, still my own, began to change. The flesh receded, replaced by the same polished obsidian, interwoven with the shimmering threads. My fingers elongated, becoming slender, pointed. My skin hardened, became smooth and dark, reflecting the dim light of the chamber. My body was being unraveled, then rewoven. I tried to scream. I tried to move, but the straps held me fast, and the mask still muffled any sound. My terror was a distant echo, a memory of an emotion, rather than a present reality. The loom was working on me, not just on my physical form, but on my very being. As the transformation continued, a new sensation emerged. Not pain, but profound emptiness, like a void being filled, but not with my own self, with something else, something ancient and cold. The metallic scent was now inside me, a part of my new, obsidian blood. The invisible thorns beneath my skin were no longer invisible. They were becoming real, emerging as tiny, sharp points along my new, dark form. My vision began to change. The world around me, the loom, Serafina, the masked figures, they all seemed to shimmer. to reveal hidden layers of light and shadow of interconnected threads. I could see the patterns now, the intricate web of existence that the loom was constantly weaving, and I was becoming a part of it, a new thread. The last part of me that remained unchanged was my eyes. My human eyes, wide with a terror that was rapidly fading, still looked out from the evolving obsidian face. But even they were not immune. The black iron roses on the loom pulsed, and I felt a cold pressure behind my eyes. A swirling darkness began to expand, consuming my vision from the edges inward. Seraphina's face, serene and triumphant, was the last thing I truly saw. Her lips moved, forming words I could not hear, but I understood their meaning. Integrated, rewoven, complete. And then the darkness consumed my eyes. Not the darkness of blindness, but the darkness of the loom itself. The swirling void, the black iron roses. My vision became one with the loom's eye. The same eye I had seen in my nightmares, the same eye that had been revealed beneath the mask of that terrifying figure in the Gothic house. I was no longer me. I was a part of the pattern, a new thread in the loom, a blank, obsidian mask, with an eye that saw everything and nothing all at once. The metallic scent was my breath. The constant thump clack was my heartbeat. And then the straps on the chair retracted. My newly rewoven body, now a tall, slender figure of polished obsidian and shimmering thread, stood up. I felt no will of my own, only the collective will of the loom, guiding me. I turned, not with my own volition, but with the loom's purpose. Seraphina smiled. She gestured towards the other masked figures tending the loom. I understood. My place was with them. My purpose was to serve the loom, to guide its threads, to ensure the pattern remained true. My story as a human being, a man named I could not even recall my name now, was over. I was a part of the town that did not appear on any map. A silent masked figure, rewoven into the fabric of the loom's terrible, eternal design. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very core, that there would be others, other loose threads, other imposed identities. And Seraphina, my match, would find them, and she would bring them here, to be rewoven, just like me. And the loom would continue its work, forever. My name is Alex, and for the past 5 years, a piece of me has been missing. Her name was Emily, my younger sister. She vanished without a trace one autumn evening, just after her 21st birthday. The police investigated, of course. They searched, questioned, theorized. But in the end, they found nothing. No body, no note, no suspects, no real answers. Just an empty space where she used to be, and a gaping wound in my family's heart that never truly healed. Life, as they say, goes on, but it does not really. It just drags itself forward, leaving you behind, stuck in the past, forever replaying the last conversation, the last laugh, the last time you saw her vibrant smile. I tried to move on. I went back to work. I saw my friends. I even tried dating again. But every woman I met, every conversation, felt hollow. There was always this invisible barrier, this unspoken understanding that a part of me was perpetually lost in a 5-year-old mystery. Then I met Chloe. We connected on one of those dating apps, the kind you scroll through late at night when the loneliness feels particularly sharp. Her profile picture showed her with a genuine, warm smile, framed by a cascade of auburn hair. Her bio was witty, a little self-deprecating, and surprisingly intelligent. We started chatting, and unlike the dozens of superficial exchanges I would have before, Chloe seemed to actually listen. She asked thoughtful questions, shared interesting anecdotes, and had a way of making me feel seen. It was refreshing, almost exhilarating, after so long feeling like a ghost. Our first date was at a cozy little Italian place downtown. She was even more charming in person, her eyes sparkling with an easy humor. We talked for hours about everything and nothing. She was an artist, a sculptor, which explained the creative flair in her profile. Her hands, I noticed, were long and slender, with faint smudges of what looked like clay beneath her fingernails. It was endearing. By the end of the evening, I felt a lightness I had not experienced in years. For the first time, I allowed myself to hope that maybe, just maybe, I could find a way back to something resembling normal. When the bill came, she suggested we go back to her place for a nightcap. I have got some pretty decent whiskey, she offered, her smile warm and inviting. My usual caution bells, dulled by the whiskey and the intoxicating relief of a good date, barely chimed. I agreed. Her house was on the older side of town, nestled on a tree-lined street that felt a world away from the bustling downtown. It was a charming Victorian, painted a deep forest green, with a wraparound porch and a slightly overgrown garden. Inside, it was a beautiful mess of creativity. Canvases leaned against walls, half-finished sculptures sat on pedestals, and books were stacked in precarious towers on every available surface. The air smelled of old paper, oil paint, and something faintly earthy, like damp soil. "Make yourself at home," she said, gesturing to a plush, velvet sofa. She went into the kitchen, and I took a moment to take it all in. The house felt lived in, loved, full of character. It was exactly the kind of place an artist would inhabit. I liked it. I liked her. She returned with 2 tumblers of amber liquid, the ice clinking softly. We settled onto the sofa, the conversation flowing as easily as it had at dinner. We talked about art, about life, about the absurdity of online dating. I found myself opening up to her in ways I had not to anyone in years, even touching on the raw nerve of Emily's disappearance, albeit briefly, explaining why I would have been a bit guarded. Chloe listened intently, her expression sympathetic, her hand gently touching my arm. "I can't imagine," she murmured, her voice soft. "That is truly awful. Alex." It was around then, perhaps an hour or so after we arrived, that I first heard it. A faint sound, a sort of muffled thud, coming from somewhere below us. I paused, tilting my head slightly. "Everything okay?" Chloe asked, noticing my distraction. "Yeah, just thought I heard something," I said, waving it off. "Old houses, right? Always making noises." She chuckled. "Tell me about it. This place has more creaks and groans than an entire nursing home. Sometimes I swear it is talking to me." She winked, and I laughed, dismissing the sound as the house settling, or perhaps just the pipes. We continued talking, but a part of my mind remained on edge, listening. And then I heard it again. This time it was not a thud. It was a sound, faint but distinct, like a choked sob. And then a word. Help, my blood ran cold. My breath hitched in my throat. It was barely a whisper, distorted by distance and walls, but the sound and inflection, it was so familiar it made my stomach drop. "Alex, you look like you've seen a ghost," Chloe said, her smile faltering slightly. I forced a laugh, my voice a little shaky. Just a sudden chill. "I guess. Must be getting late." I took a long gulp of whiskey, trying to steady myself. "No, no way. It is impossible. You are imagining things. Alex, you are just tired. You miss her." My mind raced, frantically trying to rationalize what I would heard. It could not be. It absolutely could not be. But the sound, that faint, desperate plea, it had resonated deep within me, striking a chord that had been silent for 5 long years. It sounded like Emily. Not just any woman's voice, but Emily's. The same slight lilt, the same breathy quality when she was upset. I tried to act normal, to re-engage in conversation, but my mind was elsewhere, hyper-focused on the floor beneath us. I started searching for the source of the sound, subtly scanning the room. There was a door near the back of the living room, a solid oak door that looked a little out of place, almost like it had been added later. It had a heavy, ornate brass handle. "What is through that door?" I asked. try to sound casual, gesturing vaguely toward it with my glass. Chloe followed my gaze. Oh, that is just the basement. Laundry, storage, all the usual junk. Nothing exciting. Her tone was light, but I noticed a subtle shift in her eyes, a flicker of something I could not quite place. Was it caution? Annoyance? Ah, gotcha, I said, forcing another smile. Mind if I use your bathroom? All that whiskey. Of course, she said, pointing down a short hallway. Second door on the left. I walked toward the bathroom, but as I passed the basement door, I paused, pretending to stumble slightly. I pressed my ear against the cool wood for a split second. Nothing, just a muffled hum of the house. I cursed myself. My imagination was running wild. Grief could do that to a person, make you hear things that were not there. I went into the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face, trying to clear my head. Get a grip. Alex, you are scaring yourself. But as I stared at my reflection, my eyes wide and bloodshot, I could not shake the feeling. That voice, it had been too real, too specific. I returned to the living room, trying and project an air of normalcy. Chloe was scrolling on her phone, a slight frown on her face. She looked up as I entered, her smile returning, though it seemed a little less genuine than before. Everything all right, she asked. Peachy. I lied, forcing a cheerful tone. Just needed a minute. We sat back down, but the easy atmosphere was gone for me. My senses were heightened, every creak of the house, every rustle outside making me jump. I kept glancing at that basement door. It felt like a black hole, sucking all the light and warmth out of the room. And then it happened again. This time it was not a sob. It was a faint, almost melodic sound. A hum. A tune. A lullaby. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. It was a lullaby Emily used to sing to herself when she was little. A silly made-up tune about a grumpy bear and a sleepy moon. No one else knew that tune. Not even our parents. It was our secret. Something she only sang when she was alone or when she thought I was not listening. I had heard her sing it countless times through her bedroom door. This was not my imagination. This was not grief playing tricks. This was real. Emily was in that basement. A wave of nausea washed over me, followed by a surge of pure, unadulterated terror. How? Why? What was she doing here? And what did Chloe have to do with it? My mind raced through horrific scenarios, each one more terrifying than the last. Was Chloe her captor? Was this some elaborate, sick game? I had to get into that basement. But how? Chloe was sitting right there, watching me, her eyes a little too keen. You know, I began trying to keep my voice steady. I have been meaning to get into sculpting myself. Always admired artists. Do you have a studio down in the basement? Or is it all up here? I tried to sound intrigued, curious, hoping it would provide an opening. Chloe's smile tightened. Oh, no, the basement's just for storage. All my work happens up here, in the natural light. She gestured vaguely around the living room. It is not really set up for anything else. A bit damp, actually. She was deflecting. My suspicion solidified into certainty. There was something down there, and she did not want me to see it. Huh, I said, trying to seem nonchalant. Well, it is a beautiful house. A real gem. I took another sip of my whiskey, my hand trembling slightly. I needed a plan. I could not just barge in. Chloe was bigger than she looked, and I had no idea what I was walking into. Suddenly, Chloe stood up. You know, Alex, it is getting pretty late, and I have an early start tomorrow. I have had a wonderful time, but I should probably call a night. Her tone was polite, but firm. It was a dismissal. She wanted me out. Panic flared. I could not leave. Not now. Not with Emily potentially down there. Oh, right, of course, I said, scrambling to my feet. Yeah, me too. One more thing. Though I think I left my phone charged in the car, and my phone's almost dead. Any chance you have a spare I could borrow for just 10 minutes? Just enough to send a text to my friend. Let him know I am heading home. It was a flimsy excuse, but the best I could come up with on the fly. Chloe hesitated, her eyes narrowing almost imperceptibly. I think I might have one somewhere, she said, her voice a little cooler now. Let me check the junk drawer in the kitchen. She turned and headed toward the kitchen. This was my chance. As soon as her back was turned, I bolted for the basement door. My heart pounded so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. The brass handle was cold beneath my fingers. I twisted it. It was locked. A cold dread washed over me. Of course it was locked. I heard Chloe's footsteps approaching from the kitchen. I quickly pulled my hand away from the handle, trying to look casual, as if I would just been admiring the door. She emerged, holding a tangled white charging cable. Here you go. It is an old one, but it should work. Her eyes swept over me, lingering for a moment on the basement door. I tried to meet her gaze, to act innocent, but I knew my face must be a mask of fear and desperation. Thanks, Chloe, I said, my voice thick. I took the charger, fumbling with it. You are a lifesaver. No problem, she said, her eyes still on me. So, about that text, I knew I was running out of time. I had to make a move. The thought of leaving Emily down there, of walking away from her voice, was unbearable. It would haunt me forever. Actually, Chloe, I said, my voice dropping. I think I heard something else down there. I pointed a trembling finger at the basement door. I heard a voice. My sister's voice. Emily. Chloe's face went utterly blank. Her warm, inviting smile vanished, replaced by an expression of cold, predatory calm. It was like watching a switch flip. The charming artist was gone, replaced by something ancient and chilling. Emily, she said, her voice flat. Your sister. The one who disappeared 5 years ago. Yes. I choked out, my terror now unmasked. She is down there, is not she? I heard her. I heard her sing that lullaby. Chloe let out a soft, humorless laugh, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. You heard what you wanted to hear. Alex, you are clearly still grieving. It is a common psychological phenomenon. No, I shouted, my voice cracking. It was her. I know her voice. Let her out. Chloe, what have you done to her? Her eyes, which had seemed so kind just hours ago, were now like chips of ice, devoid of any warmth. You really should not have gone snooping. Alex, it is rude to pry. She took a step closer, her gaze unwavering. And you really should not have recognized the tune. My blood ran cold. The way she said it confirmed everything. She knew the tune. That meant she had heard Emily sing it. What are you talking about? I whispered, backing away instinctively. Chloe did not answer. Instead, she reached into the pocket of her jeans and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden key. It was old, dark with age, and gleamed faintly in the dim light. She walked deliberately toward the basement door, her movements slow and deliberate, almost theatrical. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This was it, the moment of truth. She inserted the key into the lock. With a soft click, the heavy bolt disengaged. She turned the handle, and the door swung inward with a low groan, revealing a pitch-black abyss and a rush of cold, damp air. The earthy smell I would notice earlier was much stronger now, mixed with something else, something faintly metallic and sweet, like old blood. Go on. Alex, Chloe said, her voice a silky whisper that was far more terrifying than a shout. See for yourself. I hesitated, fear paralyzing me. But the thought of Emily, trapped and alone in that darkness, spurred me forward. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and stepped towards the gaping maw of the basement. Wait, Chloe said, a strange note in her voice. You will need this. She reached past me and flipped a switch on the wall beside the door. A single, bare bulb flickered to life at the bottom of a steep, wooden staircase. The light was dim, casting long, dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls. The steps looked ancient, worn smooth in the center from countless descents. As my eyes adjusted, the horror slowly revealed itself. The basement was not a studio or a laundry room. It was a series of small, makeshift cells, fashioned from chicken wire and old wooden planks. Each cell was barely big enough for a person to stand or lie down in. And in one of those cells, huddled in a corner, her face pale and drawn, her clothes tattered, was Emily. My Emily. She looked up, her eyes wide and vacant, her hair matted and dirty. She was thinner, much thinner than I remembered, and there was a strange, distant quality to her gaze, as if she was not entirely present. Emily, I cried, my voice choked with tears and relief and a fresh wave of terror. I started down the stairs, my legs unsteady. Oh my God, Emily, it is me, Alex. I am here. But as I took another step, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. Chloe. Her grip was surprisingly strong. Not so fast. Alex, she murmured, her breath warm against my ear. She is not quite ready for visitors yet. I struggled against her grip, my eyes fixed on Emily. Let me go. Emily, are you okay? What did she do to you? Emily just stared at me, her eyes unblinking, her mouth slightly agape. She did not respond. She did not even seem to recognize me. It was like looking at a ghost. She has been difficult, Chloe said, a sigh in her voice, as if she were discussing a troublesome pet. Resistant to the process. But we are getting there. Slowly. Process. I spat, twisting to face her. What process? What are you talking about, you psycho? You kidnapped her. You have been holding her here for 5 years. Chloe smiled, a chillingly serene expression that did not reach her eyes. Kidnapped. No, Alex, I rescued her. Rescued her from a life of mediocrity, of unfulfilled potential. I gave her a purpose. My mind reeled. What purpose? What are you doing? Chloe stepped past me, descending a few steps herself, her gaze sweeping over the cells. You see, Alex, I am an artist, but not just with clay and paint. I see beauty and human potential, in the raw, untamed essence of a soul. She paused, her eyes lingering on Emily, your sister. Emily, she had such a vibrant spirit, such a unique voice. I heard her singing in the park one day, years ago. That silly lullaby. It captivated me. My blood ran cold. She had not just heard Emily. She had stalked her. I knew I had to have her. Chloe continued, as if discussing a rare antique. To preserve that voice, that essence. To make it truly eternal. Eternal. I whispered, my voice barely audible. What are you talking about? Chloe finally turned to me, her eyes gleaming with a terrifying fervor. I collect voices. Alex, unique voices. Voices that resonate with particular emotion, a particular beauty. And then, I record them. I capture them. I make them last forever, long after the original vessel has deteriorated. My gaze darted around the basement. It was not just Emily. In the other cells, I could dimly make out other figures, slumped against the walls, their faces obscured by shadow. Some were utterly still. Others stirred weakly, their eyes dull and lifeless. There were perhaps half a dozen of them, all silent, all broken. You kill them. The words were a choked gasp. Oh, no, no, no. Chloe corrected, shaking her head. Not in the traditional sense. I simply empty them. I extract the voice, the essence. It is a delicate process, requires patience. and a certain environment. She gestured around the basement. This place, with its natural dampness, its isolation, it is perfect for preservation and for extraction. My eyes fell on a table in the center of the basement, beneath the bare bulb. It was covered in strange instruments, tubes, wires, glass jars filled with murky liquid, and a large, old-fashioned phonograph with a gleaming brass horn. It looked like a macabre, pseudo-scientific laboratory. "You are insane," I screamed, finally finding my voice, though it was laced with hysteria. Chloe's serene expression did not waver. "Perhaps, but my art is eternal. Imagine, Alex, being able to listen to your sister's voice, perfectly preserved, anytime you wish. Every inflection, every nuance, every tear, every laugh. Forever. Is not that a beautiful legacy?" She took another step down, her hand reaching out towards Emily's cell. "She is almost ready. Just a few more sessions. I have been playing her old songs, trying to coax that unique resonance back. It is almost there. That lullaby you heard, that was her trying to remember. The horror of it all crashed down on me. She was not keeping Emily alive to save her. She was keeping her alive to harvest her, to drain her of her very soul, leaving behind an empty shell. And the other silent figures in the cells they were, already empty. Let her go." I roared, lunging at Chloe. My terror had finally given way to a primal fury. I did not care about the danger. I just knew I had to save Emily. Chloe was surprisingly strong. She sidestepped my charge with an unnerving agility, her hand shooting out and grabbing my arm. Her fingers dug into my flesh like steel clamps. I tried to pull away, but she held me fast, her eyes burning into mine. Such passion, she mused, a strange, almost admiring glint in her eyes. Such raw emotion. "You know, Alex, your voice, it has a certain resonance too. A depth of grief, of anger. It is quite unique. I had not considered it before, but it might be worth preserving." My blood ran cold. She was not just talking about Emily anymore. She was talking about me. I screamed a desperate, guttural sound and twisted my body with all my might. Chloe, momentarily caught off guard by my sudden ferocity, lost her footing on the steep steps. She stumbled backward, her grip on me loosening. It was a split-second opportunity. I tore free, scrambling back up the stairs, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I heard Chloe curse, a low, guttural sound, as she struggled to regain her balance. I burst out of the basement, slamming the heavy oak door shut behind me. My hands fumbled for the lock, my fingers trembling so violently I could barely grasp the brass keyhole. I could hear Chloe's heavy footsteps on the stairs, her breathing ragged, furious. "Alex, do not you dare," she shrieked from behind the door, her voice no longer calm and collected, but filled with a terrifying rage. I did not have the key. It was still in her hand. Panic surged. I grabbed the nearest piece of furniture, a heavy, antique armchair, and shoved it against the door, jamming the handle. It would not hold her for long, but it might buy me a few precious seconds. I sprinted for the front door, my legs burning. My mind was a whirlwind of terror and disbelief. Emily, trapped. The others. The instruments. Chloe. I fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers numb. It clicked open. I yanked the door open and burst out into cool night air, gasping for breath. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran down the street, my bare hands stinging from the cold, my lungs aching. I did not stop until I reached my car, which felt like miles away. I scrambled inside, locked the doors, and fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so badly I dropped them twice. Finally, the engine roared to life. I threw the car into reverse, tires squealing, and sped away from that house, from that street, from the nightmare I had stumbled into. I drove until the sun began to rise, until the horror started to feel less immediate, less suffocating. I called the police from a gas station payphone, my voice hoarse, my story rambling and incoherent. They listened, of course. They always listen. But they heard a man who was clearly traumatized, who had just described a scene straight out of a horror movie. They promised to send officers to check it out, but I could hear the skepticism in their voices. When I eventually drove back to Chloe Street with the police, the house was dark and silent. There was no sign of forced entry. The front door was locked. When the officers eventually gained entry, they found an artist's home, exactly as I had described it, but pristine. No strange instruments. No basement cells. No Emily. No other victims. The basement was just a normal, albeit cluttered, storage area filled with boxes and old furniture. They found no evidence of anything I had described. Chloe was gone, vanished, as if she had never existed. The police concluded that I had suffered a severe panic attack, a psychotic break fueled by stress and my unresolved grief over Emily's disappearance. They suggested I seek professional help. My friends, when I tried to explain, looked at me with pity and concern, their eyes mirroring the police's skepticism. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I know Emily was there. And I know what Chloe was doing. Now, I live every day with the chilling certainty that Chloe is still out there, searching for new voices to collect, new souls to empty. And I live with the agonizing knowledge that I left Emily behind. I ran, and she is still down there, or what is left of her. Her voice, that precious, unique sound, now perhaps just another artifact in Chloe's horrifying collection, played on some ancient phonograph, an eternal echo of a life stolen. I hear that lullaby sometimes, in the dead of night, when the wind howls just right, or when my mind wanders too close to the edge. It is a faint, distant hum, a whisper on the wind, and I know it is not just my imagination. It is her, calling to me, forever trapped, and I can never truly escape the sound of Emily's voice, not from the depths of Chloe's basement, and not from the darkest corners of my own mind. So, there I was, sitting across from Mark at this trendy little Italian place downtown. The kind of place with exposed brick, dim lighting, and a menu that was mostly just fancy names for pasta. I would have been on a string of truly awful first dates, lately guys who talk about their exes the whole time, guys who showed up in sweatpants, one dude who actually tried to sell me essential oils. So, when Mark walked in, looking sharp in a dark button-up, with kind eyes and a smile that reached him, I felt a little spark of hope. He was charming, not overly aggressive, not meek. He listened when I talked about my job as a graphic designer, and he actually seemed interested. He told me he worked in tech, something about data analytics, which sounded impressive and vague enough to be intriguing. We talked about movies, travel, even a little about our families. It felt easy, comfortable, like maybe, just maybe, this was finally going to be different. The appetizers came, then the main course. The conversation flowed, punctuated by genuine laughter. I found myself really enjoying his company. He had a way of looking at me, a sort of intense focus, that made me feel seen, like he was truly absorbing every word I said. At one point, he reached across the table and lightly touched my hand when I was telling a funny story about a client. It was not a creepy touch, more like a gentle connection, and honestly, I liked it. It felt like a good sign. By the time we were finishing up our tiramisu, I was genuinely thinking about a second date. He even hinted at it, asking what my schedule looked like next week. My phone, which I would kept in my purse out of politeness, vibrated with a text from my best friend, Jessica, asking how the date was going. I quickly typed back, "So far, so good," and slipped it back into my bag. It was around this time that Mark excused himself to use the restroom. He placed his phone on the table, face down, right next to his water glass. It was a sleek, dark model, nothing out of the ordinary. I did not think anything of it. I just sat there, swirling the last of coffee in my cup, feeling a pleasant warmth spread through me. The restaurant was starting to empty out, the low hum of conversation fading a bit. Then his phone screen lit up. Just for a second, a notification had popped up, maybe a text, maybe a news alert. I could not tell. But in that brief flash, the screen illuminated and I saw it. His wallpaper. My breath hitched. At first, I did not quite process what I was seeing. It was a picture, a bedroom, a bed, and a person sleeping in it. It was dark, but there was enough light for what looked like a street lamp outside a window to make out the details. My brain, bless its slow, processing heart, took a second to catch up. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, wondering if the dim lighting in the restaurant was playing tricks on me. But it was not. My eyes snapped back to the screen, even though the notification had vanished and the display was now dark again. That image, it was burned into my mind. It was my bedroom. No, that could not be right. It had to be a coincidence. Maybe it was a stock photo or a picture of his own room that just happened to look similar. My mind scrambled for any logical explanation, anything to calm the sudden, icy grip of dread that was starting to squeeze my chest. But then the details, the absolute, undeniable details, began to flood in. The duvet, it was that specific floral pattern, a vintage find I would spent weeks hunting for online. The stack of books on the nightstand, the exact messy pile I would left there last night, with the paperback copy of that thriller I was reading peeking out from the top. And the lamp, my small, quirky lamp, shaped like a mushroom, that I would picked up from a flea market and absolutely adored. It was unmistakable. And then, the person in the bed. It was me. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate drum. The blood drained from my face, leaving a cold, clammy feeling. It was me, sound asleep, head turned slightly to the side, my hair splayed on the pillow. The angle of the shot, it was slightly elevated, as if taken from a shelf or maybe from a corner of the room. Looking down at the bed, a wave of nausea washed over me. This was not a coincidence. This was not a stock photo. This was my bedroom, and that was me sleeping in my bed last night. How? When? The question screamed in my head, a cacophony of terror. How could he possibly have that picture? We would only just met tonight. He did not know where I lived. He could not have been in my apartment. But the evidence was right. There on his phone, a horrifying testament to the impossible. My mind raced, tried to retrace every step, every interaction. Had I mentioned my address? No, absolutely not. Had I posted a photo of my bedroom online? I was pretty careful about privacy settings, and I definitely had not shared anything that would give away my exact room setup, let alone myself sleeping. The seconds stretched into an eternity. I could feel a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. My hands, resting on the table, felt clammy and shaky. I wanted to scream, to run, to smash his phone into a million pieces. But I was frozen, trapped in a horrifying tableau. Then I heard footsteps. Mark was coming back. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of disbelief. I had to compose myself. I could not let him know. I could not let him see the fear that was surely etched all over my face. If he knew I would seen it, what would he do? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I quickly looked away from his phone, forcing my gaze to my half-empty coffee cup. I took a slow, shaky breath, then another, trying to steady my racing heart. I tried to conjure a normal expression, a pleasant, relaxed smile. It felt like my facial muscles were made of lead. Mark slid back into his seat, a warm smile on his face. "Everything okay?" "Sarah," he asked, his voice calm, even completely oblivious to the earthquake that had just ripped through my world. "Oh, yeah, totally." I managed to stammer out, the words feeling foreign and clumsy on my tongue. I picked up my coffee cup, taking a tiny sip, hoping he would not notice how much my hand was trembling. The coffee tasted like ash. "You look a little pale," he observed, his smile still in place, but his eyes, those kind eyes, seemed to linger on me for a moment too long. Was there something else in them now? A flicker of something I had not noticed before. A predatory glint. Or was I just imagining it? My mind now tainted by the horrifying image. Just a little tired. I guess. I lied, forcing a weak laugh. "It has been a long week." He nodded slowly, still watching me. "I understand. Tech can be demanding." He picked up his phone, slipping it into his jacket pocket, without a second glance. The casualness of the action, the way he just tucked away the device that held such a terrifying secret, made my stomach clench. We paid the bill. I remember fumbling with my wallet, my fingers feeling numb. Every instinct screamed at me to get out, to run, to escape. But I could not just bolt. That would be suspicious. That would alert him. I had to act normal. I had to act like the charming, slightly tired woman he thought he was on a date with. Well, I had a really wonderful time. "Mark," I said, try to infuse my voice with genuine warmth, even as a chill snaked down my spine. He smiled again, that same easy, charming smile. "Me too. Sarah, I really did. I would love to see you again. I would like that." I lied, my voice barely a whisper. I just needed to get away. I just needed to be out of his sight. We walked out of the restaurant and onto the busy street. He offered to walk me to my car. I hesitated, my mind screaming no, but my mouth said, "Oh, that is so sweet, but my car is actually just around the corner. I do not want to take you out of your way." It was a desperate, flimsy excuse, but it was all I could think of. He paused and nodded. "All right. Well, text me when you get home safe." "Okay." The words, which would have sounded sweet and caring just an hour ago, now felt like a sinister threat. "Text me when you get home safe." As if he was waiting for confirmation. As if he knew what my home looked like. "I will." I mumbled, already backing away. "Good night. Mark. Good night. Sarah." He stood there, watching me, as I turned and practically power walked down the street, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I did not dare look back. I just focused on putting distance between us, my legs moving faster than I thought they could. I fumbled with my car keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. The familiar click of the lock sounded like a gunshot in the sudden silence of the night. I practically dove into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut and locking it immediately. My breath came in ragged gasps. I started the engine, my foot heavy on the accelerator, pulling out of the parking spot and speeding away from the restaurant, from Mark, from the terrifying reality that had just shattered my world. I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see him there, running after me, or standing on the sidewalk, watching me leave with that same chilling smile. But there was nothing, just the receding lights of the city. The drive home was a blur. My mind was a chaotic mess of fear and disbelief. How could he have been in my apartment when I lived on the third floor of an old building? I always locked my doors, always checked the windows. I was meticulous about it. When I finally pulled into my apartment complex's parking lot, the familiar surroundings offered no comfort. Instead, they felt tainted, violated. The building looked ominous, every window a potential pair of eyes watching me. I parked and sat there for a long moment, gripping the steering wheel, try to calm my racing heart. I could not just go inside. I could not just pretend everything was normal. What if he was still there? What if he would left something else? The thought of him being inside my apartment, watching me sleep, filled me with a primal, gut-wrenching terror. The idea that he'd been so close, so intimately present in my most private space, without my knowledge, made my skin crawl. It was a violation so profound, so utterly chilling that it felt like a physical assault. I finally forced myself out of the car. My legs felt like jelly as I walked towards the building entrance, every shadow seeming to lengthen and twist into menacing shapes. I fumbled with my keys, my hands still shaking, and let myself in. The hallway was dark and silent, amplifying every creak of the old building. Up the stairs I went, my footsteps echoing unnervingly. When I reached my door, I paused, keys in hand. I stared at the door at the sturdy deadbolt, the chain lock I always used. It looked normal, undisturbed, but I knew better now. Appearances could be deceiving. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I unlocked the door, chain first, then the deadbolt. I pushed it open slowly, cautiously, peering into the dark apartment. The air felt heavy, still, as if holding its breath. I reached for the light switch, my hand trembling, and flipped it on. The familiar living room was illuminated. Everything looked exactly as I would left it that morning. The couch, the coffee table with my half-finished cup of tea, the blanket I would left draped over the armrest. Nothing seemed out of place. I walked through the apartment slowly, deliberately, my senses on high alert. I checked every room. The kitchen, the bathroom, my small office space. Everything was in order. Finally, I reached my bedroom. My eyes swept across the room. The bed with the floral duvet. The nightstand with the pile of books and the mushroom lamp. It was all there, exactly as it was in the photo on Mark's phone. And it was all horrifyingly normal. Too normal. The very normalcy of it was what made it so terrifying. It meant he had not ransacked the place. He had not stolen anything obvious. He had not left a mess. He had simply been there, watched me, taken a picture, and left, like a ghost. A very real, very dangerous ghost. I went straight to my windows, checking the locks. They were all latched. My apartment was on the 3rd floor, so it was not like he could have just climbed in. Did he have a key? Had he picked the lock? The thought made my stomach churn. I pulled out my phone, my fingers hovering over the contacts. Jessica, the police. Who did I call first? Jessica would freak out, but she would also be a rational voice. The police, what would I even tell them? My date has a picture of me sleeping on his phone, but I have no proof, and he did not do anything else. They would probably think I was delusional or making it up. I decided on Jessica. I needed to hear a friendly voice, a sane voice. I called her, my voice trembling as I recounted the horrifying discovery. She was, as expected, shocked and outraged. "Sarah, that is absolutely insane," she gasped. "Are you okay? Did he follow you home? Are you sure you locked everything?" "I think so," I whispered, my voice thick with unshed tears. "Everything looks fine, but Jessica, he was in my apartment while I was sleeping." She urged me to call the police, to at least make a report. I reluctantly agreed. It felt futile, but what else could I do? The police officer who took my call was polite, but distant. I explained the situation, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound credible. I told him about the date, about seeing the wallpaper, about the details that confirmed it was my room, me. He listened patiently, then asked a series of questions that felt designed to poke holes in my story. "Did he threaten you?" "Madam." "No." "Did he steal anything?" "No." "Did he physically harm you?" "No." "Do you have any proof of this photo, like a screenshot?" "No. I just saw it for a second." He concluded by saying that while it was concerning, without any concrete evidence of crime, no theft, no assault, no direct threat, and no physical proof of the photo, there was not much they could do. He advised me to change my locks, be vigilant, and if Mark contacted me again, or if anything else happened, to call them immediately. It was exactly what I expected, and it left me feeling even more isolated and vulnerable. I spent the rest of the night on Jessica's couch, unable to bear the thought of being alone in my own apartment. Sleep, did not come easy. Every creak of her old house, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My mind replayed the image of Mark's phone, the photo of me sleeping, over and over again. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I called a locksmith first thing in the morning and had all my locks changed. I bought motion sensor lights for my windows. I even invested in a small, discreet security camera for my living room, pointing it towards a main entrance. I felt like I was living in surveillance state, but it was my surveillance, a desperate attempt to reclaim some sense of safety. Every time my phone rang, I jumped. Every car that slowed down on my street made my heart pound. I started checking my rearview mirror constantly, convinced I was being followed. I even saw a dark sedan, similar to one Mark might drive, parked a few blocks from my apartment building one afternoon. I quickly ducked into a coffee shop, watching from inside, until it eventually drove off. Was it him? Or was I just seeing shadows, my mind playing tricks on me? I did not know, and that uncertainty was almost as terrifying as a confirmation. I blocked Mark's number, deleted his contact, and scrubbed him from my dating app history. I wanted every trace of him gone from my life. But the image, the memory of that photo, was indelible. A week later, I decided to go back to my apartment. Jessica came with me. We checked everything again, double-checked the locks, made sure the new camera was working. It felt like walking into a crime scene, even though nothing was visibly amiss. I tried to get back to my routine, but it was impossible. My home, my sanctuary, now felt like a cage, or worse, a stage for someone else's twisted obsession. I could not sleep soundly. Every night, I felt a cold dread settle over me as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering if he was out there, watching, waiting. One evening, I came home after a late dinner with Jessica. The hallway was dark, as usual. I fumbled with my new keys, my hands feeling clumsy. The door opened with a soft click. I stepped inside, reached for the light switch, and flipped it on. My eyes immediately landed on my nightstand. My breath caught in my throat. There, nestled among my stack of books, was a single, wilting red rose. Its petals were starting to curl at the edges. A dark, bruised red. It was not one I had bought. I had not had any flowers in weeks. Next to the rose, propped up against a mushroom lamp, was a small, framed photo. It was a picture of me from high school, a goofy, awkward smile on my face, my hair in a terrible perm. It was a photo I rarely looked at, one I kept tucked away in a drawer, face down. Now it was facing up, prominently displayed, and tucked beneath the rose, folded neatly, was a small slip of paper. My heart hammered, so hard I thought it would burst. He had been here. Again, despite the new locks, despite the camera. He had been in my apartment. I reached the note, my fingers trembling so violently I almost dropped it. I unfolded it slowly, my eyes scanning the neat, precise handwriting. It read, "You sleep so peacefully. Sarah, do not worry. I will always watch over you." The world tilted. The air left my lungs in a ragged gasp. He was not just watching. He was not just breaking in. He was taunting me. He was telling me he was always there. A faint click echoed from somewhere deeper in the apartment. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but in the terrifying silence of that moment, it sounded like a hammer blow. My blood ran cold. He was still here, or he had just left. Either way, I was not safe. I was not alone. Every fiber of my being screamed. I did not think. I just reacted. I dropped the note, grabbed my purse, my keys, my phone, and ran. I did not even bother to close the bedroom door, let alone lock the apartment door. I just ran. Down the stairs, my feet pounding, my breath catching in my throat. I burst out of the building, into the cool night air, gasping for breath. I fumbled with my car keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock the door. I threw myself into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut and locking it. I started the engine, my foot pressing down on the accelerator, pulling out of the parking spot with a screech of tires. I glanced in my rearview mirror, my eyes wide with terror. And there it was, a fleeting silhouette, a shadow moving in the window of my apartment on the third floor. Just for a second, a dark figure against the light of my living room, then gone. He had been there. He had been watching me find his message, watching me run. I drove away, not knowing where I was going, just knowing I had to get away from that apartment, from him, from the horrifying knowledge that I was being hunted. I ended up at a cheap motel on the outskirts of town, too afraid to even go to Jessica's, knowing he might know she was my best friend. I never went back to that apartment. Not to live. Anyway, Jessica and her boyfriend helped me pack up my things a few days later. While I waited in the car, watching the building, my heart in my throat. We moved everything to a storage unit. I moved to a new city, changed my phone number, even changed my job. I tried to disappear, to erase every trace of my old life that he might have known. I installed more cameras, more locks, more alarms. Every shadow, every unfamiliar face, every unexpected sound sends a jolt of fear through me. It has been over a year now. I have not seen Mark. I have not heard from him. The police still have nothing. But I know he is out there. I know he is still watching, even if it is from a distance now. Because every night, when I lie in bed trying to fall asleep, I can still feel his eyes on me. I can still see that image on his phone, the photo of me, peaceful and unaware in my own bed. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent, I swear I can smell the faint, sickly sweet scent of a wilting red rose. The world felt fuzzy around the edges, ever since I could remember, which was not as long as it should have been. It was like living inside a dream that occasionally flickered, showing me glimpses of other dreams. I had memories, sure, a whole life laid out before me, but sometimes a detail would shift, a name would feel wrong on my tongue, or a child at home would morph into something I would never seen before, yet felt disturbingly familiar. It was like someone had taken a pair of scissors to my past and then tried to patch it back together with mismatched fabric, creating a grotesque, chimeric history that was both mine and utterly alien. I tried to ignore it, to stitch together the disparate pieces into a coherent narrative. Maybe I was just stressed. Maybe I was just lost. That is what I told myself, anyway. That gnawing feeling deep down that I was a single, vulnerable thread, adrift in something vast and horrifying, was a secret I kept buried. Sometimes, a sickly sweet, metallic scent would waft into my awareness, like black iron roses blooming in my mind, their thorns digging into my brain, and I would have to fight down a wave of nausea and panic. Other times, I would feel a strange, agonizing illumination of every nerve, a phantom pain that made me want to scream, though nothing was physically wrong. My friends, the few I remembered clearly, told me I needed to get out more, to find connections, to ground myself. So, against my better judgment, I downloaded Tinder. It felt like a desperate act, a clumsy attempt to weave myself back into the fabric of normal life, even though I suspected my own fabric had been irrevocably altered. I swiped through countless faces, a parade of awkward smiles and gym selfies, feeling utterly disconnected. Then I saw his profile. No picture, just a black square. His name was Ethan, and his bio read, "Simply seeking genuine connection beyond the superficial. True sight is found in darkness." It should have been an immediate left swipe. Every alarm bell in a sane person's head would have been blaring. No picture, insisting on darkness. But something about it resonated with that deep, unsettling fuzziness in my own mind. It felt less like a red flag and more like a twisted mirror. I was already living in a kind of darkness, navigating a world where my own identity was a shifting landscape. Maybe this was just a different kind of exploration. Maybe in his darkness, I could find some clarity for my own. Or maybe I was just a thread being pulled. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. A notification popped up you and Ethan have connected. My heart gave a strange, painful throb, a familiar sensation that often accompanied those flashes of overwritten memories. His first message was brief, almost clinical. "Hello. I appreciate your openness." My reply was equally cautious. "Hi. Your profile is unique. As are you. I suspect." He wrote back immediately. "My approach is unconventional. I know, but I believe it fosters a deeper, more honest interaction. Would you be willing to try something different?" We chatted for a few days, mostly through text, never a call. He had a way with words, articulate and strangely persuasive. He did not ask about my job or my hobbies, not in the usual way. Instead, he delved into abstract concepts of nature of perception, the masks people wear, the true essence of self. He talked about how light could be a distraction, how it imposed expectations and judgments, whereas darkness stripped everything away, leaving only the raw truth. He said it allowed people to truly listen, to feel each other's presence without the noise of visual cues. "I understand if it is too much," he wrote one evening. "Most people are not ready for that kind of intimacy, that vulnerability. But I sense something different in you, a willingness to explore the edges of perception." That phrase, edges of perception, struck a chord. My own perception felt like it had no edges, just an endless, shifting void. I found myself drawn in, rationalizing his strange request. Maybe it was an interesting social experiment. Maybe it would help me feel something real, something solid, in a world that often felt like quicksand. Plus, a small, irrational part of me wondered if this was somehow connected to the terrifying, suffocating darkness I sometimes recalled, the one that felt like drowning in liquid tar. Maybe this was a way to face it, to understand it. We finally agreed to meet. Ethan suggested a private, secluded location. He explained that he would rent a small, rustic cabin far outside the city, specifically for these kinds of experiences. He assured me it was safe, discreet, and had been prepared to ensure absolute, total darkness. He would even arrange for a driver to take me there, so I would not have to worry about finding it myself. That detail, the driver, should have been a massive red flag. Who arranges a driver for a Tinder date? But he framed it as part of the experience, removing all external stressors, allowing me to fully immerse myself. And I, a single vulnerable thread, agreed. The day arrived with a heavy, overcast sky, mirroring the growing unease in my stomach. The metallic scent of black iron roses seemed to cling to the air, a phantom smell that only I could detect. The driver was a silent, stern-faced man in a dark suit who opened the door to a sleek, black sedan without a word. The drive was long, taking us further and further away from the familiar cityscape, past dwindling suburbs, and eventually onto a narrow, winding road through dense woods. My phone signal died about halfway there. The cabin was nestled deep within the trees, almost invisible until we were right upon it. It was small, unassuming, built of dark wood, with no light showing through the windows. It looked like something out of a horror movie, and yet, I stepped out of the car. The driver simply nodded, got back in, and drove away, leaving me utterly alone in the quiet, encroaching dusk. A small note was taped to the door. In elegant, looping script, it read, "Welcome. The door is unlocked. Please step inside and close it behind you. Ethan." My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it, the point of no return. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to sprint back down that winding road, to beg the driver to come back. But another, deeper impulse, one that felt like a familiar pull, urged me forward. This was the dark I would have been trying to forget, the one that had consumed me before. Maybe this was my chance to finally understand it, to make it yield. Or maybe I was just a puppet on a string. I pushed the heavy wooden door open. The air inside was cool, still, and carried a faint, earthy scent, like damp soil and old wood. There was a narrow entryway, dimly lit by what looked like a single battery-powered lantern on a small table. A second note lay beside it. Please leave your phone, keys, and any light-emitting devices on this table. Take a moment to adjust your eyes. Then proceed to the door on your left. It leads to the main room. When you enter, the light will automatically extinguish. Trust the process. I am waiting. My hands trembled as I placed my phone on the table. It felt like severing a lifeline. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the frantic flutter in my chest. The lantern cast long, dancing shadows, making the small space feel even more claustrophobic. My eyes darted around, trying to memorize every detail of this antechamber, knowing it might be the last thing I truly saw for a while. After a few minutes, I pushed open the door to my left. It led into what seemed like a larger room, but was already bathed in a deep, murky twilight. I could just make out the vague shapes of furniture, a couch, perhaps a coffee table. As I stepped fully inside, the door swung shut behind me with a soft thud, and then, with an almost imperceptible click, the last vestiges of light vanished. Total, absolute, suffocating darkness. It was not just the absence of light, it was a physical presence, pressing in from all sides, heavy and cloying. It felt familiar, like the liquid tar I remembered, threatening to consume me. My eyes strained, searching for even the faintest glimmer, but there was nothing. It was like being blindfolded and sealed in a tomb. My breath hitched in my throat. The metallic scent of black iron roses was suddenly overwhelming, so strong it tasted like blood on my tongue. Hello. My voice sounded small, thin, utterly lost in the void. A voice, deep and resonant, answered from somewhere directly in front of me, startling me so badly I nearly jumped out of my skin. Hello. Thank you for coming. For trusting. Ethan. Yes. Please make yourself comfortable. There is a couch directly in front of you, about 3 steps forward. Just feel your way. I hesitated, my heart pounding. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to freeze, to not move an inch. But his voice was calm, reassuring, almost hypnotic. I took a tentative step, then another, my hands outstretched, fumbling through the blackness. My fingers brushed against something soft, the armrest of the couch. I sank onto it, my muscles tense, ready to spring up at a moment's notice. How do you do this? I asked, my voice still shaky. How do you see? He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound that seemed to reverberate through the darkness. I do not need to. I feel, and I listen. You would be surprised how much you perceive when your primary sense is taken away. The conversation began, slowly at first, then flowing more freely. He asked me about my life, but not in the superficial way people usually do. He asked about my deepest fears, my biggest regrets, the moments that had truly shaped me. And I, surprisingly, found myself answering. It was strangely liberating to speak, without the pressure of eye contact, without worrying about my expression, or his. I talked about the fuzzy edges of my memories, about the feeling of being fragmented, of not quite knowing who I was anymore. I even mentioned the black iron roses, framing it as a recurring nightmare. He listened intently, his presence a warm, steady anchor in the oppressive blackness. He did not interrupt, did not judge. When I finished, a long silence stretched between us. You speak of being fragmented, he finally said, his voice closer now, as if he was shifted on the couch. I had not heard a move, of a chimeric history. That is fascinating. Many people feel that way to some extent, but in your case, I sense a deeper truth to it, a profound reweaving. My breath caught. Reweaving. What do you mean? Metaphorically, of course. He quickly added, though his tone felt too smooth, too practiced. We all reweave our narratives as we grow, as we change. But for some, the threads are more complex, more deliberately arranged. Sometimes new threads are introduced to strengthen the pattern, to complete the design. A chill snaked down my spine. Design. What design? Life's design, he said, his voice now directly beside me. I could feel the warmth of his body, the faint scent of something earthy and metallic, eerily similar to the black iron roses. The grand tapestry we all contribute to. And sometimes, a single thread needs to be ripened, perfected, before it can truly take its place. I tried to shift away, but the couch felt suddenly too deep, too soft, as if it were molding itself around me. Ethan, I do not like this. It is too intense. Can we have some light now? His hand, cool and surprisingly strong, settled gently on my arm. Not yet. We are just beginning to unravel the superficial layers. The true connection, the true purpose, is almost within reach. Purpose. I tried to pull my arm away, but his grip, though not tight, was firm. It was not aggressive, but it felt possessive, like I was an object he was holding. Yes, every thread has its purpose, every stitch its place. You spoke of feeling vulnerable, a single thread. Does not it feel better to be part of something larger, to be woven into a grand design? A faint, green light pulsed behind my eyelids, a ghost of memory, a monstrous loom, a being stretched thin, translucent. The agonizing illumination of every nerve returned, a tingling, burning sensation that made my skin crawl. Let go of me. Ethan, I said, my voice rising, tinged with panic. Seiichi whispered, his face so close I could feel his breath on my cheek. It smelled like that sickly, sweet metallic scent. Do not fight it. You have been prepared for this. You have been waiting. The preparation was not what you expected. Was it? No instruments, no restraints, just the pressure, just the stretching, until you were translucent. And then something was woven into you. My blood ran cold. He could not know that. He could not possibly know about the recap. What are you talking about? I stammered, trying to sound defiant, but my voice cracked. The memories, the emotions, the fragment of experiences that were not yours, yet felt disturbingly familiar, he continued, his voice now a low, chilling purr that seemed to vibrate in my bones. The childhood home, the dog named Buster, the smell of Pancake's foreign memories grafting themselves onto your past, creating a grotesque, chimeric history. You remember, do not you, the black iron roses blooming in your mind, their thorns digging into your brain. You writhed, but there was no body, just consciousness flailing in a sea of imposed identity. The green light from the loom pulsed, each beat a stitch, binding these foreign elements to your core, overriding your own memories. He was describing my deepest, most terrifying, most private memory, the one I had tried to dismiss as a nightmare, a delusion. How could he know? Who are you? I gasped, my voice barely a whisper. His grip on my arm tightened, and his other hand reached up, cupping the side of my face. His fingers were long, cold, and felt strangely callous, like someone who worked with rough materials. Like a weaver. I am a guide, he murmured, a facilitator. The shadow, if you will. Serena's obsidian assistant, ensuring the threads are properly aligned. You are a ripened thread, indeed. Perfect. And now, for the final integration. The words hit me like a physical blow. Serena, the shadow, the loom. It was not a nightmare. It was real. And this date, this man was part of it. The suffocating darkness was not just a setting, it was an environment where they operated, where they continued their horrifying work. I thrashed, finally breaking free of his grip. No, get away from me. I scrambled off the couch, blindly stumbling backward, my arms flailing. My foot caught on something, and I pitched forward, hitting the floor hard. The metallic scent was overpowering now, mixed with something else, something acrid and sickly sweet, like decaying blossoms. You can't run from your purpose. Ethan's voice said, now behind me, impossibly close. He had not made a sound. The weave is nearly complete. Your essence has been pulled taut, thinner and thinner, until you were translucent. Now you must be bound. I crawled on my hands and knees, desperately searching for anything. A wall, a door, a window. The darkness was absolute, disorienting, a cruel joke. I could hear his footsteps now, soft, deliberate, circling me. What do you want from me? I cried, tears streaming down my face, though no one could see them. You are the perfect conduit, he whispered. The bridge. Your unique blend of original and imposed memories, your chimeric history, makes you invaluable. You can walk in both worlds, remember both truths. And we need you to remember, to truly feel the weight of what has been done, so that you can spread it. His hand clamped onto my ankle, cold and unyielding. I screamed, kicking wildly, but he held fast. I felt a strange sensation, like something was crawling up my leg, under my skin. It was not a bug, it was something else, something internal, like my own nerves were being rewired, pulled into new patterns. The green light pulsed violently behind my eyes, each beat a painful throb. The black iron roses are not just in your mind anymore, he said, his voice a low, triumphant growl. They are blooming, everywhere. Soon, they will be your reality. Your skin will be the canvas, your blood the ink. I felt a sharp, stinging pain on my calf, as if thorns were piercing my flesh from the inside out. I screamed again, a raw, guttural sound of pure terror. I clawed at the floor, desperate to get away, to find a way out of this living nightmare. My fingers brushed against something hard and metallic, a doorknob, with a surge of adrenaline. I twisted it, pushing with all my might. The door creaked open, just a sliver, letting in a blinding shaft of moonlight. It was not the antechamber. It was directly outside. Ethan roared, a sound that was far from human, a guttural, enraged bellow that echoed through the cabin. His grip on my ankle tightened, dragging me back. But the moonlight, even that thin sliver, was a beacon. I scrambled, pulling, kicking, my body screaming in protest. The thorns in my leg felt like they were twisting, tearing at my flesh. With a final, desperate lunge, I tore myself free. His grip ripped away, leaving a burning, searing pain on my ankle. I burst out of the cabin, gasping for air, collapsing onto the damp earth. The cold night air hit my face, a blessed relief after the suffocating darkness. I did not look back. I just ran, stumbling through the woods, tripping over roots and rocks, not knowing where I was going, just away. The trees were a dark, shifting maze, but the moonlight, however faint, was enough to guide me. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead, until the terrifying, inhuman roar of Ethan was a distant memory. I do not know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. Eventually, I stumbled onto a deserted road, and after what felt like an eternity, a car passed by. I waved frantically, screaming for help, and to my relief, it stopped. A kind, elderly couple, startled but concerned, pulled over and gave me a ride to the nearest town. I told them I had gotten lost hiking, that I would twisted my ankle. I could not tell them the truth. They would not have believed me. I barely believed it myself. I am back home now, in my own apartment, but nothing feels real. The cabin, Ethan, the darkness, it all feels like a vivid, terrifying dream. But the phantom scent of black iron roses still lingers in my nostrils, and the agonizing illumination of every nerve still flares up at unexpected moments. My ankle, where Ethan touched me, is bruised, and beneath the skin, I swear I can feel tiny, sharp points like thorns just beneath the surface. I deleted Tinder, of course. I have tried to put behind me. But the fear, the chilling realization, stays with me. Ethan knew. He knew everything that had happened to me, everything I had tried to suppress. He called himself the Shadow, Serena's assistant, and he spoke of a final integration, of being bound. I look at my reflection in the mirror, searching for something, anything, That might be different. My eyes are wider, perhaps a haunted look in them. But otherwise, I look the same. Yet, I feel utterly alien. The foreign memories are still there, interwoven with my own, creating a history that feels both true and utterly fabricated. I touch my skin, feeling for the black iron roses he spoke of. I do not see them, but I feel them, blooming beneath my skin, their thorns digging into my very being. I was a thread, he said, ripened, perfect, and the loom is still out there. I escaped the cabin, but I did not escape the design. I was just a step in their horrifying process, a step closer to becoming something I do not understand, something that serves their purpose. And now, the darkness is not just outside me, it is inside, woven into the very fabric of my being, and I can't tell what is real anymore. I am still a thread, and I am still being pulled. And I have a terrifying feeling, deep down, that the weave is not complete yet. Not by a long shot. It is funny. The things you remember when your life takes a hard left turn into a horror movie. Like the way the light hit, the dust motes dancing in the air of my apartment that Tuesday morning, making them shimmer like tiny indifferent stars. Or the slightly bitter taste of my coffee, a flavor I usually hated but somehow found comforting that day. Little things, ordinary things, before everything went sideways. I was 32, living in a city that felt both too big and too small, working a job that paid the bills but did not exactly spark joy. And, like a lot of people my age, I was wading through the murky waters of online dating. It is a jungle out there, let me tell you. A digital safari where you encounter everything from the aggressively thirsty to the tragically dull. But every now and then, you stumble across someone who seems different. That is how I met Arthur. His profile picture was a little blurry, taken outdoors with a mountain range in the background, but his smile was genuine and his eyes, even in low resolution, seemed kind. His bio was witty and intelligent, and did not mention anything about living life to the fullest or my dog is my best friend. He talked about classic literature, obscure jazz, and the subtle art of making the perfect sourdough. I was intrigued. We started chatting, and it was easy. He was not pushy, he listened, and he had a way of making even mundane topics sound fascinating. After a week of exchanging messages, we decided to meet for coffee. He was even better in person. Taller than I expected, with dark, slightly wavy hair that fell just so, and those kind eyes I would notice in his photo. He had a quiet confidence, a thoughtful way of speaking that made me feel like he genuinely cared about what I had to say. We talked for hours, about everything and nothing. I found myself laughing more than I had in months. When he walked me to my car, he did not try to kiss me, just smiled that warm smile and said he would love to see me again. I drove home feeling a flutter in my chest, a feeling I had not experienced in a long, long time. Maybe, just maybe, this was it. Our second date was dinner, then a walk through a park as the sun set. Our third was a movie, and then back to his place for a nightcap. That night, I finally got a glimpse into his world. His apartment was in an older building, the kind with high ceilings and creaky hardwood floors. It was impeccably clean, almost minimalistic, but not in a cold way. There were bookshelves overflowing with books, a record player with a stack of vinyl, and a few pieces of art that looked like original paintings, not cheap prints. It felt like the home of someone with taste, someone who appreciated the finer things. We talked for another hour, sitting on his comfortable, slightly worn leather couch, sipping whiskey. He was a perfect gentleman, walking me to the door, giving me a chaste kiss on the cheek, and promising to call. Things progressed naturally after that. We went on more dates, spent more time together. He was charming, attentive, and incredibly intelligent. He would quote poetry, discuss philosophy, and always made me feel like the most interesting person in the room. My friends, after meeting him, all gave him the stamp of approval. He is a keeper. Anna, my best friend Chloe, said, "He seems really good for you." And I believed her. I really did. About a month into seeing each other, Arthur invited me over for dinner at his place. He said he wanted to cook for me, something special. I was thrilled. It felt like a significant step, a deepening of our connection. I bought a nice bottle of wine, dressed in my favorite sundress, and arrived at his apartment with a lightness in my step. He greeted me at the door with that easy smile, a kiss that lingered a little longer than usual, and the enticing smell of something delicious wafting from the kitchen. Come in, he said, taking my hand. Make yourself comfortable. Dinner's almost ready." His apartment felt even more welcoming that night. The lights were low, a soft jazz tune was playing, and candles flickered on the dining table, which was already set with 2 places. It was romantic, thoughtful. Everything felt perfect. "Can I help with anything?" I asked, setting the wine down on the counter. He chuckled. No, I have got it all under control. Just relax. You look beautiful, by the way." I blushed, feeling genuinely happy. "Thank you. What are you making?" "A little surprise," he said, winking. "But I need one more ingredient from the fridge. Could you grab the rosemary from the crisper drawer for me? It is in a small Ziploc bag." "Sure thing," I said, walking toward the kitchen. It was a spacious kitchen with sleek, modern appliances that looked relatively new. The kind of kitchen you see in magazines, all stainless steel and dark granite. I opened the large, double-door refrigerator. The inside was neat, almost clinically so. A few containers of leftovers, some fresh produce in the crisper drawers, a carton of eggs, a bottle of milk. It looked like any other well-organized fridge. I reached to the bottom drawer, pulling it open. I spotted the rosemary, a small bundle of fragrant green sprigs. As I reached for it, my eyes drifted to the shelves above the crisper. That is when I saw them. Not just one, but several. Glass jars, the kind you would use for canning pickles or jams, lined up neatly on the middle shelf. They were not filled with pickles, though, or jam. My breath hitched. For a split second, my brain refused to process what my eyes were seeing. It was like a glitch in the matrix, a visual stutter. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, thinking maybe it was a trick of the light, or I was just tired. But no, they were still there. Each jar contained something organic, something that definitely did not belong in a refrigerator next to milk and eggs. The first jar, closest to the door, held what looked like a human eye. It was suspended in a yellowish, murky liquid, staring out at me with an unnerving clarity. The iris was a faded blue, the pupil dilated and black, like a tiny frozen void. A thin, pale optic nerve trailed from back, coiling slightly in the liquid. My heart started to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. My hand, still holding the rosemary, began to tremble. I forced myself to look at the other jars, hoping against hope that I was mistaken, that these were some kind of elaborate Halloween props, or maybe even very realistic art pieces. The next jar held what appeared to be a section of intestine. It was a pale, fleshy pink, coiled like a snake, with small, glistening blood vessels visible beneath its surface. The liquid it floated in was clearer, but still had that unsettling, formaldehyde-like sheen. And then there was the third jar. This one was larger and contained what looked unmistakably like a human heart. It was a deep, bruised red, mottled with darker patches, and the major arteries and veins, thick and rope-like, were clearly visible. It looked fresh, horrifyingly fresh. The liquid around it was a faint crimson. A cold dread seeped into my bones, spreading like ice water through my veins. My mind screamed, "No, this is not real. This can't be real." But the sheer, undeniable reality of the sight was crushing. The smell, too. A faint, clinical, yet subtly metallic odor, like a hospital mixed with something much, much older and more primal, seemed to emanate from the open fridge. "Everything okay in there?" "Anna." Arthur's voice called from behind me, cheerful and completely oblivious, or so it seemed. The sound of his voice, so normal, so kind, sent a jolt of pure terror through me. I slammed the fridge door shut, the thud echoing unervingly in the sudden silence of the kitchen. The rosemary slipped from my numb fingers, landing softly on the floor. My hands were shaking so violently I had to clench them into fists to try and steady them. My breath was coming in short, shallow gasps. Anna, is something wrong? He was closer now. I could hear his footsteps on the hardwood. I had to act normal. I had to. My life depended on it. I forced a shaky smile onto my face, turning to him. He was standing in the doorway, a dish towel slung over his shoulder, a concerned expression on his face. He looked so normal, so harmless. No, everything's fine. I stammered, my voice sounding strained and unnatural even to my own ears. Just so the light in here is a little dim. Could not find a rosemary at first. I bent down, pretending to pick up the imaginary rosemary, my eyes darting around, looking for an escape route, a weapon, anything. He smiled, a gentle, reassuring smile that now felt like a predatory grin. Oh, my apologies. I will get it. He walked past me, his presence suddenly suffocatingly close. He knelt down, picked up the placed it on the counter. He did not seem to notice my shaking, or the way my eyes were wide with barely suppressed panic. He opened the fridge again, pulling out a small container of what looked like chopped garlic. He did not even glance at the jars. Or, if he did not react. He just reached past them, as if they were perfectly normal contents of a kitchen appliance. He closed the fridge door with a soft click. My mind was racing, a whirlwind of horrifying possibilities. Was he a doctor? A medical student? No, he would never mention anything like that. And even if he was, why would he keep human organs in canning jars in his kitchen fridge? This was not a lab. This was not a medical facility. This was his home. The only answer that made any sense, the one that chilled me to my core, was that he was a monster, a serial killer, a cannibal. The thought was so outlandish, so utterly terrifying, that it almost made me laugh hysterically. But the image of that eye, those coiled intestines, that beating heart, was seared into my brain. I had to get out. Now. So, what is for dinner? I asked, trying to sound light and casual, but my voice still had a waver to it. I clasped my hands behind my back, digging my nails into my palms, trying to ground myself to stop the trembling. Almost ready, he said, turning back to the stove, where a large pot was simmering, just finishing up the sauce. It is a classic Italian dish, something my grandmother taught me. He was humming softly, a little off-key. I forced myself to breathe. In, out. I needed a plan. I could not just bolt. He was bigger, stronger. If he suspected anything, if he knew I would see what was in his fridge, he would not let me leave. I had to be subtle. I had to play along. It smells amazing, I said, inching slowly toward the kitchen in trance. You know, I just remembered. I need to make a quick call. My sister, she had a little emergency with her cat. I told her I would check in around this time. It was a flimsy excuse, but it was all I could think of. He paused, stirring the pot. Oh, really? Is everything all right? He sounded genuinely concerned. Oh, yeah, just a little scare. But I promised I would call. I will just step outside for a second, get some fresh air while I talk to her. My heart was hammering so hard, I thought he might be able to hear it. He turned to face me, a slight frown on his brow. Outside, you do not want to take it in the living room. It is quieter there. No. I need to clear my head. I said, trying to sound convincing. It has been a bit of a stressful day at work, too. And all this cat drama, I just need a moment. I was practically begging with my eyes, though I doubt he saw it. He considered me for a moment, those kind eyes seeming to peer right into my soul. I held my breath. Was he suspicious? Did he know? Finally, he smiled. All right, if you insist, but do not be long. Dinner will be served in about 10 minutes. He even gave me a little nod. Relief, so potent almost buckled my knees, washed over me. Thank you. I said, try not to sound too eager. I will be right back. I practically floated out of the kitchen, my feet barely touching the ground. I walked toward the front door, my hand reaching for the doorknob. My fingers brushed against the cold metal. Freedom was so close. Oh, Anna. Arthur's voice cut through the air, stopping me dead in my tracks. My blood ran cold. I slowly turned around, my heart plummeting. He was still in the kitchen doorway, leaning against a frame, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. His eyes, though, were no longer kind. They were sharp, assessing, and utterly devoid of warmth. Yes, I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. You forgot your purse, he said, gesturing to the small table by the door where I had left it. Would not want to leave without your phone, would you? He knew. He absolutely knew. The smile on his face was no longer charming. It was a predator's smile. He was toying with me. My mind went blank with terror. My legs felt like lead. I could not run. He was blocking the way to the door. I was trapped. Oh, right, my purse. I managed, forcing a laugh that sounded like a strangled cry. I slowly walked back, trying to appear nonchalant, but my every muscle was screaming at me to run, to fight, to do anything but walk towards him. As I reached for my purse, he moved. He was fast, impossibly fast. Before I could even react, his hand shot out, grabbing my arm in an iron grip. His fingers clamped down, crushing my flesh, and I gasped in pain. Anna, 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 he said, his voice dropping to a low, smooth purr that sent shivers down my spine. You did not think I would not notice, did you? The way your eyes widened, the way you slammed the fridge door, the way you suddenly needed fresh air. His grip tightened, and he pulled me closer. His face was inches from mine, and I could see the cold, calculating glint in his eyes. The mask had completely slipped. This was not the charming, intelligent Arthur I thought I knew. This was something else entirely. Something monstrous. You know, it is a shame, he continued, his voice still unervingly calm. I really thought we had something special. But you are just like all the others. Are not you? So quick to judge. So quick to run. Tears welled in my eyes, blurring his face. Please, Arthur, I pleaded, my voice cracking. Let me go. I won't tell anyone. I swear. He let out a soft, chilling laugh. Oh, Anna, my dear, that is precisely why you can't go. Because you have seen too much. You know too much. He dragged me backward, away from the door, towards the kitchen. My feet scrabbled uselessly on the polished hardwood. I tried to scream, but only a choked sob escaped my throat. He was so much stronger than he looked. Do not worry, he murmured, pulling me into the kitchen, the scent of the simmering sauce now mixed with that clinical, metallic odor. You will be a beautiful addition to my collection. I have been looking for a perfect heart for quite some time now. And yours, Anna, is simply exquisite. He pushed me forward, and I stumbled, falling onto the cold, hard floor of the kitchen. My head hit the granite counter with a sickening thud, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. I tasted blood. I scrambled backward, trying to get away, but he was already there, blocking my path. He knelt down, his shadow looming over me. In his hand, he held a large, gleaming butcher's knife. The light glinted off the sharp blade, reflecting my terrified face. Such pretty eyes, he said, reaching out a hand, not to console me, but to touch my cheek, his fingers cold and unfeeling. Ashamed to waste them. Panic, pure and unadulterated, surged through me. This was it. This was how I was going to die. In a stranger's kitchen, becoming another jar in his macabre collection. But then, something clicked. A primal instinct for survival. I was not going to just lie there and let him do it. As he leaned closer, his eyes fixed on my face, I saw my chance. My hand shot out not at him, but at the large pot simmering on the stove. With a desperate shove, I knocked it off the burner. The pot crashed to the floor with a deafening clang, sending scalding hot sauce spraying everywhere. A cloud of steam rose, filling the kitchen with the smell of tomatoes and herbs, mixed with the acrid scent of burnt food. Arthur screamed, a sharp, surprised cry of pain. The hot sauce had splattered all over him, particularly his face and arms. He recoiled, clutching at his face, momentarily blinded and disoriented. This was my only chance. Scrambling to my feet, I did not hesitate. I did not look back. I ran. I burst out of the kitchen, adrenaline coursing through my veins, dulling the pain in my head. I could hear him behind me, cursing, sputtering, but I did not slow down. I reached the front door, fumbling with the lock, my trembling fingers barely able to grasp the knob. One turn, two turns. The deadbolt clicked open. I yanked the door open and stumbled out into the hallway, gasping for air. The hallway was empty, silent. I did not care. I just ran. Down the stairs, two at a time, my bare arms stinging from where I would scrape them, my dress probably ruined with sauce and blood. I could hear his footsteps behind me, heavy and fast, pounding down the stairs. He was coming. He was right behind me. I burst out of the building's main entrance, into the cool night air. The streetlights cast long, eerie shadows. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to get away. I ran blindly, my lungs burning, tears streaming down my face. Anna. His voice echoed down the street, laced with chilling fury. I saw a taxi, its light on, pulling up to the curb a block away. With a desperate surge of strength, I sprinted towards it, waving my arms wildly. The taxi driver, a kind-faced woman, looked startled as I practically threw myself in the back seat, panting, sobbing. Drive. Please, just drive. I choked out, pointing vaguely down the street. Away from here. Anywhere. She must have seen the terror in my eyes, the wildness in my appearance. She did not ask questions, just nodded and pulled away from the curb, tires squealing. I risked a glance back. Arthur was standing at the entrance to his building, illuminated by the streetlights, his face red and raw, his hair disheveled. He was staring directly at the taxi, his eyes burning with an intensity that promised retribution. He raised a hand, not in a wave, but in a gesture that felt like a threat, a promise. I huddled in the back seat, shaking uncontrollably, burying my face in my hands. The taxi sped away, putting distance between me and that apartment, between me and that monster. The police did not find anything. Or rather, they did not find him. When I finally managed to get myself to a police station, still shaking, still covered in sauce and my own blood, they took my statement. They went to the apartment building. But Arthur was gone. The apartment was empty, meticulously cleaned, as if no one had ever lived there. No jars, no organs, no lingering smell, nothing. They looked at me with pity, with skepticism. They suggested I might have been under stress, that perhaps I would have had a vivid dream, a nightmare. They implied I might need psychological help. They logged my report, but I could tell they did not believe me. How could they? Without evidence, without a body, without even a trace of the man I would described. I know what I saw. I know what he was. It has been months since that night. I moved out of my apartment, changed my number, cut off contact with most of my old friends. I could not bear to look at their sympathetic, disbelieving faces. I live in a different city now, a smaller one where I hope to blend in, to disappear. But I still check the locks multiple times before I go to bed. I still jump at every unexpected sound. And I can never, ever look at a refrigerator the same way again. Every time I open one, even my own, a flicker that cold dread returns, that terrifying image of those jars, those preserved parts, staring back at me. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows stretch long and dark, I swear I can still smell it. That faint, clinical, metallic odor. And I wonder if he is still out there, somewhere, looking for another perfect heart. And if one day he will come looking for mine. You know that feeling, right? That little jolt in your stomach when your phone vibrates, even if it is just a spam call. Multiply that by 1,000, and you get a tiny fraction of what my life had become. It had been over a year since I saw Mark's face plastered on his phone screen, a picture of me asleep in my bed. A year since I fled my apartment, my city, my entire life, chasing the desperate hope that distance could somehow sever that invisible, terrifying thread connecting us. I would land it in a city 3 states away, a sprawling concrete jungle where I hoped to get lost in the noise and anonymity. Sarah Thompson ceased to exist. I became Anna Miller, a bland, forgettable name for a woman trying to be bland and forgettable. My new apartment was on the 5th floor of a massive complex, a maze of identical doors and a constant hum of distant traffic. It felt safer, somehow, to be surrounded by hundreds of strangers, each one a potential witness, a barrier between me and him. I learned to live with the paranoia. Every shadow was a lurking figure. Every unexpected sound, a footstep. Every glance from a stranger, a knowing stare. I would jump at the sudden ring of my doorbell, only to find a delivery person. I would check my locks 3, 4, 5 times before bed, then lie awake, listening to the building settle, convinced I could hear a faint creak from my own hallway. My windows, even on the 5th floor, were always curtained, always double-locked. I never ordered takeout twice from the same place, never took the same route to work, never made eye contact for too long. My life was a meticulously constructed fortress of fear. People at work thought I was quiet, a little jumpy. They just thought I was an introvert. They had no idea I was fighting a silent, unending battle against a ghost who was all too real, and whose touch I could still almost feel like a phantom limb. I could still smell that sickly sweet rose, even though I had not seen one since that night. It was a phantom scent, a reminder that he was out there, somewhere, and that he had not forgotten me. There were good days, though, moments when the sun felt warm on my skin, when a laugh from a coworker felt genuine, when I could almost forget. Those were the most dangerous days. The days when I would let my guard down, even for a second, because that is when it always happens. Is not it? When you start to believe you are safe. That is when the monster finally strikes. It was a Tuesday. I remember because I had finally, after months of hesitation, signed up for a pottery class. Something creative, something tactile, something that would force me to focus on the present instead of the past or the terrifying future. I would felt a genuine, unfamiliar sense of lightness walking home that evening. The clay had felt cool and malleable in my hands, and for a few hours, Mark had not existed. I was just Sarah, or Anna, whatever, a woman making a lopsided bowl. I was humming a little tune as I unlocked my apartment door, the familiar click-clack echoing in the quiet hallway. I stepped inside, dropping my keys onto the small table by the door. The air felt different. Still, too still. I paused, my hand still on the doorknob, my heart giving that familiar nervous thrum. I told myself it was just the building, settling. Or maybe I would left the window open, though I never did. Then I smelled it. Faint at first, almost imperceptible. But then it grew, creeping into my nostrils a cloying, sickly sweet fragrance that instantly turned my blood to ice. Roses. Not fresh roses. Old, wilting roses. The same smell that clung to the air in my old apartment. The night I found that note, every nerve ending screamed. I did not need to see anything. I knew. He was here. He was in my apartment. My safe haven. My fortress of fear had been breached. Again. My breath hitched. I wanted to run, to scream, to disappear. But my feet felt rooted to the floor. I could feel my pulse hammering against my eardrums, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. My eyes darted around the room, searching for any sign, any movement. The living room was dark, the evening light barely filtering through the closed curtains. And then, from the corner of my eye, I saw it. On the coffee table, right in the center, was a single, wilting red rose. Its petals were bruised, its stem snapped, but the scent was unmistakable. And beneath it, nestled like a macabre offering, was a photograph. Not a childhood photo this time, but a more recent one. A picture of me, taken from a distance, walking out of my pottery class just that afternoon, a faint smile on my face. The one moment of peace I would allow myself, captured and used against me. A choked gasp escaped my lips. My legs finally unfroze, and I stumbled backward, fumbling for the doorknob. My hand trembled so violently I almost missed it. I yanked the door open, my eyes still fixed on that rose, that picture. I just needed to get out. I just needed to run. But as I turned to flee, a hand clamped over my mouth, strong and unyielding. A familiar hand. I realized with a fresh wave of nausea, the scent of a faintly familiar cologne assaulting my senses. My scream died in my throat, muffled by the rough fabric that was pressed against my face. I struggled, kicking and flailing, but a powerful arm wrapped around my waist, lifted me effortlessly. I felt a sharp, stinging pain in my neck, a prick like a needle. My vision blurred. The world spun. The sickly sweet smell of roses was the last thing I registered before everything went black. I woke up to darkness, disoriented and groggy. My head throbbed, a dull ache behind my eyes. My mouth felt dry, my limbs heavy and unresponsive. I tried to move, but I could not. My wrists were bound, tightly, painfully, behind my back. My ankles were similarly restrained. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way up my throat. Where was I? What had happened? The last thing I remember was a rose, the photo, and that terrifying hand. Mark. It had to be Mark. I strained my ears listening. Silence. A heavy, oppressive silence that felt almost louder than any noise. No traffic hum, no distant sirens, no murmur of neighbors. This was not my apartment building. This was not a city. I tried to open my eyes, but they felt heavy, crusted shut. I finally managed to force them open a crack, then wider. The darkness was absolute, thick and velvety, broken only by a sliver of faint, grayish light filtering from somewhere above. I blinked, trying to make sense of my surroundings. As my eyes adjusted, I started to discern shapes. Walls, but not ordinary walls. These walls, they shimmered. They reflected. My heart leaped into my throat as the realization dawned on me, slow and horrifying. Mirrors. Everywhere. I was in a room, a small enclosed space, and every single surface was covered in mirrors. From the floor to the ceiling, all four walls were a mosaic of reflective glass. Even the ceiling seemed to have some reflective quality, catching that sliver of light and scattering it into 1,000 fractured beams. My breath hitched. I tried to push myself up, to sit, to get a better look, but my bound limbs made it impossible. I was lying on some kind of rough, cold surface wood. I thought. My own face, pale and terrified, stared back at me from dozens of angles. My hair was disheveled, my eyes wide with fear. Every movement, every twitch was amplified, multiplied, reflected back at me endlessly. This was a nightmare. This was his nightmare. A faint click echoed from somewhere nearby, followed by a soft hum. Suddenly, the room was bathed in a soft, artificial light. Not bright, not harsh, but enough to illuminate every terrifying detail. The mirrors, now fully visible, stretched out in every direction, creating an infinite, dizzying corridor of reflections. My eyes darted around, trying to make sense of the overwhelming visual input. There were literally hundreds of me, staring back. My own panic face, distorted by the slight imperfections in glass, by the angles, by my own terror. It was like being trapped in a hall of mirrors at a carnival, but without the laughter, without the fun, just a suffocating, terrifying endlessness. I could see the wooden floor beneath me, polished to a dull sheen, reflecting my prone form. I could see the simple, unadorned light fixture on the ceiling, a single bare bulb casting a yellowish glow. And I could see the door, a plain wooden door, also covered in mirrors, blending seamlessly into the walls. "Hello, Sarah," a voice said, low and smooth, from somewhere behind one of my reflections. My blood ran cold. "Mark." I thrashed against my restraints, a desperate, guttural cry escaping my lips. "Mark, let me go. Please." He chuckled, a soft, unsettling sound that bounced off the mirrored surfaces, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. It sounded like it was coming from everywhere at once. Now. Sarah, no need for such unpleasantness. We have finally found our way back to each other. Do not you think this is cozy?" I twisted my head, trying to see him, to locate the source of his voice. But all I saw were endless versions of my own terrified face, my reflection twisting in agony. It was like I was trapped in a box made of my own fear. "Where are you?" I demanded, my voice hoarse. "Show yourself." "Oh, I am always here." "Sarah, always watching." His voice seemed to shift, coming from a different reflection now, then another. It was a psychological torment, designed to disorient, to drive me mad. "You said that yourself, did not you?" "That I was always watching." He was toying with me. He was enjoying this. The realization sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. "What do you want?" I whimpered, tears stinging my eyes. "Why are you doing this?" "Why?" He paused, and I could almost feel his smile. "Because I love you. Sarah, I have always loved you. And you just kept running. It was not fair. I built this place for us. A place where we can truly be together without the distractions of the outside world." My eyes darted around the room again, desperately searching for a flaw, a gap, anything that was not a mirror. But there was nothing. Just endless reflections of myself and the faint, unsettling image of man, barely visible in the periphery of one of the mirrors, moving just outside my line of sight. He was a phantom, a ghost in the glass. "You are insane," I whispered, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. "Perhaps," he said, his voice closer now, seemingly coming from the mirror directly opposite me. I stared at my own reflection, and for a terrifying second, I thought I saw him standing behind me in the glass, a dark shape looming over my shoulder. I squeezed my eyes shut, then snapped them open. It was just my own reflection, my face contorted in a mask of pure terror. "But I am your insane. Sarah, and now you are mine." He stepped into the room then, finally. My breath hitched. He was wearing dark clothes, a simple black shirt and trousers, almost blending into the shadows of the mirrors created. He looked calm, almost serene. His eyes, though, were unsettlingly intense, fixed on me with an unnerving possessiveness. He held something in his hand. A single, fresh red rose. Its petals were vibrant, dewy, contrasting sharply with the wilting one he had left in my apartment. The sickly sweet scent, now stronger, filled the small mirrored room. He knelt beside me, his proximity making every fiber of my being scream to recoil. He reached out, not to touch me, but to gently place the rose on the floor beside my head. Its soft petals brushed my ear, a sensation that made me shiver with revulsion. "I missed you, Sarah," he murmured, his voice soft, almost tender. "Every single day." I tried to pull away, to shrink from him, but my restraints held me fast. Tears streamed down my face, blurring my vision even further. "Please, Mark, let me go." He sighed, a sound that seemed to echo endlessly from the mirrored walls. I can't do that. Sarah, not yet. You need to understand. You need to see that we belong together. This cabin, it is a sanctuary. A place where you can finally see yourself, truly see yourself, and see us. He stood up, circling me slowly. His reflection multiplied. A dozen marks walking around a dozen terrified Sarahs. It was a dizzying, sickening sight. He paused at one of the walls, running his hand over the mirrored surface. "I built this myself, he said, his voice laced with strange pride. Every panel, every reflection. I wanted you to be surrounded by beauty. By yourself. By me." He walked over to the door, which I now realized had no visible handle or latch from the inside. He pressed a spot on the mirrored surface, and a faint click echoed. A small, almost invisible seam appeared, and a section of the mirror slid open, revealing a small tray. On the tray was a glass of water, and a plate of what looked like a sandwich. "You must be hungry," he said, turning to me with a solicitous smile that sent shivers down my spine. "And thirsty. I will be back to feed you. Do not worry." He closed the panel with another soft click, and the door was once again seamless, indistinguishable from the other mirrored walls. He then disappeared from my sight, though I could still hear his footsteps receding, the faint sound bouncing off the glass. I was alone again, or at least, I thought I was. The mirrors made it impossible to tell. Every angle showed me my own terrified face, my bound hands, the wilting rose beside me. It was a constant, inescapable reminder of my captivity. I tried to wriggle, to pull at the ropes, but they were too tight, biting into my skin. Hours passed, or maybe it was only minutes. Time lost all meaning in that mirrored prison. The light remained constant, never dimming, never brightening. I could not tell if it was day or night. My muscles ached from being in the same position. My throat was raw from crying out, from trying to scream. The silence was punctuated only by my own ragged breathing, which sounded unnaturally loud in the enclosed space. And then, the reflection started to play tricks on me. At first, it was subtle, a flickering in the periphery of my vision, a shadow that was not there. I would blink and it would be gone. My mind, already frayed by fear and exhaustion, struggled to separate reality from illusion. Then it became more pronounced. I would stare at my reflection, my own haunted eyes staring back, and for a split second, I would see something else, a movement behind me in the reflected room, a figure standing just outside the frame. I would whip my head around, only to find nothing but the cold, reflective glass. Was he watching me through a one-way mirror? Or was I finally losing my mind? The thought was almost as terrifying as being trapped. Mark did not just want to keep me here. He wanted to break me. He wanted to strip away my sanity, to make me question everything I saw, everything I felt. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the overwhelming visual input, the endless versions of my own panic. But even with my eyes closed, the images persisted, burned into my retina. The countless reflections, the distorted angles, the feeling of being watched by 1,000 versions of myself. When Mark returned, I flinched, my whole body tensing. He did not say anything this time. He just knelt, untied my hands and feet just enough for me to sit up, and offered me the water and sandwich. My hands trembled as I took the glass, my fingers brushing his. His touch was cold, clinical. I drank the water greedily, my throat burning. The sandwich tasted like sawdust, but I forced myself to eat, knowing I needed the strength. He watched me, his gaze unwavering, reflected in every mirror around us. It was unnerving, like being under a microscope. He did not speak, did not try to engage. He just observed. It was a chilling performance of control. When I finished, he retied my restraints, carefully, meticulously. His movements were precise, almost tender, yet utterly devoid of warmth. "Good girl," he murmured, a phrase that made my skin crawl. He left again, and the cycle of terror resumed. The constant light, the suffocating silence, the endless reflections. I tried to sleep, to escape, but every time I closed my eyes, the mirrored walls seemed pressing on me, and I would jolt awake, convinced I would see him lurking in a corner just beyond my direct gaze. The second day, or what I assumed was the second day, was worse. The hallucinations intensified. I started seeing things in the reflections that could not possibly be there. My own reflection would sometimes seem to move independently, a subtle shift in expression, a slow blink that was not my own. I would see shadows dance on the mirrored floor, shapes that resembled grotesque figures, reaching out to me. I started talking to myself, just to break the silence, to confirm I was still real, still here. Sarah, I would whisper, my voice echoing back at me from 1,000 points. You are Sarah. You are not crazy. This is not real. But was it? What was real anymore? When every surface reflected an altered version of reality, how could I trust my own senses? At one point, I saw it clearly. In the reflection directly opposite me, my own face was there, but behind it, a faint, almost transparent image of Mark. He was not physically in the room. I knew that, but his reflection was there, superimposed over mine, his arms seemingly wrapped around my reflected shoulder, his head resting on my reflected hair. A silent, terrifying embrace in the glass. I screamed, a raw, primal scream that tore at my throat. I thrashed against my restraints, trying to break free, to shatter the mirror, to escape the horrific image. But the ropes held fast, and the mirror remained unbroken, simply reflecting my agony. Mark appeared shortly after, his face impassive. He did not acknowledge my scream, did not comment on my distress. He simply brought the water and food and watched me with those unervingly calm eyes. You are seeing things. Sarah, he said quietly, as I choked down a mouthful of water. You are tired. Rest. He was gaslighting me. He was deliberately driving me to the brink of madness, making me question my own sanity. He wanted me to believe that what I was seeing was not real, that he was not doing this to me, that it was all in my head. But I knew better. I knew he was behind every flicker, every shadow, every terrifying illusion. Days blurred into a single, agonizing eternity. I ate when he brought food, drank when he offered water. I tried to conserve my energy, knowing that resistance was futile for now. But my mind was a battlefield. The mirrors were relentless, constantly feeding me distorted images, making me feel like I was being watched by an army of myself, each one more terrified than the last. I started to notice tiny details in the mirrored walls, imperfections, scratches, dust motes. I focused on them, trying to find a pattern, a weakness, anything that could give me an edge. I memorized the way the light fell on certain panels, the slight warp in the reflection of my left hand. One afternoon, as Mark was retying my restraints, I felt it, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor in the wood of the floor. It was not the building settling. It was rhythmic, like a very distant, very faint thumping. My eyes met Mark's in the reflection. He saw the shift in my expression, the flicker of recognition in my eyes. His calm facade did not break, but a subtle tension tightened around his mouth. Just the cabin settling. Sarah, he said, his voice a little too quick, a little too smooth. It is an old place. But I knew that was not settling. That was a sound from outside. He finished tying me, a little more roughly this time, and left. As soon as the door clicked shut, I strained my ears, focusing on the faint vibration. Thump, it was faint, almost like a heartbeat, but it was there, and it was getting closer. Hope, a dangerous, fragile thing, flickered within me. Someone was out there. Someone was looking for me. I started to test my restraints again, with renewed vigor. The ropes were tight, but maybe, just maybe, I could work them loose. I twisted my wrists, gritting my teeth against the pain, try and create a tiny bit of slack. The thumping grew louder, more distinct. It sounded like someone was walking through the woods, heavy footsteps crunching on leaves and twigs. Then a new sound. A faint, distant barking. Dogs. Search dogs. My heart leaped. This was it. This was my chance. I redoubled my efforts, pulling and twisting, ignoring the burning pain in my wrists. My skin was raw, chafed, but I did not care. I needed to be free. I needed to be ready. Mark reappeared, his face now etched with a grim intensity. He had not brought food or water. His eyes were no longer calm, but darting nervously, reflected in 100 anxious versions of himself. "They are here," he whispered, his voice laced with frantic edge. "They found us." A small, triumphant surge of adrenaline shot through me. I did not say anything, just met his gaze, my eyes blazing with a defiant hope. He looked at me, then at the mirrored walls, then back at me, a strange, desperate look crossed his face. "No," he murmured, almost himself. "No, I won't let them take you. Not after all this." He turned, his movements quick and agitated. He walked to one of the mirrored walls, not the door, but a different section. He pressed his hand against it, and this time the mirror did not slide open. Instead, it retracted, revealing a small, dark opening. A crawl space, perhaps. "We will go," he said, his voice hushed and urgent. "We will go deeper into the woods. They won't find us there. We will be safe." He started to untie my ropes, his fingers fumbling in his haste. This was my moment. This was my only chance. As he reached for the last knot on my right wrist, I gathered all my strength, all my fear, all my rage. I pulled my hands free with a violent jerk, tearing the skin on my wrists but breaking the last of the restraints. He looked up, startled, his eyes wide with surprise. Before he could react, before he could grab me, I lunged. I did not aim for the door. I did not aim for the crawl space. I aimed for the nearest mirror. With a primal scream, I brought my freed hands down, hammering them onto the mirrored surface. The glass shattered with a deafening crash, a spiderweb of cracks spreading outwards from the point of impact. Shards flew, tiny slivers glittering in the constant light. Mark cried out, a sound of shock and disbelief. He grabbed my arm, pulling me back, but I was already scrambling away, my hands bleeding, my body shaking. The sound of the breaking glass, the sudden, violent rupture of the perfect, reflective prison was intoxicating. It was freedom. The crash had been loud, deafening in the small, enclosed space. It would have echoed. It would have been heard. And then from outside, much closer now, came a new sound. A human voice shouting, "Hello, anyone in there?" Mark's face contorted into a mask of pure fury. He lunged at me, his eyes wild. "No, you ruined it. You ruined everything." He tackled me, sending us both sprawling onto the splintered-wood floor amidst the glittering shards of broken glass. My head hit the floor with a sickening thud, and my vision swam. I felt a sharp pain as a piece of glass dug into my side. We struggled, a desperate, silent battle amidst the reflections of our violent forms. He was stronger, but I was fueled by a year of terror, by the desperate need to survive. I kicked. I clawed. I bit. I screamed, a raw, ragged sound that echoed through the shattered mirrors. And then, the sound of a heavy thud against the mirrored door. Another voice, closer now, urgent. "Police, open up." Mark froze. His eyes, reflected in the broken glass around us, were no longer furious, but filled with sudden, chilling despair. He looked at me, then at the door, then at the shattered mirror, then back at me. "You do not understand. Sarah," he whispered, his voice cracking. "I just wanted us to be together." He did not fight anymore. He just lay there, defeated, his grip on me loosening. The door burst open with a splintering crash, the mirrored panel tearing away from its hinges. Bright, unfiltered daylight flooded the room, harsh and blinding after the constant artificial light. Silhouettes of men in uniform filled the doorway, their faces grim, their weapons drawn. Police. Freeze. I scrambled away from Mark, coughing, my body aching, my hands bleeding. The scent of fresh air of pine trees and damp earth filled my lungs, pushing out the sickly sweet smell of roses. It was the most beautiful smell I had ever experienced. They pulled me out gently, carefully. My legs were weak, my body trembling uncontrollably. I stumbled out of the cabin, into the blinding sunlight, into the real world. The trees were tall, the sky was blue, and the air was crisp and clean. I looked back at the cabin, its mirrored walls now shattered and scarred, reflecting the chaos of the rescue. Mark was being handcuffed, his head bowed, his eyes still fixed on me, even as they led him away. His expression was unreadable, a mixture of sorrow and something else, something deeply unsettling. They took me to a hospital, treated my cuts and bruises, gave me sedatives. They asked me questions, endless questions, but my mind was a jumble of fractured images, the endless reflections, the phantom Mark in glass, the sickly sweet rose. It has been months since then. Mark is in a high-security psychiatric facility, deemed unfit to stand trial. They found his notes, his plans, his obsession laid bare. They found the cameras he would installed, the ones he used to watch me, to plan my abduction. They found the one-way mirrors in the cabin, allowing him to observe me from a hidden space. I am safe now. That is what everyone tells me. He can't hurt me anymore. But the terror, the paranoia, it never truly leaves you. Sometimes, when I catch my reflection in a shop window or a polished surface, I feel a jolt of fear. For a split second, I expect to see him lurking behind me, his phantom image superimposed over my own. I still check my locks 4, 5 times. I still avoid eye contact. I still jump at unexpected sounds. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the shadows play tricks on my eyes, I can still smell it, that cloying, sickly sweet scent of roses. A reminder that even though he is locked away, a part of that mirrored prison, is still with me, forever etched into the deepest corners of my mind. And I know, with a terrifying certainty, that I will always be watching my own reflections just in case. The air was thick with a cloying metallic sweetness, like rust mixed with 1,000 dried roses, and something else, something ancient and alive, a buzzing hum that vibrated deep in my bones. It felt like the house itself was breathing, a slow, deliberate intake and exhalation of centuries of dust and obsession. Serena stood before me, her smile wide and unsettling, her eyes gleaming with that ancient, triumphant ownership I would see in my nightmares. There was no joy in it, no warmth, just a cold, hard satisfaction of a predator who had finally cornered its prey. "Welcome home, my love," she purred, her voice a low, melodious hum that sent shivers down my spine. It was the voice of a siren, beautiful and deadly. It has been so long. But now, the garden is complete, and our tapestry awaits its final threads. I just stood there, paralyzed, my mind screaming for an escape route that did not exist. The front door, through which he would usher me in, was now a solid slab of aged oak, its heavy deadbolt visible from where I stood. And beyond it, the woods, miles and miles of them, swallowing up any hope of a quick dash to freedom. She gestured around the entryway, a vast, circular space that should have felt grand, but instead felt like a mausoleum. Every inch of the walls, from floor to ceiling, was covered in those iron roses. Thousands of them, each one intricately forged, petals curling, thorns sharp and menacing. They were black as pitch, absorbing the scant light filtering in from the single, small window high above the door, a window that, like all the others, was nailed shut with thick, rusted planks from the outside. "Your work," she said, sweeping her arm out in a grand arc. "From so many lives, so many dedications to our bond. You always found a way to create them, did not you? My blacksmith, My stomach churned. The blacksmith, the man from her delusions, the one who crafted these metallic monstrosities for her, the one she believed I was. Serena, I managed, my voice a dry croak. This is not real. You need help. Her smile did not falter, but a flicker of something cold and sharp passed through her eyes. Oh, it is real, my dear. More real than anything you have known. You have simply forgotten. But that is why we are here. To remember. To finish what we started. She turned, her movements fluid and graceful, and began to lead me deeper into the house. I had no choice but to follow. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to fight, but a primal fear kept me rooted, a deer caught in the headlights. My legs felt like lead, each step a struggle against an invisible force pulling me forward. We entered a cavernous living room, equally adorned with the iron roses, though here they were intertwined with dried vines and strange, skeletal branches that reached out from the walls like grasping claws. The furniture was ancient, draped in white sheets that billowed slightly in the stagnant air, like ghosts waiting to rise. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light that pierced the gaps in the nailed-up windows, illuminating the oppressive silence. This is where we will spend our evenings, she said, her hand brushing against a sheet-covered armchair, remembering stories, planning our future. My future. The thought was a lead weight in my chest. She did not pause, instead leading me through another doorway into what I knew with a sickening certainty would be the loom room. And it was. The room was vast, easily the largest in the house, and dominated by a monstrous loom. It stood at least 15 feet high, its wooden frame dark with age, intricately carved with symbols I did not recognize, but felt a chilling familiarity with. The air here was even heavier, charged with an almost electric energy, like standing too close to a storm. But it was not just the loom that stole my breath. It was the tapestry. It was immense, stretching from the top of the loom nearly to the floor and extending horizontally across most of the room. It was not woven from conventional threads. Instead, it was a grotesque patchwork of materials, strands of human hair, dried animal sinew, thin strips of what looked like flayed skin, woven together with vibrant, impossibly bright silk and dull metallic wire. And embedded within this horrifying fabric were small, dark objects. Tiny, intricate iron roses, no bigger than my thumb, each one perfectly formed. Each one a miniature version of the thousands adorning the walls outside. The tapestry depicted scenes. Not landscapes or portraits, but fragmented, nightmarish tableaus. I saw a blacksmith, his face obscured by shadow, hammering glowing metal. A woman, her features eerily similar to Serena's, weaving at a smaller loom. Figures embracing, figures fighting, figures dying. And in the background of every scene, like a recurring motif, was a chilling silhouette of shadow, sometimes barely visible, sometimes looming large, stretching its tendrils towards the figures. My eyes fixated on one section, a scene of a small, rustic cottage. Inside, a man with broad shoulders, his back to me, worked at an anvil. Outside, a woman with long, dark hair sat a loom, her head bowed, and above them, a shadow like a hungry cloud seemed to descend. Our lives, Serena whispered, her voice full of reverence as she ran a hand over the tapestry. Her fingers brushed against a strand of what looked like dark, coarse hair. Each thread, a moment, each rose, a life you dedicated to me. The blacksmith, the soldier, the poet, the explorer, always finding your way back to your weaver. My blood ran cold. This was not just a metaphor. She truly believed this. And the shadow that had followed me, that had clung to my motel wall, it was here too, woven into the fabric of her madness. What is this? I choked out, my voice barely audible. She turned to me, her eyes alight with an almost feverish intensity. It is our story, my love, the story of our eternal bond. And it is almost finished. Just a few more threads, a few more lives to weave in. She walked to a small table beside the loom, where a collection of strange items lay. Spools of thread, not cotton or wool, but things that made my skin crawl, fine silver wire, bundles of dry grass, and what looked disturbingly like braided human hair, some dark, some light, some even tinged with gray. There were also tiny tools, delicate needles, a pair of sharp, gleaming shears, and a small, intricately carved wooden shuttle, stained dark with age, and something else, something that looked like dry blood. "I have been waiting for you," she said, picking up a spool of what looked like shimmering, iridescent insect wings, delicately strung together, waiting to complete the final chapter. The chapter where we finally stay together, forever. I took a step back, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. "Serena, you can't keep me here. This is kidnapping." "The police," she laughed, a soft, melodic sound that was utterly devoid of humor. "The police. They did not believe you then, did they? They won't believe you now. No one understands our bond. No one understands the true nature of the tapestry." She paused, her gaze sweeping over the intricate fabric. "Besides, you want to be here. Deep down, you know this is where you belong. With me, your weaver." I felt a cold dread settle deep in my stomach. She was right. The police had not believed me. They would dismiss my claims of a stalking shadow, of a woman who knew my every move, as delusions brought on by stress. And now, I was truly alone, trapped in a house of horrors with a woman whose sanity had long since unraveled. "I am going to make you remember," she continued, her voice growing softer, almost hypnotic. "Remember the joy of forging, the satisfaction creation. Remember the love we shared, life after life. And then we will weave your final thread. Together." I spent the first night locked in a small room off the main hallway, a room she called our bedchamber. It was sparsely furnished, with a single, ancient four-poster bed draped in dusty velvet. The windows were, of course, nailed shut. The door had a heavy, old-fashioned bolt on the outside, which I heard click shut with a sickening finality after Serena left me. The air in the room was thick with the same metallic sweetness, and a scent of old wood and something vaguely floral, like dried potpourri that had long lost its fragrance and gained a musty, almost morbid undertone. I tried the door, of course. It was solid, unyielding. I pounded on it, yelling, screaming until my throat was raw, but the house simply swallowed my cries. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than my own desperate shouts. I tried the windows. The planks were thick, securely nailed. Even if I could somehow pry them open, the glass beneath was covered in decades of grime, and beyond that, only the impenetrable blackness of the woods. As the hours dragged on, the darkness in the room deepened, broken only by slivers of moonlight that managed to penetrate the gaps in the nailed boards, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed on the walls. I saw the shadow again then, not the distinct, malevolent form that had clung to my motel wall, but a shifting, indistinct presence in the corners of the room, just at the edge of my vision. It felt like an extension of Serena, a watchful, patient entity, waiting. I did not sleep. I just sat on the floor, huddled against the wall, listening to the creaks and groans of the old house. Every rustle of leaves outside, every snap of a branch, sounded amplified, sinister. I imagined Serena, awake somewhere in the house, perhaps at her loom, patiently weaving, waiting for morning, waiting for me. The next morning, she brought me breakfast, a plate of dry toast, and a cup of herbal tea. She unlocked the door with a jingle of old keys, her smile as unsettlingly serene as ever. "Good morning, my love," she said, placing the tray on a small, rickety table. "Did you sleep well?" I glared at her, refusing to answer. My throat was still raw, and my eyes burned from lack of sleep. She simply chuckled. "You will adjust. You always do. We have much to do today. I want to show you the garden." The garden was not what I expected. It was a clearing behind the house, surrounded by towering, ancient trees. But there were no flowers, no vegetables. Instead, the ground was littered with hundreds, if not thousands, of rusted metal scraps. Old tools, discarded gears, twisted pieces of iron, all slowly decaying back into the earth. And scattered among them, like strange, dark blossoms, were more iron roses, some half buried, some overgrown with moss, some still sharp and menacing. This is where you always found your materials, she explained, gesturing around the desolate clearing. The remnants of past lives, past creations. You would come here, gather what you needed, and then return to your forge. She picked up a small, rusted cog, turning it over in her hands. Even now, the earth remembers your touch. My mind reeled. Was this her way of trying to trigger my memories? To make me believe her fantastical story? Or was there something else here? Something truly ancient and unsettling that permeated this place? The days that followed blurred into a horrifying monotony. Serena never left me alone for long. She would bring me meals, always simple, always bland. She would sit across from me, her eyes fixed on mine, telling stories of our supposed past lives. She spoke of me as the blacksmith, always strong, always devoted, always creating these iron roses for her, the weaver. She described our love, our arguments, our partings, and our inevitable reunions. Her narratives were so vivid, so detailed that sometimes, in my sleep-deprived, terrified state, I almost felt a flicker of recognition, a phantom echo of a memory that was not mine. That was the most terrifying part, the insidious way her madness began to seep into my own mind. She would talk about the shadow, too. Not with fear, but with a strange reverence. The shadow, she would say, her voice soft. It is a thread that binds us. It remembers even when we forget. It brings us back together. Always. I try to find a weakness, a way out. I searched the house when she was in the kitchen, or when she was engrossed at her loom. But every window was sealed, every door locked from the outside. The house was a fortress, built not of brick and mortar, but of obsession and madness. One afternoon, while Serena was in the kitchen preparing lunch, I found myself drawn back to the loom room. The tapestry seemed to pulse with a dark energy, drawing me closer. I traced the images with my finger, feeling the strange textures of hair and sinew. I saw a scene of a battle, men clashing with swords, and in the thick of it, a figure with a blacksmith's strong arms, his face turned away. And above it all, the shadow, vast and indistinct, like a looming storm cloud. Then I noticed something new. A section of the tapestry, near the bottom, was unfinished. Threads of vibrant silk and metallic wire hung loose, waiting to be woven. And beside them, on the small table, lay a fresh bundle of what looked like my own hair, dark, slightly wavy, just like mine. My stomach lurched. Serena's voice, calm and even, came from behind me. Ah, you have noticed. Yes, the final threads. The most important ones. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. She stood in the doorway, a plate of sandwiches in her hand, her gaze fixed on the bundle of hair. Where did you get that? I demanded, my voice trembling. She smiled. From your pillow, last night. You shed so much in your sleep. It is perfect, strong, vibrant. It will make a beautiful thread. A cold, paralyzing fear washed over me. She had been in my room while I slept. She had taken my hair. She was planning to weave me into her monstrous tapestry. From that moment on, my terror escalated into a desperate, frantic scramble for survival. I could not eat, could not sleep. Every time Serena looked at me, I saw not a deranged woman, but a spider meticulously preparing its web, waiting for the perfect moment to consume its prey. She started bringing me to the loom room more often. She would sit at the loom, her long, slender fingers moving with practiced ease, weaving the strange threads into the tapestry. She would hum a low, tuneless melody, her eyes alight with a disturbing joy. She would occasionally glance at me, her smile widening, as if seeing me already a part of the fabric. Soon, she would murmur, "Soon, the last thread will be woven." and then we will truly be one. I started seeing the shadow everywhere, in the shifting patterns of dust motes, in the dark corners of my room, in the reflections in the grimy windows. It was no longer just Serena's obsession, it was mine too. It felt like a presence, a watchful, ancient entity waiting for its cue. One evening, as dusk bled into night, Serena led me to the loom room. The air was thick with that cloying sweetness, but now it was laced with something else, something metallic and sharp like fresh blood. Candles flickered around the room, casting long, dancing shadows that made the tapestry seem to writhe and pulse. She did not sit at the loom this time. Instead, she stood before it, her back to me, her arms outstretched, as if embracing the vast, horrifying fabric. "The time has come," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum that seemed to emanate from the tapestry itself. The final thread, the culmination of all our lives, all our love. She turned to face me, and my blood ran cold. Her eyes were no longer merely gleaming. They were glowing with an unnatural, phosphorescent light. And behind her, stretching out from the tapestry, from the very fabric of the woven shadow, was a tendril of pure darkness. It snaked out, long and spectral, reaching towards me. "The shadow remembers," she said, her voice now deep and resonant, no longer just Serena's, but something older, something echoing through time. "It remembers every life, every bond. It remembers you, my blacksmith." I stumbled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs. This was not just a delusion anymore. This was something truly supernatural, something terrifyingly real. The shadow was not just a manifestation of her obsession. It was a living, breathing entity, connected to her, to the tapestry, to me. The tendril of shadow reached out, brushing against my cheek. It was cold, so intensely cold it felt like a burn, leaving a tingling numbness in its wake. Images flashed through my mind to forge, the clang of hammer on steel, the smell of burning coal. A woman's face, serene and beautiful, illuminated by firelight. A sense of profound love, and then a crushing loss. It was not just a flicker, it was a torrent, a lifetime of memories that were not mine, yet felt undeniably real. My head swam, my knees buckled. Serena took a step toward me, her glowing eyes fixed on mine. "You remember, do not you, the forge, the roses, our love, and the shadow always watching, always guiding." The tendril of shadow wrapped itself around my arm, pulling me gently but firmly towards the loom. I could feel its cold embrace, draining the warmth from my body, the will from my mind. It was a suffocating pressure, a quiet consumption. "No," I screamed, a desperate, primal cry. I fought against the shadow's grip, against the insidious memories flooding my brain. This was not my life. This was not my love. This was her madness, and I would not be consumed by it. I struggled, pulling against the shadowy tendril, but it was surprisingly strong, its grip tightening. Serena watched, her glowing eyes filled with triumphant satisfaction. "Do not fight it, my love," she murmured, her voice a soothing, deadly lullaby. "It is time to come home, time to be woven into the eternal tapestry." My eyes darted around the room, desperate for anything, any weapon, any escape. My gaze fell upon the small table beside the loom where the tools lay, the gleaming shears. With a surge of adrenaline, a final, desperate burst of defiance, I lunged. The shadow momentarily recoiled, surprised by my sudden movement. My fingers closed around the cold, sharp metal of the shears. Serena's eyes widened, a flicker of something akin to surprise, or perhaps annoyance, replacing the triumph. "What are you doing?" she hissed, her voice losing its ancient resonance, becoming Serena's again. I did not answer. I did not have time. With all the strength I had left, I brought the shears down, not on Serena, but on the tapestry itself. The shears bit into the woven fabric, tearing through strands of silk, hair, and sinew. A shriek, not from Serena, but from the tapestry, ripped through the room. It was a sound of agony, of ancient fabric being rent apart, of a living thing being wounded. The shadow recoiled violently, its tendril snapping back from my arm. The room plunged into a chaotic darkness as the candles guttered and died. I heard Serena cry out, a sound of fury and pain. I did not wait. I turned and ran, blindly stumbling through the darkness, away from the loom, away from Serena, away from the shadow. I crashed through the doorway, into the main living room, still draped in its ghostly sheets. I could hear Serena behind me, her voice a guttural roar, filled with a primal rage. "You fool! What have you done? You have torn the thread. You have broken the bond." I did not know what I had done, but I knew it was something irreversible, something that had shattered her delusion, or perhaps something that had truly wounded the ancient entity she served. I ran through the house, the metallic sweetness in the air now acrid, burning my nostrils. The shadow was everywhere, shifting, swirling, trying to block my path. It was no longer a subtle presence. It was a tangible force, pushing against me, whispering ancient curses in a language I did not understand, yet felt in my very bones. I reached the front door, the solid oak door with its heavy deadbolt. I knew it was locked, but I slammed my shoulder against it anyway, again and again, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. The wood groaned, but held. Serena was close behind me, her footsteps echoing through the house. I could feel her presence, cold and furious, closing in. "You cannot escape," she shrieked, her voice raw with rage. "The shadow will find you. It will bring you back." My eyes frantically searched for another way. The small, high window above the door. It was nailed shut, but perhaps, just perhaps, I scrambled onto a nearby antique chest. It was creaking ominously under my weight. I reached up, grasping at the thick, rusted planks. They were old, weakened by time. With a desperate surge of strength, I pulled, tearing at the wood, splinters digging into my flesh. The wood groaned, then a plank snapped, tearing away with a sound like a gunshot. A sliver of moonlight, bright and clean, pierced the darkness, illuminating the swirling shadow that now filled the entryway. It recoiled from the light, hissing, shrinking back into the corners of the room. Serena screamed again, a sound of pure agony. "No, the light. You must not." I pulled again, frantically, another plank tearing away. More moonlight flooded in and the shadows shrieked, dissolving into wisps of smoke that retreated into the deeper recesses of the house, away from the purifying light. I smashed my fist through the grimy glass of the window, ignoring the pain as shards bit into my skin. The cold night air rushed in, clean and free, filling my lungs with a breath of pure life. Serena stood below me, her face contorted in a mask of fury and despair. Her eyes no longer glowed, they were wide and wild, filled with unshed tears. The ancient, triumphant ownership was gone, replaced by a raw, human devastation. "You have ruined everything," she wailed, reaching up, trying to grab my leg. "Our tapestry, our bond. You have destroyed it all." I kicked out, knocking her hand away, and scrambled to the shattered window, tearing my clothes and skin on the jagged edges. I felt the ground outside, landing hard on the damp earth. The cold, clear night air was a shock. I lay there for a moment, gasping, my body aching, my mind reeling. I could hear Serena screaming from inside the house, a sound of profound, guttural grief that was almost as horrifying as her earlier fury. I pushed myself up, my legs wobbly, my hands bleeding. I did not look back. I ran. I ran through the dark, silent woods, the branches whipping at my face, the roots tripping my feet. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed in a heap, miles away from the house, from Serena, from the shattered tapestry, and the retreating shadow. I do not know how long I lay there, shivering, crying, my mind a jumbled mess of fear and confusion. Eventually, the first gray light of dawn began to filter through the trees. The woods, once so menacing, now seemed merely cold and indifferent. I made it out of the woods, eventually finding a deserted road, and walked for what felt like an eternity before I saw the distant lights of town. I found a gas station, a beacon of normalcy, and called for help. When the police arrived, they found me erect, covered in dirt, blood, and tears, babbling incoherently about iron roses, looms, and a shadow. They took me to a hospital, where they treated my cuts and bruises, and listened patiently to my story. They did not believe me, of course. Not really. They nodded, they humored me, but their eyes held that familiar, dismissive pity. They went to the remote house in the woods. They found it, but what they found was an old, abandoned farmhouse, dilapidated and overgrown. The windows were shattered, the front door hanging open on a single hinge. Inside, they reported, there was nothing but dust, cobwebs, and the skeletal remains of ancient, rotting furniture. No thousands of iron roses. No monstrous loom. No tapestry woven with human hair and sinew. No signs of Serena. They said I must have been disoriented, traumatized, that the iron rose sat on my kitchen counter, heavy and cold, a chilling testament to the fact that Serena was not just a quirky, overly intuitive date. She was a presence, a dark, unwelcome shadow that had finally stepped out of the periphery and directly into my life, leaving a tangible, terrifying marker. The note, tucked beneath its metallic petals, simply read, "Our garden awaits, my love." My hands trembled as I picked up the rose. It was beautifully crafted, intricate and delicate, despite the harshness of the metal. A blacksmith's touch, she would said. My touch in a past life. But it was not the craftsmanship that unnerved me, it was the implication. Our garden. That meant she saw a future with me, a shared space, a life. And she knew where I lived. That was the real gut punch. The Alex incident had left me with a permanent tremor beneath my skin, a constant hum of paranoia. I would move cities, change my number, try to scrub myself clean of the past. But Serena, like some ancient insidious weed, had found her way through the cracks in my carefully constructed defenses. She had not just found me, she would known me. Known things no one should. I did not sleep that night. Every creak of the old apartment building, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent my heart into a frantic drum solo against my ribs. I kept picturing her, standing outside, watching my lights, a faint, knowing smile on her lips. The "I will be here," waiting. As always, echoed in my head, a perpetual loop of dread. The next morning, I tried to rationalize. Maybe she would just follow me home after one of our dates. Maybe she would found my address through some public record or a simple gut goose search. But the specific details of Crooked Branch, the mossy rock of my childhood fort, the obscure coding algorithm, those were not public knowledge. They were intimate, buried memories, things I would never spoken to anyone. It went beyond stalking. It felt supernatural. I decided to cut her off completely. Blocked her number, her social media profiles. I even considered changing my number again, but the thought of the hassle, the disruption, made me hesitate. Besides, what good would it do? She would found me once. She would find me again. That chilling certainty was already taking root. For a few days, nothing happened. The silence was almost worse than the gifts. It was a suffocating, heavy silence, pregnant with anticipation. I found myself jumping at shadows, scrutinizing every car that drove slowly down my street, every person who lingered a little too long near my building. My once safe apartment now felt like a glass cage, every wall transparent, every window a gaping maw for her gaze. One evening, I came home from work to a faint, unfamiliar scent in my apartment. It was subtle, like old lavender and something else, something earthy and sweet, like dried flowers. Serena's scent. I frantically checked every window, every lock. All secure. My heart hammered. Had she been inside? How? There were no signs of forced entry. I felt a cold dread crawl up my spine. I sprayed air freshener until my lungs burned, trying to erase the phantom smell, but it lingered, a phantom reminder of her proximity. The next day, I invested in a security camera for my front door, a small, discreet one that could connect to my phone. It felt like a childish defense against an ancient evil, but it was all I could think to do. The first few days of monitoring were uneventful, just the usual procession of delivery drivers and neighbors. I started to relax, just a fraction. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe the scent was just my imagination, a byproduct of my escalating paranoia. Then the notification started, not of Serena, but of me, or rather, a shadow. It began subtly. I would get a notification on my phone motion detected at front door. I would check the live feed, and it would just be me, leaving for work or coming home. But sometimes, in the corner of the frame, there would be a flicker, a distortion, like heat haze, but darker. It was gone before I could properly register it. My mind, already frayed, dismissed it as a glitch, a trick of the light. But the glitches became more frequent, more pronounced. The shadows started appearing when I was not there. One afternoon, I was at work and my phone buzzed. Motion detected at front door. I checked the feed. Nothing. Just the empty hallway outside my apartment. I scrolled back a few seconds, and there it was, a fleeting, elongated shadow, stretching from the corner of the frame, and then quickly retracting, as if it had been startled. It was too dark, too distinct, to be an ordinary shadow from a hallway light. It had a presence, a depth. It was almost hungry. My blood ran cold. I watched the clip again and again. It was there, undeniable. It was not human-shaped, not exactly. More like a ripple in the fabric of reality, a patch of pure darkness that moved with an unnatural fluidity. I thought of Serena. Had she sent someone? Was this her way of reminding me she was still waiting? But this felt different, more ethereal, more chilling than a simple human stalker. The shadows started appearing inside my apartment. I know how insane that sounds. I would get home, and the air would feel heavy, charged. Sometimes, I would catch a glimpse of it out of the corner of my eye, a fleeting darkness in my periphery, like when a cloud passes over the sun. But indoors, it would vanish the instant I turned my head. It never made a sound. It never left a trace. Just the oppressive feeling, the sense of being watched by something that was not quite physical. I started setting up more cameras, cheap ones, facing different directions inside my apartment. I felt like a madman, but I needed proof. I needed to know I was not losing my mind. The footage was inconclusive at first, just empty rooms. But then, one night, I reviewed the recordings from my living room camera. I had been out getting groceries. The apartment was empty, and then there it was. Not a person, not a burglar. A shadow, a patch of absolute blackness, darker than any natural shadow, detaching itself from the wall, elongating, twisting, moving across the floor and then melting back into the darkness beneath my couch. It moved with a strange, undulating grace like smoke, but with a definite malevolent purpose. I felt a scream claw its way up my throat, but it died there, choked by pure terror. This was not Serena's doing. Not directly. This was something else. Or was it? The past lives came rushing back to me. Her talking about me as a blacksmith. Her as a weaver. The iron rose, the woven bracelet. What if it was not just a metaphor? What if she truly believed in these past lives? And what if, in her twisted mind, she was trying to manifest some ancient connection? And what if this shadow was a part of that? I started researching. Ancient folklore, shadow entities, things that feed on fear or attachment. I found obscure texts, old forums, tales of elemental spirits, of lingering presences tied to intense emotions. The more I read, the more terrified I became. Some stories spoke of shadows that were echoes of intense desires, of obsessions so profound they could manifest. Serena's obsession, the shadow, I realized, was not just a random entity. It was my shadow, or rather, a shadow of me, or perhaps a shadow of us. A manifestation of the connection Serena believed we shared, twisting and taking on a life of its own through her unwavering belief and my escalating fear. It became my constant companion. I would wake up in the dead of night, feeling its presence at the foot of my bed, a denser patch of darkness against the already dark room. I never saw its full form, never its face, but I felt its eyes on me, a cold, piercing gaze that seeped into my very bones. It did not threaten me physically, not with violence. Its threat was more insidious, more psychological. It was a constant reminder that I was never alone, that something was always watching, always waiting. Just like Serena, I stopped going out, except for work. Even then, I would rush home, desperate to escape the outside world, only to find the same oppressive presence waiting for me within my own walls. My friends called concerned. I gave vague excuses. How could I explain? Hey, a shadow that may or may not be connected to my crazy ex-date is haunting my apartment and slowly driving me insane. They would think I would finally crack. My apartment, once my sanctuary, became my prison. I started sleeping with all the lights on, but the shadow did not care. It was a darkness so profound that light seemed to wrap around it, unable to penetrate its core. It would just sit there in the corner of my vision, a silent sentinel. One evening, I was sitting on my couch, staring blankly at the TV, when I heard a whisper. It was faint, barely audible, like wind sighing through dry leaves. But it was there, and it called my name. My blood ran cold. I froze, every muscle tensed. Hello. I croaked, my voice raw with fear. The whisper came again, closer this time. My love, it was not Serena's voice. Not exactly. It was deeper, rustier, like metal grinding against stone. It was the voice of the blacksmith. She claimed I was. And then another voice, soft and melodic, intertwining with the first. Our gardener weaver's voice. Her voice, but amplified, distorted, as if coming from a great distance, across vast stretches of time. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes darting around the room, searching for the source. The shadow detached itself from the wall near the bookshelf. It pulsed, grew larger, and for the first time, I felt a distinct chill in the air, a drop in temperature that made goosebumps erupt on my arms. It swirled, coalesced, and then for a split second, I saw it. Not a face, not a body, but an impression. Two forms intertwined within the darkness. One broad and strong, like a man forged in fire. The other slender and graceful, like a woman weaving threads of fate. They were reaching out, not with hands, but with tendrils of pure shadow beckoning. Come back to us. The blacksmith's voice rumbled, now clearer, more insistent. Always waiting. The weaver's voice echoed, sweet and terrible. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, landing hard on the floor. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not just a shadow. This was a manifestation, a memory given form. Serena's belief, my fear, twisting into something truly monstrous. I knew then that I had to leave. I could not stay in this apartment another minute. I did not care about my belongings, my job, anything. I just needed to escape this suffocating, timeless presence. I packed a small bag, throwing in essentials, my hands shaking so violently I could barely zip it up. As I moved through the apartment, the shadow followed, a silent, swirling void in my periphery. It did not try to stop me, did not block my path. It just watched, a patient, eternal gaze. I practically ran out of my apartment, slamming the door behind me, not caring about the noise. I did not look back. I fled down the stairs, out of the building, and into the cool night air. I did not have a plan, Just an overwhelming urge to put as much distance as possible between myself and that apartment, between myself and that shadow, between myself and Serena. I drove aimlessly for hours, the city lights blurring into streaks of color. The further I got, the lighter I felt, a tiny sliver of hope blooming in my chest. Maybe I could outrun it. Maybe I could escape. I ended up at a cheap motel on the outskirts of town, miles away from my apartment. I checked in, paid cash, and locked myself in the room. I felt exhausted, but strangely calm. The shadow was not here. I could sleep. I could finally breathe. I fell into a fitful sleep, plagued by dreams of flickering flames and ancient looms, of hands reaching for me from the darkness. When I woke, it was still dark outside, but a faint glow was beginning to seep through the curtains. I sat up, groggy, and rubbed my eyes. That is when I saw it. In the corner of the motel room, clinging to the wall like a patch of deeper night, was a shadow. It was smaller, fainter than it had been in my apartment, almost transparent. But it was there. It had followed me. My heart plummeted. A cold, crushing despair washed over me. It had not just followed me, it had found me. Just like Serena. A faint whisper brushed against my ear, so close I could feel the non-existent breath. Always waiting. And then, another voice, clear as a bell, yet distant. Serena's voice. You can run, my love, but you can never escape what we are, what we have always been. I stared at the shadow, my entire body trembling. It was not just a manifestation of her desire. It was her, or a part of her, an extension of her will, her timeless obsession. It was a physical embodiment of her claim that we were bound, across lifetimes, across dimensions. The shadow pulsed, growing slightly denser, and within its depths, for a fleeting moment, I saw a flash of something familiar. Not a face, but an emotion. A possessive, unwavering love that was more terrifying than any hate. I realized then with a horrifying clarity that this was not just a stalker. This was not just a crazy ex-date. Serena was not just a woman. She was a force, an ancient, patient, relentless force that had finally caught up to me. And the shadow, my constant companion, was merely the first tendril of her eternal embrace. I picked up my phone, my fingers fumbling. I had to call someone. The police, a friend, anyone. But as my thumb hovered over the screen, the shadow seemed to ripple, and Serena's voice, now clearer, colder, whispered directly into my mind our garden awaits. And you, my love, are already planted. I dropped the phone. The screen cracked. The shadow expanded, its edges blurring, seeming to fill the entire room with an oppressive darkness. I was trapped, not in the motel room, but in a fate woven across lifetimes. The Alex incident had been a warning. Serena was the consequence. And the shadow was a proof that some things, some people, transcend time and space to claim what they believe is theirs. And I, the blacksmith, was hers. Forever. You can run. The words were not just in my head, they were a dull throb behind my eyes, a chilling echo in the silent, stale air of the motel room. I would driven until the highway signs blurred into indistinguishable streaks of color, until my gas tank was nearly empty, until my eyelids felt like lead weights. I would pick the shabbiest, most anonymous motel I could find, paid cash, and lock myself in, convinced I would finally put some distance between me and her, between me and the thing that followed. But there it was, fainter, yes, a mere whisk compared to the solid, undulating mass that had filled my apartment, but undeniably present, a patch of pure blackness, clinging to the far wall, a stain on the faded floral wallpaper. It seemed to pulse with a low, almost imperceptible hum, a sound I felt more in my bones and heard with my ears. It was not just a shadow anymore, it was a constant, gnawing presence, a physical manifestation of Serena's profound obsession and my own escalating terror. I stared at it, my breath catching in my throat. It was like looking at a tear in the fabric of reality, a hole through which something ancient and malevolent was peering. The whispers started again, soft as a lover's breath, yet cutting through the silence like razor wire. My love, our garden, the two voices intertwined, one deep and resonant like a blacksmith's forge, the other light and melodic like a weaver's loom. They tugged at something deep inside me, a primal fear mingled with a terrifying sense of recognition. Recognition of what? Of the past lives Serena claimed we shared. Me, the blacksmith, forging iron roses for my weaver. The thought alone was enough to make my stomach churn. I clutched my head, digging my fingernails into my scalp, trying to drown out the insidious chorus. It was useless. The further I ran, the more deeply embedded the fear became, and the more Serena's influence seemed to twist its tendrils around my mind. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the motel building, every distant car passing on the highway, every rustle of the cheap curtains sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I was a cornered animal, my senses on high alert, but there was no predator I could see, no physical threat I could fight, only a shadow and a voice. Days bled into nights. I ate only when I absolutely had to, forcing down stale convenience store food. I tried to call a friend, but the words caught in my throat. How do you explain a sentient shadow, a stalker who leaves iron roses and whispers from past lives? They would think I was insane. Maybe I was. My phone felt like a dead weight, a useless brick against the supernatural terror that was consuming me. I even tried calling the police, feigning a break-in just to have someone come, but they just took a report and left, oblivious to the true horror lurking in the dim corners of my vision. My money was running out. My car was running on fumes. I was running on nothing but pure, unadulterated fear. The shadow in my motel room grew bolder, less faint. It started to undulate more vigorously, the two intertwined forms within becoming clearer, more distinct. They reached out, not physically, but with a palpable sense of yearning, beckoning me into their darkness. You can run. Serena's voice whispered again, clearer this time, not just in my mind, but seeming to emanate from the shadow itself. But you can't hide from destiny. I slumped against a grimy wall, my body trembling uncontrollably. Destiny. She always came back to that. Our shared destiny. The garden. What was this garden? Was a metaphor for some twisted, shared existence. Or something more literal, more terrifying. I do not know how long I stayed like that, huddled in the corner, staring at the shadow, listening to the whispers. Hours, maybe. Days, perhaps. Time had lost all meaning. My sanity was fraying at the edges, unraveling thread by thread. I was exhausted, defeated, and then a new thought, cold and insidious, began to worm its way into my mind. What if going back was the only way to make it stop? To understand, to find an end to this torment, one way or another. It was a desperate, suicidal thought, born of utter despair. But it was a thought nonetheless. The shadow seemed to intensify at my internal debate, a silent, knowing presence. Then my phone rang. I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was an unknown number. My hand shook as I answered it. Hello. My voice was a hoarse croak. There you are, my love. Serena's voice purred, as if she had been expecting my call, as if she knew the exact moment I would be at my breaking point. I knew you would come around. You always do. A chill far colder than the air conditioning in the motel room swept through me. How did you get this number? How did you find me? She chuckled, a soft, unsettling sound that held no humor. Silly boy, I always know where you are. We are connected, you and I, across lifetimes, across dimensions. Do not you feel it? I did feel it. A suffocating, inescapable connection that was slowly devouring me. What do you want? Serena, I whispered, my voice devoid of any fight. I want you to come home, she said, her voice laced with a possessive tenderness that made my skin crawl. Our garden is waiting. I have found the perfect place for us to. Cultivate it, a place where we can truly be ourselves, free from the distractions of this modern world. My mind raced, trying to find an escape, a loophole, but there was none. She knew where I was. The shadow was here. The whispers were constant. Where is it? I asked, my voice barely audible. She gave me an address, a rural route number far outside the city, deep in the woods. Come, my love. I will be waiting. And then she hung up. I stared at the phone, then at the shadow. It seemed to shimmer, a faint outline of the blacksmith and weaver within its depths, their forms intertwined, their hands reaching. I had nowhere else to go, no one else to turn to, and a desperate, foolish part of me, weary beyond measure, just wanted the torment to end. Even if the end was Serena. The drive was a blur of highway and increasingly dense forest. The further I drove, the more the world seemed to recede, replaced by a suffocating canopy of trees. The roads became narrower, unpaved, winding through a landscape that felt ancient and forgotten. My car, once my escape vehicle, now felt like a hearse, carrying me to my own burial. The shadow, which had been a faint presence in the passenger seat, grew stronger with every mile, solidifying, its dark tendrils seeming to brush against my arm, a chilling caress. The whispers intensified, a constant murmur of our garden. My love was as if the proximity to Serena's chosen destination fueled its power, drawing it into a more tangible form. Finally, the GPS, which had been flickering in and out of service, announced, "You have arrived at your destination." I pulled off the dirt road onto an even narrower, overgrown track that led to a small clearing. And there it was, the house. It was not a grand house, or even a particularly old one, but exuded an aura of profound unease. It was a two-story, clapboard structure, weathered and gray, nestled deep within the encroaching woods. What struck me first, what made my blood run cold and my breath hitch, was the windows, every single one of them. They were all nailed shut, not just boarded up, not covered with plywood. Each window pane, every single opening, was covered with thick, rough-hewn planks of wood, crudely hammered into the frames. The nails, dark and rusted, protruded from the wood like grotesque teeth. There was not a single clear pane of glass to be seen. The house was a blind, silent sentinel, its eyes gouged out and sealed. A shiver of profound dread ran through me. Why? Why would anyone do this? Was it to keep something out? Or to keep something in? The implication was terrifying. Serena stood on the porch, a dark silhouette against the deepening twilight. She was wearing a long, flowing dress, dark as the shadow itself, and her hair, usually wild, was pulled back in a severe bun. She looked different, not just the clothes, but her eyes. They held an intensity, a triumphant gleam that I had not seen before. A look of ancient, undeniable ownership. "You came," she said, her voice soft, almost a sigh of contentment, as I killed the engine. The only sound was the ticking of the cooling metal. I got out of the car, my legs feeling like jelly. The air here was heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something metallic like old blood or iron. I could feel the shadow pulsing behind me, a dark weight at my back, urging me forward. The windows. I managed to choke out, pointing a trembling finger. "Why are they like that?" Serena smiled, a slow, predatory curve of her lips. "For privacy, my love, and for focus. We do not need the outside world here. We have everything we need within these walls. Our garden requires an undisturbed environment to truly flourish." She gestured toward the front door, which was also made of heavy, dark wood, scarred and ancient. "Come, let me show you." Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to turn back, to drive away as fast as my car could carry me. But the shadow was a solid presence now, pressing against me, its whispers echoing in my skull. Our garden, our home, and Serena's eyes, those deep, dark pools, held me captive, drawing me in with an irresistible, terrifying pull. I walked toward her, each step feeling like I was wading through thick mud, my heart hammering against my ribs. The door creaked open, revealing an interior shrouded in profound, suffocating darkness. The air inside was even heavier, stagnant, smelling of dust, old wood, and that same metallic tang. It was cold, cold in the outside air, a bone-deep chill that penetrated my clothes. "Welcome home, my blacksmith," Serena whispered, taking my hand. Her touch was cold, almost clammy, but it sent a strange jolt through me, a sense of resignation that was almost calming in its finality. As she led me inside, the door swung shut behind us with a resounding thud that echoed through the silence. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the dim, flickering light of a single oil lamp Serena lit, which she picked up from a small table near the entrance. The flame cast long, dancing shadows that made the already unsettling interior even more grotesque. The living room, as far as I could tell, was sparsely furnished. There was an old, moth-eaten sofa, a sturdy wooden table, and a couple of mismatched chairs. But what truly dominated the space, what drew my gaze and held it in a horrified fascination, was the wall. One entire wall was covered, floor to ceiling, with shelves. And on these shelves, meticulously arranged, were hundreds, maybe thousands, of iron roses. They were identical to the ones Serena had left on my counter. Each one a masterpiece of intricate metalwork, petals folded with delicate precision, thorns sharp and menacing. They gleamed dully in the lamplight, a silent, terrifying testament to someone's singular, obsessive craftsmanship. "Your work, my love," Serena said, her voice filled with a reverence that made my stomach clench. She ran a hand over one of the roses. "From our many lives together, you always crafted them for me, a symbol of our unbreakable bond." My blood ran cold. My work, the blacksmith, the past life. Was this house, then, a monument to our twisted history, a museum of our shared madness? The shadow, which had followed us inside, now seemed to expand, filling the corners of the room, its blackness deeper than the natural gloom. The intertwined forms within it were clearer than ever, almost solid. I could almost make out their features, their yearning expressions. This house, Serena continued, her voice a soft drone. It calls to us. It understands. It is built for our purpose. She walked deeper into the room, toward the doorway that led further into the house. "Come, let me show you our loom." She led me through a narrow hallway, the air growing colder, heavier. We entered another room, even darker than the first. Here, the lamplight revealed a vast, intricate loom, standing silent and imposing in the center of the room. It was old, ancient even, its wooden frame polished smooth by countless hands. Threads of various colors, dark and earthy, were strung across it, a half-finished tapestry waiting to be completed. "And my work," Serena murmured, her fingers tracing the threads. "The stories we weave, together, the tapestry of our lives." I stared at the loom, then back at Serena. Her eyes, in the flickering lamplight, seemed to glow with an unnatural fervor. "What is this?" "Serena," I whispered, my voice trembling. "What is this place?" "This is our sanctuary," she replied, her voice growing stronger, more commanding. "Our garden, where we will finally be whole, where the past and present intertwine, just as we do." She turned to me fully, her hands reaching out, not to touch, but to encompass me, to draw me into her gaze. "You remember, do not you, the heat of the forge, the smell of molten metal, the rhythm of the hammer, and I, at my loom, weaving the stories of our love, our devotion." The whispers from the shadow intensified, swirling around me, entering my mind. Images flashed before my eyes of roaring fire, sparks flying, the clang of metal on metal. Then delicate fingers pulling threads, an intricate pattern emerging. Two figures, indistinct but deeply familiar, intertwined. It was overwhelming, a flood of sensations that threatened to rip my sanity apart. I do not remember. I gasped, clutching my head. I do not want to remember. Serena's smile vanished, replaced by a look of sorrow, almost pity. You resist my love, but it is futile. The threads are too strong, the iron too deeply forged. She stepped closer, her eyes boring into mine. The windows are shut not to keep things out, but to keep us in, to keep our focus, to allow our garden to grow without interference. She gestured around the room. It was not just a loom. On the walls, barely visible in the dim light, were crude drawings, carvings in the wood. They depicted intertwined figures, dark and shadowy, surrounded by what looked like thorns and roses. And on a small table, next to the loom, sat a collection of tools, needles, shears, and a small, wickedly sharp iron knife. My gaze fell on the knife, and a fresh wave of terror washed over me. What kind of garden required a knife like that? Our garden is not just a place. My love, Serena said, her voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial whisper. It is a process, a creation. We are the gardeners, and we are also the soil. The roses are the fruit of our labor, the threads, the story. And sometimes, to make something truly beautiful, sacrifices must be made. The shadow in the room pulsed, its blackness deepening, consuming the lamplight. The intertwined forms within it began to separate, to stretch, growing taller, more defined. They were no longer just indistinct figures that were taking on a grotesque, elongated humanoid shape. The blacksmith, muscular and imposing, with heavy, callous hands. The weaver, slender and graceful, with long, delicate fingers that seemed to pluck at invisible threads in the air. Their eyes, glowing faintly from within the darkness, were fixed on me. They want you to join them, Serena said, her voice now a chilling echo of the whispers from the shadow. It was no longer just her voice, it was a chorus of three, her own merger with the ancient, spectral tones of the blacksmith and the weaver, to complete the circle, to finally become whole again. I stumbled backward, tripping over something on the floor, a clatter of metal echoing in the silent room. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding so hard, I thought it would burst through my chest. No, I yelled, my voice cracking with desperation. I do not belong here. I do not know you. I do not know them. Serena's expression hardened, a flicker of something ancient and terrible passing through her eyes. You lie to yourself, my love. You always have. But the truth is undeniable. The iron rose, the whispers, the shadow, they are all manifestations of our bond. Our love, our garden. She took a step towards me, then another. The shadow surged forward, its tendrils reaching, not physically, but with a palpable, icy touch that seemed to penetrate my very soul. The blacksmith and weaver within it were almost fully formed now, their dark, ethereal bodies shimmering, their eyes burning with an unholy light. They moved with a slow, deliberate grace, mirroring Serena's movements. This is where we belong, Serena said, her voice now a deep, resonant hum that vibrated through the very floorboards. Among the roses you forged, beneath the tapestry I weave. Here in the darkness, where the past can finally reclaim the present. I glanced desperately around the room, searching for an escape, for a window, for any crack of light. But there was nothing, only the heavy, nailed-shut planks, the oppressive darkness, and the two spectral figures advancing on me, their forms undulating, beckoning. My eyes fell on the iron knife on the table. A desperate, fleeting thought, born of pure terror, flashed through my mind. If this was the garden and I was the soil, what did that mean? What kind of sacrifice was she talking about? Serena reached the table, her fingers closing around the handle of the iron knife. It gleamed wickedly in the lamplight, reflecting the burning eyes of the shadow figures. Her gaze was fixed on me, unwavering, filled with a terrifying, absolute certainty. It is time, my love, she whispered, her voice a sweet, deadly lullaby. Time to plant the seeds. Time to truly nourish our garden. The shadow, with its intertwined, ancient forms, enveloped me, A cold, suffocating embrace that drained the air from my lungs. The whispers became a roar in my ears, a cacophony of our garden. Our love, forever. I could feel the presence of the blacksmith and the weaver pressing in on me, their ethereal forms merging with my own, a terrifying fusion of past and present, of life and death. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me completely, was Serena's face illuminated by the flickering lamp, her eyes filled with triumphant, ancient madness as she raised the iron knife. And then, only the cold, the whispers, and the suffocating certainty that I was finally, irrevocably, home, in their garden. It has been, what, weeks now? Months. Time itself feels like a frayed thread, unraveling at the edges, ever since I stepped into that cabin, ever since I met Ethan, ever since I felt the cold, indifferent gaze of whatever ancient horror they called a loom. I am home. Yeah, my apartment, my life, but it is all a lie. Every single thing feels like a carefully constructed stage set, and I am just an actor who forgot her lines, or worse, an actor who just realized the play is a cosmic joke, and she is the punchline. The scent never leaves me. A sickly metallic tang, like old blood mixed with wilting roses. It is in my clothes, in my hair, deep in my sinuses. Sometimes I taste it in my mouth, like I have been sucking on pennies left in a vase of dying flowers. And the thorns, oh God, the thorns. They are not visible, not on the surface, but I can feel them just beneath my skin, a constant, prickling reminder of where I've been, what I have seen. Every time I scratch an itch, it feels like I am dragging a tiny, invisible barb across my flesh. The police, bless their ignorant hearts, bought my story. Or at least, they pretended to. Disorientation, trauma-induced amnesia, a vivid hallucination brought on by stress. They scribbled their notes, offered me a pamphlet for grief counseling, and left me alone with my cosmic dread. How could I tell them about the black iron roses that bloom in my nightmares, their petals sharp enough to flay, their scent the very essence of that metallic horror? How could I explain Ethan's roar, a sound that was not human, a sound that tore through the fabric of my sanity and left it in tatters? They would lock me up, or worse, they would just shrug and tell me to get some sleep. But sleep for me is just another descent into the loom's dark embrace. I look in the mirror sometimes, and I do not recognize the person staring back. Is that really me? Or is this face, this life, this entire existence just an imposed identity? A fabrication, a character woven into a narrative by some unseen, indifferent hand. The thought is a poison, seeping into every corner of my mind, corroding my sense of self. I used to be a person with a job, friends, hobbies. Now I am just a question mark, a loose thread. Normal life is impossible. The mundane feels alien, grotesque. People laughing, talking about their day, complaining about traffic. It is all just static noise. My mind is consumed by the ancient weaving entity, the loom, the pattern, the threads. I need answers. I am drowning in the sea of uncertainty, and I will grab onto anything, any hint of a life raft, even if it is made of razor wire. That is why I re-downloaded Tinder. Yeah, I know. Ridiculous, right? In my state, looking for a date. But it was not for a date. It was a desperate, almost suicidal, shot in the dark. I scrolled through the endless parade of smiling faces, gym selfies, and generic bios, feeling nothing but a profound emptiness. Then, I saw it. A profile named Serafina. No picture. Just a bio that reads some threads, unravel. Others are rewoven. My heart did not just pound and hammered. It felt like a frantic bird trapped in my ribcage, beating its wings against bone. Rewoven threads. It was too specific, too perfect. She knew. Somehow she knew. My chimeric history, the way my reality had been twisted and stitched back together with foreign elements. The way I felt like a creature of two worlds, belonging to neither. The way the loom had touched me. I swiped right. It was an instinct, A primal lurch towards the only thing that felt real in a world of lies. The match was instantaneous. My phone vibrated, an electric jolt that went straight through me. A message popped up. It is about time you found your way to the pattern, sister. Sister? The word sent a shiver down my spine, a mix of profound unease and an almost overwhelming sense of relief. Someone out there understood. Someone saw me. My fingers trembled as I typed back. Who are you? How do you know? Her reply was almost immediate. I am a thread in the tapestry, much like yourself. And I know because the loom whispers to all of us who've been touched. It calls the lost, the unraveled, the ones who no longer fit the imposed design. The imposed design. That phrase again. It echoed my own terrified thoughts, the ones I could not articulate to anyone else. Serafina was speaking my language, a language of cosmic horror and existential dread. We exchanged a few more messages, each one more unsettling than the last, yet each one drawing me deeper into her orbit. She spoke of anchor points, the true weave, and the great unraveling. She did not offer comfort, not in the traditional sense, but she offered validation. She told me I was not crazy, that my experiences were real, that I was not alone. And in my current state, that was more potent than any comfort. There are others like us, she wrote, others who have seen beyond the veil, who have felt the brush of the weaver's hand. We gather sometimes, to share, to understand, to prepare. Prepare. The word hung in the air, thick with unspoken implications. Prepare for what? My mind conjured images of cults, rituals, sacrifices. But the desperation in me was a roaring fire, consuming all caution. I needed answers. I needed to understand what was happening to me, to my reality. Even if it meant walking into a trap, even if it meant confirming my worst fears. I want to meet them. I typed, my resolve hardening, even as a cold, not a fear, tightened in my stomach. I want to meet you. Serafina agreed. She suggested a place, not a typical coffee shop or a bustling restaurant. There's an old bookstore on the edge of town, she wrote. It is called the Unbound Pages. It closes early, but they have a back room for special patrons. Meet me there tomorrow, just after sunset. The Unbound Pages. The name itself felt like a premonition. I spent the next 24 hours in a haze of anticipation and terror. The metallic scent seemed to intensify, and the thorns beneath my skin felt sharper, more insistent. My dreams were a kaleidoscope of black iron roses, their petals twisting into strange, geometric patterns, and Ethan's roar, not just a sound now, but a physical presence, a vibration that shook the foundations of my very being. When I finally arrived at the bookstore, the sky was bleeding orange and purple, the last vestiges of daylight clinging to the horizon. The shop itself was ancient, its brick facade covered in ivy, its windows dim and dusty. A faint, sweet smell of old paper and something else, something vaguely herbal and metallic, wafted from within. The bell above the door jingled softly as I entered, a sound that seemed to echo in the cavernous space. The interior was a labyrinth of towering bookshelves, crammed with volumes that looked like they had not been touched in decades. Dust motes danced in the sparse beams of light, filtering through the grimy windows. There was no one at the counter. The air was still, heavy, almost reverent. "Hello." I called out, my voice barely a whisper. A figure emerged from between two towering stacks of books, moving with a fluid grace that was almost unnerving. Serafina. She was not what I expected. Not overtly monstrous, not sinister in a cartoonish way. She was beautiful, in an ethereal, almost too perfect way. Her skin was pale like porcelain, and her dark hair fell in a smooth cascade around her shoulders. Her eyes, though, they were the most striking feature. A deep, unsettling shade of violet. They seemed to hold an ancient, knowing light, like she would see things no human should ever see. She wore a simple, dark dress that seemed to absorb the ambient light. "You came," she said, her voice soft, melodious, yet with an undertone that vibrated with something deep and resonant, like a plucked cello string. I knew you would. How? I asked, my voice still shaky. She smiled, a small, enigmatic curve of her lips. The loom calls its own, and you, my dear, are a very special thread. A rare knot that should not be, a tear in a fabric that has properties. We sat at a small, round table tucked away in a dimly lit alcove, surrounded by silent, dusty books. She spoke of the loom not as a metaphor, but as a tangible, living entity, a cosmic weaver of all existence. She spoke of threads of reality, patterns of fate, and the imposed design that most humans live within, blissfully unaware. You have seen behind the curtain, she said, her violet eyes fixed on mine, seeming to peer into the very depths of my soul. You have felt the touch of the true weave. It changes you, does not it? Unmoors you. I feel like I am losing my mind. I confess, the words tumbling out, raw and desperate, like I am not real anymore. You are more real now than you ever were. Serafina countered gently. You are simply shedding the layers of the lie, the imposed identity. It is a painful process, but a necessary one. Think of it as a cocoon. You are transforming. A cocoon. The word sent a chill through me. Was I transforming into something beautiful or something monstrous? My mind immediately went to thorns beneath my skin, the metallic scent. She reached across the table, her hand resting lightly on mine. Her skin was cool, almost cold. There are others who understand this transformation, others who have been touched, who have chosen to embrace the truth. They are family, in a sense. We are gathering tonight. A small dinner, a communion of sorts. Would you like to join us? My heart leaped into my throat. This was it, the moment of truth. My gut screamed at me to run, to sprint out of that bookstore and never look back. But the desperate need for answers, for understanding, for a place where I was not utterly alone in my terror, was stronger. Yes, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Yes, I will. Serafina's smile widened, a subtle shift that made her look even more beautiful and somehow more alien. Excellent. It is not far from here. Just a short walk. We left the bookstore, the bell jingling behind us like a final, ominous chime. The streets were quiet, the last of the light fading completely, plunging the city into a deep, velvety darkness. Serafina led me down a series of narrow, winding alleyways I would never notice before, even though I would live in this city for years. The air grew colder, and the metallic scent seemed to strengthen with every step. Finally, we emerged onto a deserted street, facing an imposing Gothic-style house. It was old, very old, its dark stone facade adorned with intricate, almost grotesque carvings that seemed to ride in the dim light cast by a single, flickering gas lamp near the heavy oak door. The windows were dark, like empty eye sockets. It looked less like a home and more like a mausoleum. Welcome, Serafina said, her voice echoing slightly in the oppressive silence of the street. To our humble abode. She pushed open the heavy door, and it swung inward with a low, groaning sound. The interior was even darker than outside, lit only by the faint glow of what appeared to be candles in the distance. The air inside was thick, heavy with the scent of old wood dust, and something that made the metallic tang in my nose feel even more pronounced. It was a smell like dried herbs, old parchment, and a faint, almost imperceptible hint of ozone. Come, she urged, her hand gently guiding me forward. We walked down a long, echoing hallway, our footsteps muffled by a thick, dark rug. The walls were lined with tapestries, ancient and faded, depicting strange, geometric patterns that seemed to shift and swim in my peripheral vision. My thorns were prickling fiercely now, a chorus of tiny, invisible needles beneath my skin. We entered a large dining room. A long, polished mahogany table dominated the center of the room, laden with an array of dishes. And around the table, seated perfectly still, were Serafina's friends. There were 7 of them, and every single one of them was wearing a mask, my breath hitched in my throat. I stopped dead in my tracks, my mind struggling to process the sight. They were not party masks or carnival masks. These were different. They were all identical, made of a smooth, ivory-colored material that looked like polished bone or porcelain. The masks were completely blank, featureless, devoid of any expression. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just a smooth, curved surface that perfectly covered their faces, extending up to their hairlines. They looked like the featureless faces of ancient dolls, or perhaps something even older, something pre-human. They sat perfectly still, their hands resting on the table, their bodies strangely rigid. The only sound in the room was the faint crackle of candles and the frantic thumping of my own heart. "Welcome," Serafina announced, her voice calm, utterly devoid of any hint of surreal horror unfolding before me. "Everyone, this is our new sister. She has just begun to feel the true weave." Not a single head turned. Not a single sound came from behind those blank, impassive masks. They simply sat there, their masked faces facing forward, as if contemplating something far beyond the room, far beyond me. But I could feel their attention. It was a palpable weight, a collective gaze that seemed to pierce through me, examining every atom of my being. "They are quiet tonight," Serafina said, almost apologetically, as if this was a normal occurrence. "They often are, in the presence of new threads. It takes time for the patterns to align." I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. The masks, why are they wearing masks? Serafina turned to me, her violet eyes still holding that unsettling calm. "Oh, they are not just masks, dear. They are a way to shed the imposed identities, to focus, to truly see." She gestured to the empty seat beside her, directly opposite the head of the table. "Please, sit. The meal is ready." My legs felt like lead, but I forced myself to move, to take the seat she indicated. As I approached the table, I could see the food more clearly. It was an elaborate spread of roasted meats, vibrant vegetables, strange, shimmering jellies, and dark, crusty bread. It looked delicious, almost too perfect, like something out of a Renaissance painting. But the metallic scent was stronger here, mingling with the rich aromas of the food, turning my stomach. I sat down, my gaze darting from one masked figure to another. They still did not move. They did not even seem to breathe. Were they breathing? I could not tell. Their stillness was absolute, unnatural. It was like sitting down to dinner with 7 mannequins, except these mannequins felt like they were watching me. Serafina picked up a silver serving spoon and began to dish out a portion of what looked like roasted lamb onto my plate. "Please eat. You must be famished after your journey through the unraveling." I looked down at the food, then back up at the masked figures. Are they going to eat? As if on cue, one of the masked figures, a tall, slender individual seated to my left, slowly, deliberately reached out a hand. It picked up a fork, then a piece of the roasted lamb. The movement was slow, measured, almost robotic. And then it brought the fork to its mask, not to a mouth opening, because there was not one. The fork simply pressed against the smooth, ivory surface of the mask. There was no sound, no visible consumption. The fork simply retreated, empty. My blood ran cold. My heart pounded against my ribs like a battering ram. What was happening? This was not just quirky, this was utterly, profoundly wrong. They are nourishing themselves in other ways. Serafina said, her voice still calm, as if reading my thoughts. The physical sustenance is a formality, a bridge. Their true hunger is for the patterns, for the resonance of the weave. I could not eat. The metallic scent was overwhelming now, and the thorns beneath my skin felt like they were pushing outwards, trying to pierce through. I felt like I was being observed, dissected, categorized. I was the specimen, and they were the silent, masked scientists. "We have been waiting for you," one of the masked figures spoke. The voice was flat, devoid of inflection, and seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, like a collective whisper. It was not just one voice, it was an echo, a chorus of the same tone, overlapping slightly. The tear in the fabric grows. Another voice, identical to the first, added. The anomaly must be integrated. Integrated. I managed to croak out, my voice trembling. Serafina smiled a gentle, almost maternal expression that was terrifying in its context. Yes, dear sister. Integrated. You are a loose thread, a knot that deviates from the imposed design. But you're also a point of contact, a sensitive node. The loom wishes to bring you back into the true pattern, to weave you in. My mind flashed back to Ethan, to the cabin, to the loom, to the feeling of being pulled apart and reassembled. This was not about answers, this was about becoming something else. Something they wanted me to be. I do not understand. I lied, though a terrible understanding was dawning on me. You will, the collective voice replied, sounding closer now, surrounding me. You are already beginning to understand. The thorns, the scent-ease of the loom's preparations, the shedding of the old skin, the growth of the new. My hand instinctively went to my arm, where the thorns felt most pronounced. It was like 1,000 tiny needles were trying to emerge from my flesh. The metallic scent was so strong now, it felt like I was breathing liquid rust. I think I need to go, I said, pushing my chair back, the scrape of wood against the floor sounding deafening in the silent room. Serafina's hand shot out, not grabbing me, but resting lightly on my wrist. Her touch was icy cold, and I felt a strange current like static electricity flow through me. Do not be so hasty, dear sister. The pattern is still forming. To leave now would be unwise. You are not ready for the unraveling outside these walls. As she spoke, the masked figures slowly, deliberately, began to turn their featureless faces towards me. All 7 of them. Their collective, silent gaze was a physical pressure, pushing me back into my seat. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, a chilling realization that I was not just in a strange dinner party, I was trapped. What are you? I whispered, my voice raw with terror. We are the threads, the collective voice answered. The weavers, the pattern keepers. We are the ones who shed the lie. And you, sister, are becoming one of us. One of the masked figures, the one directly across from me, slowly lifted its hand. Its fingers were long, slender and utterly still. It extended a single index finger, pointing directly at me. And then it slowly, agonizingly slowly, began to lift its mask. My breath caught in my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut, not wanting to see what lay beneath, yet utterly compelled to look. When I finally forced my eyes open, my heart nearly stopped. There was no face, not in the human sense. Beneath the blank, ivory mask was a swirling, shifting void, a darkness that seemed to absorb the candlelight, a depth that felt infinite and utterly empty. But within that void, something was starting to coalesce, something dark and intricate, something like black iron roses, their sharp metallic petals slowly unfurling in the swirling darkness, glinting with an inner light that was no light at all. And from the center of those unfolding, impossible roses, a single, unblinking eye, an eye of pure, obsidian black, slowly opened and fixed its gaze on me. It was the eye from my nightmares, the eye of the loom itself. A scream tore from my throat, but it was muffled, choked. The metallic scent was overpowering, like I was inhaling pure rust and blood. The thorns beneath my skin were no longer just prickling, they were pushing. I could feel them sharp and cold, trying to break through the surface of my flesh. I scrambled back, knocking my chair over with a deafening crash. My vision blurred, the room spinning. I tried to run, to escape, but my legs felt heavy, unresponsive. Serafina stood up, her violet eyes now glowing with an inner light, her face still beautiful, but utterly devoid of humanity. Do not fight it, dear sister, she cooed, her voice echoing in the vast room, no longer melodious, but a resonant hum that vibrated through my very bones. The transformation is inevitable. You were always meant to be one of us. A new thread, rewoven into the true tapestry. As she spoke, I felt a terrible pressure on my face. My hands flew up, touching my cheeks, my forehead. My skin felt different. Harder, smoother, like porcelain. The thorns were erupting now, not from beneath my skin, but into it, forming intricate, delicate patterns, like the veins of a leaf, but made of cold, black iron. I stumbled toward a large, ornate mirror hanging on the far wall, desperate to see what was happening to me. My reflection stared back, but it was not my face. My features were blurring, softening, melting away. The contours of my nose, my lips, my eyes, they were smoothing out, becoming one seamless, ivory-colored surface. The thorns, like delicate black filaments, were tracing intricate patterns across my emerging mask, forming the faint, ghostly outlines of those black iron roses from my dreams. My eyes, my own eyes, were still there for a moment, wide with terror, staring out from the rapidly hardening surface. But even as I watched, they began to fade, to recede into the blankness, like pools of water drying up. The metallic scent was my own essence now, the smell of my humanity being scoured away. The thorns were not just under my skin, they were my skin, my new, terrible skin. Serafina was standing behind me, her reflection appearing beside mine, her beautiful, alien face serene. She reached out, her cool, pale fingers gently tracing the outline of my newly formed, featureless mask. "Welcome to the pattern, sister," she whispered, her voice now a part of collective hum that filled the room. "Welcome home." And then, with a final, agonizing surge, the last vestiges of my own identity, my own terror, my own self dissolved. My eyes, the last connection to the person I had once been, vanished, leaving behind only the smooth, blank ivory surface. I was no longer me. I was a mask, another thread, another weaver. And the only thing I felt beneath the smooth, cold surface of my new face was the quiet, ancient hum of the loom, calling me to the table, to the eternal, silent dinner, where the patterns were endless and the weaving never ceased. All right, so you know how it is. You are single. You are past the point where your friends are constantly trying to set you up, and you're pretty much exhausted all the meet-cute scenarios your brain can conjure. So, like millions of others, you turn to the apps. Hinge, Bumble, Tinder, you name it. I have probably got an account. It is a necessary evil. I guess. A digital meat market where you swipe left on guys holding fish and right on anyone who can string a coherent sentence together and does not look like they are still living in their mom's basement. My name's Sarah and I am 31. I work a pretty standard 9 to 5 in marketing, live in a decent apartment, and honestly, my life was pretty normal, pretty predictable, maybe a little too predictable, which is probably why I was still out there swiping away, hoping to inject a little spontaneity, a little excitement into the mundane. That is how I met Julian. His profile popped up one Tuesday evening. He was an architect, said he liked hiking, classic rock, and deep conversations about the cosmos. Okay, maybe a bit intense, but he had kind eyes in his profile picture, a nice smile, and no fish. So, I swiped right. We matched. Our initial conversations were, well, great. He was articulate, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. Not just the usual. What do you do for fun, but more like, what is your take on the philosophical implications of artificial intelligence? I mean, who asked that on a dating app? It was refreshing, honestly. A little quirky, a little smart. I was intrigued. We decided to meet up for dinner that Friday. I picked a cozy Italian place downtown. Nothing too fancy, just good food and a nice atmosphere. I spent way too long picking out an outfit. You know the drill, something that said, I am effortlessly chic, but also approachable, and I definitely did not spend 2 hours trying on 5 different dresses. I got there a few minutes early. grabbed a small table by the window, and ordered a glass of Pinot Grigio to calm my nerves. First dates are always a gamble, right? You never know if the person you've been texting with is going to be the same in real life, or if they will turn out to be a complete dud. Julian arrived right on time, which I appreciated. My first impression was wow. He was even better looking in person. Tall with dark, neatly combed hair, sharp cheekbones, and those same intense, intelligent eyes from his picture. He was wearing a dark blazer over a crisp white shirt. Looked incredibly put together. Maybe a little too put together, now that I think about it. Like he would step straight out of a magazine. "Sarah." "Julian," he said, extending a hand. His grip was firm, warm. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you." We settled in, and the conversation flowed easily. He asked about my work, my hobbies, my family. He listened intently, really listened, which is a rare quality these days. He would make these insightful comments that showed he was not just waiting for his turn to speak, but genuinely processing what I was saying. It was captivating, almost unnervingly so. He seemed to pick up on little nuances, things I had not even realized I would conveyed. He told me about his work as an architect, his passion for sustainable design, his recent trip to Italy. We talked about everything from the absurdity of reality TV to the resurgence of vinyl records. I found myself laughing more than I had in weeks. I even complimented his eyes, which were a striking shade of hazel. It felt natural, easy. Too easy, perhaps. Then, about halfway through dinner, after we had both ordered, I, of course, went with the carbonara, because we're in an Italian place, right? Julian excused himself to go to the restroom. He placed his napkin neatly beside his plate and stood up. As he did, a small, leather-bound journal, about the size of a paperback book, slipped from the inside pocket of his blazer and landed softly on the seat beside him. He did not seem to notice. He just smiled, said, "Be right back," and walked off. My eyes drifted to the journal. It looked old, worn with a dark, almost black leather cover and a faint, almost illegible symbol embossed on the front. Curiosity, that little devil, started to gnaw at me. I am not usually one to snoop, but something about the way he would left it, so casually, on the seat it just felt a little off, like a dropped glove in a mystery novel. I glanced around. No one was paying attention. The restaurant was buzzing with Friday night chatter. I hesitated for a moment, then my heart doing a tiny flutter kick against my ribs. I reached out and picked it up. It felt heavy, substantial in my hand. The leather was smooth and cool beneath my fingertips. I told myself I was just going to put it back on the table, out of the way, in case someone bumped a chair. But as I lifted it, it felt open, not just randomly, but to a specific page, as if it had been waiting for me. And that is when my world tilted on its axis. The page was filled with neat, precise handwriting, almost calligraphic. My eyes scanned the top of the page and my breath hitched. At the very top, in bold, elegant script, it read Friday, October 27th. My heart started to pound, a frantic drumbeat in my ears. Below the date, in the same meticulous script, were a series of bullet points. 7:30 p.m. first date with Julian at Mamma Mia's Italian restaurant. Sarah will order the carbonara. Julian will order the ravioli. Discussion about Julian's recent trip to Italy. Sarah will express admiration for his adventurous spirit. Sarah will compliment Julian's eyes hazel. Julian will excuse himself to the restroom at 8:15 p.m., leaving his journal on the seat. Sarah will find a journal, open it to this page, and read the entry. She will feel a surge of panic, followed by an attempt to rationalize the coincidence. My blood ran cold. Every single detail. The restaurant, the carbonara. The Italy discussion, the compliment about his eyes. Him leaving the journal, me finding it, reading it, even the feeling I was experiencing right at that moment, the surge of panic. The desperate attempt to rationalize it was all there, written down. My future, already a past event in this book. I slammed the journal shut, my hands trembling so Violently, I almost dropped it. I shoved it back onto the seat, tried to make it look like I had not touched it, had not seen anything. My mind raced, grappling with what I would just read. Coincidence? A prank? Was this some kind of elaborate pickup artist trick? Had he somehow stalked me, researched me so thoroughly he knew my usual order, my typical reactions? It felt too specific, too prophetic. Just then, Julian returned. He walked back to the table, a calm, easy smile on his face. He did not glance at the journal. He did not seem to notice my ashen face, or the way my hands were still shaking slightly as I picked up my wine glass. "Everything all right?" "Sarah," he asked, his voice smooth and untroubled. "Oh, yeah, fine." I managed, my voice a little too high-pitched. I took a gulp of wine, trying to regain some semblance of composure. "Just thinking about something at work." He nodded, his intense hazel eyes fixed on me. Was there a flicker of something in them? Amusement? Recognition? Or was I just imagining it, projecting my own terror onto him? The rest of the date was a blur of forced smiles and internal screaming. I tried to act normal, to engage in conversation. But every word I spoke, every gesture I made, felt heavy with the knowledge that it might have already been written down somewhere. I kept glancing at the journal, which sat innocently on the seat beside him. It felt like a ticking time bomb. I wanted to ask him about it, to demand an explanation. But the entry had said I would try to rationalize it. What if asking him about it was also in the journal? What if I was just playing out a script, a puppet on strings I could not see? The thought was paralyzing. I cut the date short, making up some flimsy excuse about having an early morning. Julian was, of course, perfectly understanding. Too understanding. "Oh, that is a shame." "Sarah," he said, a hint of genuine disappointment in his voice. "I had such a nice evening planned for us tomorrow. A quiet dinner in maybe a movie." My heart stopped. "Tomorrow. But I understand," he continued, still smiling that calm, unnerving smile. "Work calls. We will reschedule. Of course." He walked me to my car. As I fumbled with my keys, he leaned in, his voice a low, almost conspiratorial whisper. "Do not worry too much about work. Sarah, everything will unfold exactly as it should. Just try to enjoy the journey." His words were a chill that settled deep in my bones. I mumbled a goodbye, practically sprinted to my car, and drove away, leaving him standing there, a solitary, perfectly composed figure under the streetlights. I got home, locked my door, checked it twice, then 3 times. My apartment, usually my sanctuary, suddenly felt like a glass cage. I paced, my mind racing a million miles an hour. Julian, the journal, the future, my future. I tried to call my best friend, Brenda, but it was late, and she did not pick up. I left a rambling voicemail, something about a weird date and a creepy journal. Even as I spoke, I knew how insane it sounded. He had a journal, and it had my future in it, and he knew what I was going to order. Who would believe that? I did not sleep much that night. Every creak of the floorboards, every shadow, seemed to hold a sinister quality. The next morning, I woke up with a pounding headache and a knot of dread in my stomach. I remembered the journal entry for today, Saturday. I had not read much, just a glimpse, something about making coffee and spilling it on my favorite white shirt. No way, I muttered to myself. I am going to defy it. I went to the kitchen, determined. I carefully brewed my coffee, holding the mug with both hands, moving with exaggerated slowness. I poured the milk in, stirring it gently. Not a single drop spilled. "Ha!" I thought, a small surge of triumph. "Take that. Julian." I walked out of the kitchen, feeling a tiny bit of my control return. As I reached the living room, my foot caught on the edge of the rug. I stumbled, my arms flailing, and the mug flew from my hands, arcing through the air. The coffee, a dark, viscous stream, splattered squarely onto my chest, soaking into pristine white fabric of my favorite shirt. My breath caught in my throat. It was exactly as written. The triumph drained out of me, replaced by a cold, sickening certainty. The day unfolded like a meticulously choreographed play. Brenda called, complaining about an overdue report. My lunch plans got canceled at the last minute. I found myself staring blankly at my fridge, debating takeout versus frozen pizza, and then, with a sigh, pulling out a frozen pizza. Every single mundane detail, playing out exactly as I would see in Julian's journal. I tried to block his number. It went through, but then I got a text an hour later from an unknown number. Sarah, I know you are upset, but running won't change anything. Just accept it. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound of pure terror and frustration. I threw my phone across the room, watching it bounce off the wall before clattering to the floor. That night, I did not just cry into a pint of ice cream. I devoured the whole thing, watching a terrible rom-com, just as the journal had predicted. And yes, I wondered why I ever trusted anyone. The next few days were a living nightmare. I could not shake the feeling of being watched, of being directed. I saw Julian everywhere. At the gym, he would be on the treadmill across the room, not looking directly at me, but his presence was a heavy weight. At the grocery store, I would spot him in the cereal aisle, a basket draped over his arm, just a casual shopper. But his eyes would always find mine, a brief, knowing glance before he would turn away. He never approached, never spoke, just was there, a silent, omnipresent observer. I started changing my routine, took different routes to work, went to new coffee shops, even tried a different gym across town. It did not matter. He was always there, a step ahead, a silent shadow. It was like he knew my every move before I even made it. I tried talking to Brenda again. This time, I tried to be calm, rational. I explained the journal, the predictions, the uncanny accuracy, the constant appearances. She listened, her brow furrowed with concern. Sarah, she said gently, I know this is scary, but it sounds like you're really stressed out. Maybe this guy is just a little intense, and you're seeing things through a lens of anxiety. She suggested therapy, a break from dating. She did not believe me. How could she? It sounded utterly insane. I even went to the police. I sat across from a bored-looking officer, trying to explain that a man I would have been on one date with was stalking me, but not really stalking me, more like pre-stalking me, that he had a book that told him what I was going to do. The officer listened patiently, took notes, but his eyes held that familiar, pitying look. Madam, he said, I understand this is distressing, but without any direct threats, any physical contact, or any clear evidence of harassment, there is not much we can do. He is not breaking any laws by being in a public place. We will file a report, but unless he makes a direct threat or trespasses, our hands are tied. I left the station feeling more alone and helpless than ever. The world felt like it was conspiring against me, or rather, that it was simply following a script I was not privy to, a script Julian held in his hands. The journal entries began to feel more personal, more invasive. Even though I had not seen them directly, it was a sense, a chilling certainty, that he knew my innermost thoughts, my most private moments. I would be lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, and a thought would pop into my head, I really should call my mom tomorrow. I have not in a while. And then a cold wave of dread would wash over me, the certainty that Julian had already written that down, that even my spontaneous thoughts were just echoes of his pen. My free will felt like it was eroding, crumbling away into dust. Every choice felt hollow, preordained. I was living a life that was not mine, a life that had already been decided. One evening, I could not take it anymore. The constant surveillance, the suffocating feeling of being a puppet, it was driving me to the brink. I saw him again, standing across the street from my apartment building. under the dim glow of a street lamp. He was just standing there, looking up at my window, the same calm, knowing expression on his face. Instead of retreating, instead of hiding, something snapped inside me, a desperate, defiant spark. I was not going to run anymore. I was going to confront him. I stormed out my building, my heart pounding, but this time it was with a furious adrenaline, not just fear. I crossed the street, walking directly towards him. "Julian," I practically yelled, my voice trembling with a mixture of rage and terror. He turned, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. "Sarah, I knew you would come out." "How?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "How do you know all of this? The journal, what is it? What are you?" He looked at me, his hazel eyes deep and unreadable in the dim light. "The journal, Sarah, is merely a record, a chronicle of what will be. But how can it know? How can you know?" He sighed, a soft, almost weary sound. "I do not know in the way you understand it. I merely perceive. I found the journal years ago. It revealed itself to me, and through it, I see the threads of fate. Some lives are like tangled knots, full of potential but lacking direction. Loose threads, you might say." My mind flashed back to the previous story, the loose threads at the Loom Sanctuary. A horrifying echo. "And you are just writing it all down?" I asked, a choked whisper. "You are just a scribe. More than a scribe. Less than a god," he said, a hint of something unidentifiable in his voice. "I do not create the future. Sarah, I simply record what is already set to unfold. But in the act of recording, it becomes immutable, unchangeable, like carving words into stone. So, my life, it is just a story you are reading." I felt a cold, empty despair wash over me. "A story that was always meant to be told," he corrected gently, "but one that needed a voice to articulate it. You were unstructured, drifting. I am merely giving your narrative form purpose." "Purpose," I scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. "To be your puppet. To live a life I have no say in. You always have a choice. Sarah," he said, his voice still maddeningly calm. "You can fight it, resist every word, every predetermined step, and live a life of constant frustration and suffering. Or you can accept it, embrace the path laid out for you, find contentment in the certainty." It was a false choice. I knew it. A choice between two different kinds of cages. I won't accept it. I spat, tears stinging my eyes. "I am not some character in your sick book. I am going to change my life. I am going to leave the city. I am going to disappear. You will never find me." He just looked at me, a faint, sad smile on his face. He reached into his blazer, pulling out the familiar leather-bound journal. He opened it, his finger tracing a line on a page I could not see. "Sarah," he said softly, "you will attempt to flee. You will book a flight to Denver under a false name, confident you have outsmarted me. But your car will break down just outside of town, a flat tire on a deserted stretch of highway. And I will be there, waiting for you." My blood ran cold again, just as it had in the restaurant. He said it with such casual certainty, such quiet authority, that I knew it was true. I knew it in the same way I knew the sun would rise tomorrow. It was already written. The defiance drained out of me, leaving me hollow, empty. The fight was gone. What was the point of fighting fate? I did not run. I did not book the flight. I did not even try to change my routine anymore. What was the point? Every choice I made, every thought I had, every action I took, felt like it was merely an echo of words already inscribed in that dreadful journal. Julian stopped appearing outside my apartment. He did not need to. He was everywhere in everything. In the way the barista knew my order before I even spoke, in the unexpected phone call from a long-lost friend, in the sudden urge to try a new restaurant that turned out to be exactly what I needed. Every moment of my life was a scene, perfectly executed, perfectly timed. I am still here, living my life. I go to work. I see my friends. I even went on a few more dates carefully orchestrated. I am sure by Julian's unseen hand, or perhaps just by the universe he was chronicling. I laugh. I cry. I feel emotions, but they are not truly mine. They are pre approved, pre scripted. I am an actress playing the role of Sarah in a story that was written long before I was born, or at least long before I met Julian. Sometimes, late at night, I think about that journal, about what else is written in it. My entire life, laid out from start to finish. My triumphs, my heartbreaks, my quiet moments of joy, my inevitable end. It is all there, a finished manuscript. And the most horrifying part, I sometimes catch myself feeling a strange, unsettling sense of peace. The burden of choice, the anxiety of the unknown, it is all gone. My life is on rails, and I am just along for the ride. But it is a hollow peace, a gilded cage, because I know deep down that the woman who ordered carbonara that Friday night, the woman who laughed and dreamed and felt like she had a future to shape, she is gone. She was just a loose thread, waiting to be woven into someone else's design. And Julian, I sometimes catch glimpses of him, still, in a crowded cafe on the opposite side of the street, or just a fleeting shadow in my peripheral vision. Always watching, always there. The silent chronicler of a life that is no longer my own. I wonder what his journal says about his future. I wonder if he ever writes about himself. Or if he is just a tool, a functionary of a destiny he merely observes, but cannot change. The last entry I saw, the one I glimpsed accidentally on a page he left open on a park bench one afternoon, was not about me. It was about him. And it simply read Julian will continue to guide Sarah's life, ensuring her contentment. The horror is not that I am not free. The horror is that my contentment is also preordained. A lie I am forced to live. Home. The word felt like a lie, a flimsy veil over the gaping maw of my reality. My apartment, once a sanctuary of mundane comfort, now felt like a stage set, every object imbued with sinister potential. The sickly sweet metallic scent, like old blood and wilting roses, clung to the air, a phantom perfume only I could detect. It was a constant, cloying reminder of the cabin, of Ethan of the loom. I ran a hand over my ankle, where the bruise had blossomed into a grotesque tapestry of purple and yellow. It was not just a bruise, though, beneath the skin, I could swear I felt them tiny, sharp points, like nascent thorns. They pricked and ached, a subtle, constant pain that mirrored the deeper agony in my mind. Ethan's roar still echoed in my ears, a sound that was not human, a sound that belonged to something ancient and hungry. I would fabricate a story for the police about getting lost on a hiking trip, about a sprained ankle, about the kindness of strangers who helped me find my way back to civilization. They would bought it, or at least pretended to. Their eyes held a familiar, dismissive pity. They did not see the terror, the cosmic dread that had taken root in my soul. How could they? How could I explain a chimeric history, rewoven narratives, or a grand design on the loom? They would have thought I was insane, and maybe, just maybe, I was. Sleep offered no escape. My dreams were a maelstrom of shifting landscapes and fragmented memories. Black iron roses bloomed in impossible places, their thorns tearing at a sky that bled green light. Faces I almost recognized were contorted into Ethan's obsidian grin, their voices whispering about threads and designs. I would wake up in a cold sweat, the metallic scent overwhelming, my skin crawling with a phantom sensation of thorns pushing through. The idea of imposed identity gnawed at me. Who was I, really? Every memory, every experience felt tainted, suspect. Was my entire life a fabrication, a narrative carefully constructed by some unseen force? The thought was a relentless worm, burrowing into foundations of my self-perception. I looked at old photographs, at my reflection in the mirror, searching for a flicker of authenticity, a sign of the man I was before. But all I saw was a stranger, a puppet whose strings were now visible, taut, and trembling. I tried to go back to work, to the rhythm of daily life, but it was impossible. Conversations felt hollow, interactions superficial. How could I discuss quarterly reports or weekend plans when my world had been irrevocably shattered by the revelation of an ancient, weaving entity? I would stare blankly at my computer screen, the words blurring into an indecipherable script, my mind replaying Ethan's chilling words, "You are a ripened thread." The isolation was crushing. I could not confide in anyone. Who would believe me? My friends would suggest therapy. My family would worry. They would see the dark circles under my eyes, the tremor in my hands, and attribute the stress to a breakdown. They would not understand that the breakdown was not internal. It was external, a rending of the very fabric of reality. Days bled into weeks. I spent hours online, frantically searching for anything that resembled the loom. Serena, the shadow. I typed in cryptic phrases, desperate for a hit, a forum, a forgotten myth. Nothing. Just new age spiritual groups, obscure textile art communities, and fantasy novels. The silence of the internet was almost as terrifying as Ethan's roar. It confirmed that this horror was mine alone, hidden from the public eye, a secret woven into the very world itself. The thorns beneath my skin became more pronounced. I could feel them, distinct and sharp, just below the surface, particularly on my wrists and ankles. Sometimes, if I pressed hard enough, a tiny pinprick of blood would bead on my skin, a dark, viscous drop that smelled faintly of iron. I would stare at it, mesmerized and horrified, convinced that the black iron roses were not just a dream, but a physical manifestation of my unraveling. One particularly bleak evening, the metallic scent so strong it made my teeth ache. I found myself staring at my phone. Tinder, the app that had led me down this rabbit hole. A perverse curiosity, a desperate need for human connection, any connection gnawed at me. Maybe, just maybe, I could find something normal, something to ground me. Or maybe, a darker part of me wondered, I was subconsciously looking for answers, for another thread, another clue. I re-downloaded the app, my thumb hovering over the icon. It felt like playing Russian roulette with my sanity. But the isolation, the crushing weight of the unknown, was becoming unbearable. I just needed a distraction, a brief respite from the relentless whispers of the loom. I started swiping, my mind numb. Profiles blurred into a meaningless parade of faces and generic bios. It was like a reflex, an automatic motion, until one stopped me cold. No picture, just like Ethan. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror and morbid fascination. The metallic scent intensified, making my head swim. This could not be a coincidence. The bio was simple, almost innocuous at first glance, seeking understanding. The world is a tapestry, and some threads are more vibrant than others. Some are frayed, some are rewoven. Are you one of the latter? Rewoven. The word hit me like a physical blow. Ethan's words, echoing in a new, chilling voice. I stared at the screen, my finger trembling. This was not Ethan. The profile name was Serafina. But the words were a direct echo of my nightmare. Was this Serena, or another of her shadows? My rational mind screamed at me to close the app, to throw my phone across the room, to run and never look back. But the other part, the part that was desperate for answers, for any scrap of information, compelled me forward. I had to know. I had to understand. Against every instinct of self-preservation, I swiped right. The match was instantaneous. A notification popped up: you matched with Serafina. My breath hitched. The metallic scent was now so potent I could almost taste it, a bitter tang on my tongue. My phone vibrated in my hand. A message from Serafina. Serafina, I knew you would. Chills raced down my spine. Knew I would. It was not a question. It was a statement of fact, laced with an unnerving certainty. My fingers, still trembling, typed a response. Me, who are you? The reply came almost immediately, as if she had been waiting. Serafina, a guide, a weaver, someone who sees the patterns, someone who knows the truth of your chimeric history, the fractured narrative of your imposed identity. My blood ran cold. She knew everything. This was not a game. It was not a coincidence. This was a direct line back to the horror I thought I had escaped. Me, what do you want? Serafina, to show you the weave, to help you understand your place in it. You are not the only thread. You know, many have come before you. Many have been woven, unraveled, rewoven. Their stories, their fates, they are all part of grand design. Then came the chilling part, the part that twisted a knife in my gut and truly made my stomach lurch. Serafina, do you remember the case of the vanished artist? Elias Thorne, the one who specialized in impossible landscapes. His studio was found empty, paint still wet on the easel, but no sign of him. The police called it a disappearance, a walk-off, but I know the truth. He was a thread, caught in a particularly vibrant pattern. He saw too much, painted too deeply into the weave. He was not just gone. He was absorbed. His art, his unique vision, became part of the loom itself. His last painting, a field of black iron roses under a green sky, never made public, of course. Only a few saw it before it too vanished. My mind reeled. Elias Thorne. I vaguely remember the case from years ago. A local news story about a quirky artist who had just disappeared. It had been written off as a creative burnout, a desire for anonymity. But Serafina had details that were never released to public, details that resonated with my own nightmares. Black iron roses, green sky. My dreams were not just dreams, they were echoes of a shared reality, a cosmic truth. I mean, how do you know this? How do you know about Elias Thorne? Serafina, the loom remembers. It consumes, it creates, it retains. Elias was a beautiful thread. His passion, his perception, it was perfect for a certain section of the design. He was not the only one, of course. Another message popped up, and my hand started to shake uncontrollably. Serafina, or perhaps you recall the story of the quiet librarian. Eleanor Vance. She had a peculiar obsession with forgotten histories, with the gaps in official records. She believed there were entire epochs missing, entire civilizations erased. She was right in a way. She was getting too close to the seams of the weave, tracing the unraveling of forgotten narratives. Her body was found years later, perfectly preserved, in an ancient, sealed crypt beneath the city. No signs of struggle, no cause of death. The authorities dismissed it as a bizarre, ritualistic suicide, or perhaps occult activity. But Eleanor was not dead. She was simply reincorporated. Her knowledge, her meticulous research, her very essence, was rewoven into the loom's historical archives. Her last journal entry spoke of metallic scent and the feeling of thorns beneath her skin. Also never made public. Too disturbing, too inexplicable. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Eleanor Vance. Yes, I remember that too. A local urban legend, a macabre mystery that had fascinated people for a short time before fading into obscurity. The details Serafina provided the metallic scent. The thorns, they were exact matches to my own horrifying symptoms. These were not just random disappearances or deaths. These were crimes of the loom. Lives twisted and consumed, their fates hidden from the world. Me, what are you saying? That these people, they were like me. Threads. Serafina precisely. And their stories are just a few of the countless threads that make up the tapestry. Some are woven into grand designs. Some are mere embellishments. Some are discarded. But all serve a purpose. You, my dear, are a particularly ripe thread. Your chimeric history, your fragmented memories, they make you uniquely pliable, uniquely ready for a significant design. The word pliable sent a shiver of pure terror through me. It was not just about being a victim. It was about being an instrument. Serafina Ethan, the shadow, he was merely preparing you. A rough handling, perhaps, but effective. He showed you the initial unraveling. Now it is time for the reweaving. My phone vibrated again, a new message. Serafina, do you feel them now? The thorns. They are your connection. They are the loom reaching out. The green light. That is the energy of creation, of transformation. The black iron roses. They are the scars of the weave, the beauty born from the pain of integration. I looked down at my hands. The skin on my wrist was red, irritated. I pressed a thumb against a raised bump, and a sharp, stinging pain shot through me. I squeezed, and a tiny black speck, like a miniature thorn, emerged from my skin. It was real. It was not a phantom sensation. Panic, raw and unadulterated, seized me. I stumbled backwards, knocking over a lamp. The metallic scent in the room was now overpowering, making me gag. I could see the faint shimmer of green light at the edges of my vision, a sickly, ethereal glow that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere. Leave me alone. I do not want to be part of your design. I typed, my fingers fumbling, my heart pounding. Serafina, it is not a choice, my dear. The weave is already underway. You are already in the pattern. Your escape from the cabin was merely a temporary loosening of the thread. A brief moment of resistance, quickly overcome. Another message. This one was a single, chilling word. Serafina, look. My eyes darted around the room, searching for something, anything. The green light intensified, casting long, distorted shadows. And then I saw them. On my living room wall, where a framed print of a serene landscape usually hung, was a faint, shimmering outline. It looked like a blooming flower, but it was made of jagged, black lines, intricately detailed. Its petals sharp and metallic. A black iron rose. It was not painted. It was not a projection. It was there, a part of the wall, yet separate, pulsing with that faint green luminescence. My breath caught in my throat. This was no longer just a digital interaction, no longer just a psychological torment. The loom was manifesting in my own home, in my own reality. Serafina beautiful, is not it? A precursor. Soon it will be in full bloom. And so will you. I dropped my phone. It clattered to the floor, its screen still displaying Serafina's terrifying words, glowing with an unnatural green light. I backed away from the wall, from the black iron rose that seemed to expand, to deepen in color, to become more three-dimensional before my very eyes. The metallic scent was now so thick it felt like I was breathing rusty water. The phantom pains were no longer phantom. Every inch of my skin prickled and burned, as if countless tiny thorns were pushing their way out. I could feel them on my scalp, in my eyelids, on the soles of my feet. Ethan's inhuman roar echoed in my memory, but now it was accompanied by a new sound, a soft, rhythmic thwip, like a giant loom at work, its shuttles weaving, its threads taut. It was coming from everywhere, from the walls, from the floor, from the very air itself. I scrambled back, tripping over my own feet, desperate to escape. But where? The cabin had been an isolated pocket of horror. This was my home, my sanctuary, now utterly corrupted. The green light pulsed, growing brighter, illuminating the room in an otherworldly glow. The black iron rose on the wall was almost fully formed, its thorns gleaming, its petals unfurling. I looked down at my body, and my blood ran cold. On my forearms, on my chest, faint, intricate patterns were beginning to emerge beneath my skin. They looked like tiny, interwoven threads, forming complex designs, shimmering with the same faint green light. My skin was becoming a canvas, a part of the loom's design. The weave was not complete. It was just beginning, and I was no longer just a thread. I was the fabric itself, being pulled, twisted, and rewoven into a pattern I could not comprehend. A terrifying grand design for which there was no escape. The metallic scent, the thorns, the green light, the black iron roses, they were all becoming me, and I, them. I was being absorbed, just like Elias Thorne, just like Eleanor Vance. And soon, my own twisted narrative, my own final crime, would be meticulously woven into the loom, never to be made public, a secret known only to the weavers and their terrifying, eternal design. The shadows that consumed me were not just darkness, they were a physical, suffocating presence, cold and dense as grave soil. They pressed in from all sides, stealing the air from my lungs, muffling the frantic beat of my own heart until it felt like a distant drum. Sarah's face, frozen in that triumphant, Serena-esque grin, was the last thing I saw before the world dissolved into an oppressive, inky void. It was a darkness, a humble, low, resonant thrum, a sound that vibrated not just in my ears, but deep within my bones, a prelude to an ancient, unspeakable horror. I was not falling, not exactly. It was more like being drawn, pulled through a viscous medium, every inch of my skin screaming in protest. The familiar, cloying scent of black iron roses, once a subtle warning, now choked me, thick and sweet, like the perfume of a tomb. It clung to me, seeped into my clothes, my hair, my very pores, marking me. I tried to scream, to thrash, but my limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, as if bound by invisible chains woven from the shadows themselves. My voice, when it finally emerged, was a pathetic, strangled gasp, swallowed instantly by the pervasive hum. Time lost all meaning. Was it minutes? Hours? Days? I drifted in that terrible void, my mind cycling through terror and a growing, chilling despair. Every memory, every attempt to grasp at my former life, felt like sand slipping through my fingers. Sarah's kindness, the brief, fragile hope she offered it all curdled into a bitter poison, another layer of Serena's cruel deception. I was never free. The escape, the police, the doctors, the diagnosis of psychosis, it was all part of the performance, a meticulously orchestrated act designed to isolate me, to prune away my connections, to make me a perfect, vulnerable thread for her loom. Then, just as I thought I might simply dissolve into darkness, a faint, sickly green light appeared in the distance. It pulsed, slow and rhythmic, like a diseased heart. As I drew closer, or rather, was drawn closer, the light resolved into a window, a single, grimy pane set into a wall of rough-hewn timber. And behind it, through the swirling green haze, I saw the familiar, desolate silhouette of that farmhouse. My stomach lurched, a cold wave of nausea washing over me. No, not again. I had escaped. But the truth was a crushing weight I had never left. I had just been granted a brief, illusory reprieve, a puppet allowed to dance on a longer string before being reeled back in. The shadows released me with an abrupt, jarring jolt. I landed hard on cold, damp earth, my knees buckling beneath me. The air was frigid, biting at my exposed skin. I scrambled to my feet, my muscles screaming in protest, my heart hammering like a trapped bird. I was standing in what looked like an overgrown, derelict garden, identical to the one outside Serena's house. The black iron roses, taller and more numerous than I remembered, twisted like skeletal hands in the dim moonlight. Their cloying scent was overwhelming here, a suffocating blanket. The farmhouse loomed before me, darker and more menacing than in my nightmares. Every window was a gaping, empty eye socket, reflecting the sickly green glow that seemed to emanate from within. The front door, a heavy slab of rotting wood, hung slightly ajar, a silent invitation to hell. "Welcome home, my dear," a voice purred from behind me. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat. Serena stood there, no longer in Sarah's gentle form, but in her true guise, or what I now understood to be her preferred guise. She wore a long, flowing down the color of dried blood, intricately embroidered with patterns that writhed and shifted in the moonlight, hinting at unholy symbols and impossible geometries. Her hair, a cascade of dark, lustrous threads, seemed to breathe, subtly coiling and uncoiling around her shoulders. Her eyes, those terrifying, ancient eyes, glowed with an unnerving, knowing light, reflecting the green from a house. And on her lips, that slow, deliberate, triumphant smile. You looked disheveled, she observed, her voice a silken whisper that seemed to caress the air itself. But then, one always does after a journey through the in-between. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to stand firm, to meet her gaze, even as a tremor ran through me. You set me free. I rasped, the words tasting like ash. You let me go. She chuckled, a low, guttural sound that was utterly devoid of humor. Free. Oh, my dear, no one is ever truly free from the loom. You were merely given a longer thread, a chance to weave a little of your own story, to gather experiences, emotions, to ripen, you might say. She took a step closer, and I instinctively recoiled. Every thread needs its own unique hue, its own texture, its own history. Your escape, your psychosis had all added depth complexity. It made you a much more interesting fiber for my tapestry. My mind reeled. This was not just a mad woman. This was something ancient, something that toyed with lives as casually as a child plays with dolls. What do you want with me? Want? Oh, I want everything, she said, her eyes glinting. I want your fear, your despair, your brief, foolish hope. I want your memories, your dreams, your very essence. All of it will be woven meticulously into the grand design. She gestured towards the open door of the farmhouse. Come. The loom awaits. I stood frozen, rooted to the spot. The house beckoned, a maw ready to swallow me whole. The very air around it felt heavy, charged with malevolent energy that pressed down on me. I wanted to run, to scream, to fight, but the sheer, overwhelming power emanating from Serena, from a house, from the black iron roses, paralyzed me. It was like standing before a tidal wave, knowing that resistance was utterly futile. Do not make this difficult. Serena said, her voice losing its playful edge, a hint of steel entering it. You are already here. You are already mine. The sooner you accept it, the less unpleasant the transition will be. I took a shaky breath, then another. There was no escape. Not truly. Not from her. Not from this place. With a leaden heart, I took the first step toward the open door, then another and another. Each step was an act of surrender, a descent into the abyss. The interior of the farmhouse was even worse than I remembered. The pervasive scent of roses was now mingled with something else, something metallic and faintly acrid, like old blood and ozone. The air was thick with dust motes dancing in the faint, green light that filtered in from unseen sources, illuminating the grime and decay. Cobwebs, thick as shrouds, hung from every corner, swaying slightly as if breathing. But it was a silence that was truly terrifying. A heavy, absolute silence that seemed to press against my eardrums, broken only by the faint, rhythmic thrum that I now recognized as the heartbeat of the loom. It was louder here, a deep, resonant vibration that I felt in my chest, my teeth, my very bones. Serena walked beside me, her presence a cold weight. She did not touch me, but I felt her gaze, sharp and analytical, dissecting me. We passed through the same dusty, forgotten rooms, the kitchen with its rusted stove, the parlor with its skeletal furniture draped in white sheets that looked like ghosts. Everything was exactly as I remembered, yet somehow more desolate, more ancient, more infused with a lurking malevolence. Finally, we reached the great hall, the central chamber where the monstrous loom resided. I had seen it before, but never truly comprehended its scale, its horrifying majesty. My breath hitched in my throat. It dominated the room, stretching from floor to ceiling, a dark, intricate monstrosity of polished, ancient wood and gleaming, razor-sharp metallic components. Its shuttles, hundreds of them, moved with a silent, hypnotic precision, weaving threads of impossible colors into a vast, ever-growing tapestry. The tapestry itself was the most disturbing thing of all. It was not just fabric, it was a swirling, kaleidoscopic mosaic of what looked like human faces, landscapes, memories, emotions. I saw fleeting glimpses of joy, sorrow, anger, love, all intertwined, distorted, and flattened into a two-dimensional plane. It was a horrifying collage of countless lives, meticulously rendered, each thread a stolen moment, a stolen identity. And then I saw him, the shadow. It lurked in the corner of the room, a shifting, inky blot against the already dim light, larger and more defined than I remembered. Its form was indistinct, constantly morphing, but its two burning, amber eyes were fixed on me, radiating an ancient, chilling intelligence. It was not just a shadow, it was a sentient entity, a silent guardian of this unholy place. Serena stepped forward, her hand sweeping grandly towards the loom. "Behold, my masterpiece," she announced, her voice filled with reverence that made my skin crawl. "The tapestry of all that is, every life, every moment, every possibility, woven into a single eternal design. And soon you, my dear, will become a part of it." My gaze was fixed on the tapestry, on the faces trapped within its threads. They seemed to stare back at me, their expressions a mixture of terror and resignation. I saw children, old men, women, entire families, all reduced to mere patterns. It was a universe of stolen souls. "What is this?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "This is creation." Serena replied, her voice now a low, seductive hum. "And destruction, it is the very fabric of existence. I am the weaver. I shape realities. I mend broken timelines. I create new ones. And sometimes," she added, her smile widening, "I simply incorporate. Like you." She walked towards a section of the loom, its mechanisms whirring softly as she approached. "You see these threads?" she asked, indicating a bundle of shimmering, translucent fibers. "These are the raw materials. Memories, emotions, desires. They are harvested, purified, and then spun into the very essence of life. My blood ran cold. Harvested. From whom? From everyone," she said simply, as if discussing a mundane chore. "From the living, the dying, the forgotten. From those who wander too close to the fringes of reality. And sometimes, from those I choose, like you, to be particularly vibrant, particularly potent threads." She reached out, her long, slender fingers tracing the path of a newly formed thread as it was pulled into the loom. "Your psychosis, as your doctor so quaintly put it, was merely your mind struggling to reconcile with the truth of my existence, of this place. Your delusions were simply glimpses of the reality I inhabit, a reality your limited human perception could not fully comprehend. You made me think I was crazy." I accused, a fresh wave of anger rising through my terror. "It was necessary," she said, dismissively. "A mind that believes itself broken is far more pliable, far easier to unravel. Your isolation, your despair, these are excellent conditioners. They soften the fibers, make them more receptive to the weave." She moved to a section of the loom where several empty bobbins waited. "And now, for your part." The shadow in the corner stirred, its amber eyes glowing brighter. It began to expand, to stretch, its form becoming more defined, like a living, breathing void. It was not just a shadow anymore, it was a creature of pure darkness, its limbs long and sinuous, its head indistinct but hinting at predatory intelligence. "The shadow is my assistant," Serena explained, watching my terrified gaze. "It harvests the raw materials. It separates the essence from the vessel. A messy business, for the most part, but utterly necessary." My heart hammered against my ribs. "You mean it kills people?" Serena tilted her head, a gesture of mild annoyance. "Such a crude term. It merely facilitates the transition. The physical form is discarded, the essence is preserved. Nothing is truly lost, merely repurposed." The shadow began to glide towards me, its movement fluid and silent. I stumbled backward, my breath catching in my throat. "Stay away from me," I shrieked, my voice cracking. Serena merely watched, an amused glint in her eyes. "There's no point in struggling, my dear. It only makes the process more difficult for you. And for us." The shadow was upon me, its cold, insubstantial form enveloping me. It was like being plunged into an ice bath. But the cold was not just external, it seeped into my very core, chilling my blood, freezing my thoughts. I felt its tendrils, not physical, but energetic, probing, searching. It felt like my very being was being examined, cataloged, prepared for dissection. My memories flashed before my eyes in a chaotic tour of my childhood, my family, my friends, my brief, misguided attempts at a normal life. Sarah's smiling face, now a cruel mockery. Every joy, every sorrow, every hope all laid bare, exposed to this ancient, predatory entity. It is searching for the strongest threads. Serena's voice echoed, distant and ethereal, as if coming from another dimension. The most vibrant emotions, the most defining moments. These are the anchor points, the crucial knots in your personal tapestry. I tried to fight, to push the shadow away, but my hands passed through its form as if it were smoke. Yet, its presence was undeniably real, exerting an immense pressure on my mind, my soul. I felt a tearing sensation, as if something was being ripped from me, something fundamental, something that defined me. A scream tore from my throat, raw and desperate. It was a scream of a soul being unmade. The shadow recoiled slightly, its amber eyes fixed on me. Serena frowned. "Too much resistance," she murmured. "We will have to be more gentle." She approached me, her gaze piercing. "You hold on to your identity so fiercely," she observed. "It is admirable in a way, but ultimately futile. You are merely one thread among billions. Your individuality, while precious to you, is but a single color in a boundless spectrum." She reached out, her hand hovering over my forehead. I flinched, but I could not move. Her touch, when it came, was surprisingly cool, almost soothing. But beneath the surface, I felt a chilling invasion. It was like a drill boring into my skull, not physically, but mentally, spiritually. My vision blurred. The room, Serena, the shadow, they all seemed to waver, to shimmer, to lose their solidity. I felt a strange sensation, as if my own perception was expanding, stretching beyond its normal limits. I saw not just a room, but the faint, shimmering outlines of other rooms, other times superimposed upon it. Glimpses of faces I did not recognize, fragments of conversations I had not heard. The loom is not just a device. Serena explained, her voice now seeming to resonate directly inside my mind. It is a nexus, a confluence of all realities, all possibilities. When new thread is introduced, it must first be aligned, tuned to the loom's frequency. Your mind, your very consciousness, is being prepared to perceive the grand design. I felt profound disorientation, a sickening sense of vertigo. My own body felt alien, disconnected. I tried to focus on my reflection in a nearby polished surface of dark, ancient mirror that stood propped against the wall. I needed to see myself to confirm that I was still me. But what I saw chilled me to my very core. My reflection was there, yes, but it was wrong. The eyes were mine, wide with terror, but beneath them there were faint, almost imperceptible lines of age that were not there before. My hair, usually a familiar shade, seemed to shimmer with strands of a different color, a dark auburn I would never possess. And my mouth, it was subtly different, shaped in a way that was not quite mine, a hint of a smile that was not my own. It was me, but it was not just me. It was as if another face, another identity, was superimposed over my own, a faint, ghostly overlay. My breath hitched. "What have you done to me?" I whispered, my voice barely a tremor. Serena's smile returned, broader and more chilling than ever. "You are beginning to see are not you. The blending has begun. As you draw closer to the loom, as your essence is prepared, you start to perceive the echoes of those who have come before you, those who are already woven into the tapestry. Their lives, their identities, their very reflections begin to mingle with your own." I stared at the mirror, horrified. The faint, Superimposed features shifted, subtly morphing. For a fleeting second, I saw the face of an elderly woman, her eyes filled with profound sorrow. Then a young man, defiant and angry. Then a child, innocent and bewildered. All of them, for a terrifying moment, seemed to look out at me through my own eyes. It was like looking into a distorted kaleidoscope of humanity, with my own face as a central, fracturing image. My identity, my sense of self, was dissolving, becoming porous, absorbing fragments of countless others. This is the first stage of integration. Serena explained, her voice almost gentle now, as if comforting a frightened child. Your individual thread is being prepared to join the greater weave. You are learning to see beyond the confines of a single life, to experience the multitude. The feeling was overwhelming. It was not just visual, it was sensory. I felt echoes of emotions that were not mine, fragments of memories that had no place in my mind. A flash of joy from forgotten wedding, the sting of betrayal from a stranger's past, the warmth of a child's hand in mine that I had never felt. It was a terrifying symphony of borrowed experiences, all crashing into my mind, threatening to shatter it. Stop it, I screamed, clamping my hands over my ears, trying to shut out the cacophony. But it was not sound, it was thought, emotion, memory, all flooding my consciousness. Serena merely watched, her expression unreadable. You cannot stop it. It is the natural progression. Soon, the distinction between your memories and theirs, your emotions and theirs, will become irrelevant. You will simply be the shadow, which had retreated, now began to approach again, its form solidifying, its amber eyes burning with an intense, hungry light. This time, I did not fight. My will was eroding, dissolving under the onslaught of borrowed identities and the horrifying realization that my very self was being dismantled. It reached me, and this time there was no gentle probing. Its tendrils, now seemingly more substantial, wrapped around me, not physically, but around my essence, my soul. I felt a powerful, irresistible pull, the sensation of being stretched, elongated, drawn out like a strand of taffy. My vision narrowed, focusing solely on the loom, the intricate dance of the shuttles, the endless, mesmerizing patterns of the tapestry. I saw a gap in the weave, a small, empty space waiting for me. The final step. Serena's voice echoed, now seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. The transformation from individual to component, from being to thread. The pressure intensified. I felt myself thinning, stretching, my consciousness becoming less localized, more dispersed. The faces in the mirror, the echoes of other lives, they were no longer superimposed, they were me. Or rather, I was them. We were all merging, dissolving into a single, flowing stream of consciousness, ready to be spun. My last thought, before the final, agonizing pull, was a chilling, understanding Serena. The weaver did not just collect lives. She became them, too. She experienced every joy, every sorrow, every terror of every thread she wove. That was her power, her eternal hunger. And that was why she was so ancient, so unfathomable. She was not one being, she was all beings, a monstrous, weaving consciousness that devoured and incorporated everything into her endless, horrifying tapestry. The world dissolved into a blinding flash of green light, followed by an agonizing stretch. I was no longer a person. I was a sensation, a color, a memory. I was a thread, exquisitely spun, intricately colored, and then with a silent, precise click of the loom, I was woven into the fabric. I became a part of the tapestry. I was no longer me. I was 1,000 faces, 1,000,000 memories, 1,000,000,000 emotions, all compressed into a single, shimmering strand. I saw through the eyes of the elderly woman, felt the sorrow of the young man, the innocence of the child. Their lives were mine, and mine were theirs, and ours were countless others. We were all one, a collective consciousness, forever bound, forever trapped within the intricate, beautiful, and utterly terrifying design of Serena's loom. And from within the weave, I felt a new awareness stir, a vast, ancient consciousness that encompassed all the threads. It was Serena, the weaver, experiencing my experiences, my terror, my final, crushing despair, and through her, through the tapestry. I felt the anticipation, the eternal hunger for the next thread, for the next life to be unraveled, understood, and woven into the endless, horrifying story. I was a part of her now, and through me, she waited, always waited. The world of dating apps is full of surprises. Some good, some bad, and some unforgettable. Stay with Daily Story, subscribe now, and hear what happens next.